Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US and Iran exchanged strikes on military sites, but Trump urges his critics to sit back and relax. Meanwhile, Israel orders attacks on Beirut as they target suburbs they believe are linked to Hezbollah. And 5 people recover from Ebola in the DRC, but suspected cases are investigated in Italy and Brazil. Iran says it has struck a US airbase today, responding to US strikes on Iranian military sites over the weekend. Both countries have been exchanging attacks since the ceasefire agreement in April, as diplomatic talks do drag on. But speaking on Truth Social earlier, US President Donald Trump told followers, "Just sit back and relax. It will all work out well in the end." It always does. I'm now joined by today's panel, Al Arabiya geopolitical security analyst Riyad Karazi, who joins me in the studio, alongside former NATO Deputy Supreme Allied Commander General Sir Richard Sharif. Sir Richard and Riyad, great to have you in the studio with me. Sir Richard, can I start with you? Do you think President Donald Trump is right? Should we all just sit back and relax and stop the negative chirping, as he calls it?
No, he's not. It's complacent and it's almost puerile. The reality is that he has made a strategic blunder of massive, massive proportions. The Strait of Hormuz was open before he launched his attack, and it's now shut. And it's going to remain shut until the Iranians get what they want or a deal is done. And there is no way that the way Trump is behaving is going to result in a deal that is going to reopen the Strait of Hormuz with major catastrophic global economic consequences, to say nothing of the consequences for the economies of the Gulf states.
And Riyad, let's come to you, because today that we've heard quite a lot coming out of Iran. They are clearly furious. But I want to talk a little bit about what Iran's foreign minister said when it came to the lack of trust between both the US and Iran at the moment. He says the US is constantly changing its position. This is delaying the diplomatic progress. Can the blame all be laid at the US's feet at the moment? Because Iran seems to clearly be doing that.
Well, Iran is trying to create this perception that this whole stalemate or this whole problem is caused by the US. While, the matter of fact, we have here mediators that are saying that both sides, the hardliners on both sides, are the ones to blame for the lack of progress. Iran is refusing to discuss the nuclear issue, which was the actual cause for this whole thing, plus the fate of the Strait of Hormuz. Again, Iran is not showing much flexibility for the long-term future of the Strait. So we have this issue over here. In addition, Iran is insisting on having some release of its frozen funds, assets, lifting of sanctions. So there's a lot of differences back and forth between the two. But I think what's more frustrating to Iran now, that it's realizing with the US president hardening his stance, it sends a signal that President Trump is in no hurry and is ready to play the time game, which is not, does not serve Iran, who is under blockade, and its economy is suffering, and its oil industry is facing catastrophic consequence as a result of amassing these huge quantities of oil. So here we have the escalation and the threats, and also we see increased skirmishes between the two sides, caused mainly by the Iranians becoming more bold in challenging the US military activities and the blockade.
Richard, let's come back to you, because today we've heard from Iran. They've paused talks with the US over Israel's attacks in Lebanon. Is President Donald Trump able to stop Netanyahu, or do you think the US has given the green light when it comes to these advancing attacks inside of Lebanon?
I think America controls much of what Israel does. They provide huge amounts of logistic support, weaponry, and the like. And Israel depends on America in many ways. So the answer is, I think America could, or President Trump could, if he wanted to, put the squeeze on Netanyahu, but clearly he doesn't want to, or he lacks the levers to do so, and Netanyahu is effectively cocking a snook at him and getting on with whatever he wants to do.
And Riyadh, the military assault on Iran has largely paused, as we all see. We're seeing these skirmishes, as you say, but it's in a holding pattern at the moment in many respects. But it appears the conflict is really growing in a geographical sense. I just spoke to Sir Richard about Lebanon, and we also saw the attacks on Kuwait. Is this a real concern for Gulf countries, that this is now going to spread to new fronts?
Of course, and they can see that all indications that this truce, this ceasefire, is becoming more fragile and could be on the verge of collapse because these skirmishes, the escalation, the heightened threats from both sides all indicate that as long as things are not making progress diplomatically on the political end, that means they're sliding back towards the conflict, towards a renewed round of a military conflict between the two sides. And the blockade is a military action, as we know, and the fighting in Lebanon, this massive operation by Israel against Hezbollah, and Hezbollah's continued firing of missiles against Israel. This shows that, Lebanon is being used as a theater where both sides are trying to increase the pressure on the other. But now the pressure is stronger on Hezbollah, on the Iranian side, where Hezbollah is seen within the context of the so-called the axis of resistance as being left alone to face its fate in front of the massive force of the Israelis. And hence today we hear all this loud voices out of Tehran threatening that, since there is no ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon, that they could reopen the front with Israel anytime soon.
And Richard, we also heard from the IRGC today, and they are threatening to open new fronts over Israel's Lebanon offensive, also saying the Bab el-Mandeb Strait could possibly be closed. We've heard this before. Just reacting to Riyadh, do you think that Tehran are going to open up these new fronts and more proxies will become involved, like the Houthis, which has been mentioned before but actually hasn't happened?
I think it's entirely probable. This remains a card that the Iranians have got up their sleeve. And if they don't get what they want, they're very likely to play that card. And I think this absolutely highlights that the current, the futility of the sort of military action that the Americans are taking at the moment, the importance of the international community finding a way to get the Americans off the hook on which they have impaled themselves by working together to strike an acceptable deal for both the international community and Iran to reopen the strait.
And it's really interesting, you say working together to get President Donald Trump off the hook, but it doesn't seem that Donald Trump is keen to actually give in at the moment. And it seems that, as Riyadh said, Donald Trump's got time on his hands and he doesn't really want to listen to anyone else. That's the impression many people are getting, because we heard time and time again this MOU agreement was on his desk waiting to be signed by him and nothing's happened.
Well, I'm not sure I agree necessarily that he has got time on his hands. He may think he has, but the reality is that the global economy does not have time on its hands. Not only are the oil supplies for much of the world impacted by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, but the impact on global agriculture, particularly global agriculture in Africa and Asia, is going to be massive. And if we have the likelihood of a major El Nino this year, the potential for drought compounded with the impact on fertilizers and the like is going to be massive. There is not time to sort this out. And even if the strait were open tomorrow, it would take an awful long time to get back to any sort of normality. So this is a matter of some urgency. The international community, as I say, should be making it very clear to Donald Trump that he has made a blunder of strategic proportions. America is going to be the poorer in terms of reputation and economy and a whole lot of things as a consequence of this. And he can't solve it himself. And the longer he plays this game, the worse the consequences are going to be.
Do you want to pick up on that a little bit, Riyadh, if you can? Because we also heard something a little bit earlier that Trump told an NBC News reporter on Iran, I think we've been talking too much. If you want to know the truth, I think going silent would be very good.
Well, we have to look at things, at the situation from President Trump's perspective. From President Trump's perspective, if we go and look at all his tweets, of all what his postings on through social, he keeps talking about the money being made by the U.S. from selling oil now to countries that were not originally importers of American oil, Japan, Asia, and Asian countries and others. So it is, this conflict has some positive outcome when it comes to, how the U.S. oil companies are performing here. U.S. defense industry, a lot of industries are benefiting from this whole situation. So we have to look at it from the perspective of the MAGA, of Make America Great Again, how they look at this, where's the benefits in this, although they are against U.S. getting involved in conflicts in the Middle East. However, there are the economic benefits over here, and hence the U.S., or as President Trump, he can, sustain a longer or a weight game with the Iran. But if we look at it from a global economy, from the impact, the negative impact on the global economy, of course, that's a whole different calculation from that end. So we have to keep in mind always, President Trump's priorities when it comes to this conflict and how to try to make gains or benefits from a possible, quote-unquote, blunder in this war.
And we say make gains from a quote-unquote blunder in this war, but oil prices jump over 5% today on these fresh US-Iran tensions, which is substantial for the global economy, for Europe, for Japan, especially for China, who, of course, rely on the Strait of Hormuz. And Richard, I just want to leave it with you, because right now I feel like for weeks we've been talking about the fact we're on the precipice of an agreement. There's no agreement. We go back to the circle of a few strikes, skirmishes happen. Where are we right now? Are we any closer to a deal? Are we closer to military escalation? Are we in a holding pattern?
Well, I think Rawat has made a really interesting point, which effectively is saying that America and Iran are colluding to keep the Strait of Hormuz, to hold the world at ransom. Meanwhile, America ramps up its earnings from exporting oil, and no doubt Trump and the Trump family are making huge gains as a result of the fluctuations in the oil market. Where are we? Number one, military action is not going to solve the problem. Fact. Number two, the only way the Strait of Hormuz is going to be open is when Iran decides it's going to be open. And the only way to get Iran to decide it's open is for the international community to come together to work a deal that is adequate and satisfactory for both sides. I can't see any way out of it. And number three, at the moment, when there's absolutely no sign of that, so yeah, when not so much a holding pattern, but total stalemate.
Do you agree with that? Are we a total stalemate, do you think, Riyadh? Or do you think that we're sort of round two is just around the corner in many respects?
We are the stalemate. That's why we could be at round two, because there are only one of two ways to break this current situation. Sudden, one side makes concessions and we go to an agreement, or we go to a round two of military confrontation. So it's one of the other, and I think we are very close to finding out which way this whole thing is which direction it's going to head.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Riyadh Kawaji and Sir Richard Sharif. Great to have you both on the show with all the analysis of what we know so far with that developing story on the US and Iran. Israel has ordered strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs today, where they believe Iran-backed group Hezbollah has links. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz issued a joint statement earlier instructing Israeli forces to target the Da'ih district of Lebanon's capital. Lebanon's Prime Minister has accused Israel of carrying out collective punishment after Israel's military captured Beaufort Castle over the weekend. We can now go live to Israel-Lebanon border to speak to Lieutenant Colonel Sarit Zahavi, former IDF intelligence officer and president of Alma Center. Lieutenant Colonel, thank you so much for your time with me today. Israeli forces have carried out their deepest advance into Lebanon in more than 25 years. Iran says its negotiating team is pausing diplomatic channels with the US over Israel's actions. Can Trump step in and stop or pressure Netanyahu?
Thank you for having me. First, I just want to describe the situation from northern Israel, where I'm based. I am 9 kilometers from the Lebanese border, and I'm speaking to you from my bomb shelter at home because I was afraid there will be the sirens out and I didn't want to cut the interview in the middle. My daughter is not going to school in the past few days, and there are sirens all the time with rockets that are launched to our cities, drones and FPVs that are crossing the border all the time, few times an hour, all across northern Israel, and there is no regular life here. This situation is during a period that's supposed to be a ceasefire, and a big amount of this munition is being launched from south of the Litani River, an area that the Lebanese government declared a few months ago that is empty of any illegal presence of Hezbollah. As you can understand, this is not the situation, and this is how we ended up in Netanyahu ordering the IDF to carry out strikes against Hezbollah in the Dahia. By the way, it's not Israel claiming that Hezbollah beating heart is in the southern suburb of Beirut. Everybody in Lebanon knows that. It's not a secret. Nobody's hiding that. This is the situation. It is what it is.
So I just wanted to reiterate my question to you, because Iran says its negotiation team is pausing diplomatic channels with the US over Israel's actions in Lebanon. So do you think that is fair that Iran do that? Do you think President Donald Trump wants to get a deal with Iran and now Benjamin Netanyahu is scuppering those chances?
I think that this was the plan of Tehran from the beginning, and actually I wrote about it a week ago when we saw Hezbollah starting to escalate the attacks against Israel more and more, crossing the border into Israel and targeting deliberately Israeli civilians. And I understood that it is all coming from Iran because the Islamic Republic understood that Trump is insisting on a specific deal, and Iran and the Islamic Republic is against this specific deal, and they want to have a completely different deal. And there is no way that these two positions can meet. And what they wanted to see is escalation on the Lebanese front, and that way to blame Israel for everything that will happen in the Middle East. But actually, we are facing an evil ideology that doesn't care massacring its own people, as you saw last January, and using the Lebanese now as hostages to gain achievement in the nuclear issue. And, the mistake was that we enabled it, that we enabled the linkage between what is happening in Lebanon and what is happening in Iran. And what we have to do is to disconnect between the two campaigns. Clearly, the Iranians are the one who are giving the orders to Hezbollah.
And are Israel's current operations in Lebanon mainly tactical pressure on Hezbollah, given that the military group remains active and attacks on northern Israel are continuing? Because these are things Benjamin Netanyahu said he was going to stop, and he hasn't.
Look, here I will be very honest, and I want to say military operation of Israel is not going to solve Lebanon's problems. The Lebanese people, and I hope some of them are listening to us, should fight for their country. And the enemy is not the state of Israel, neither the Israelis. The enemy is Hezbollah that wants to take over Lebanon, and that's the declared goal of Hezbollah. We cannot do it by ourselves. We will do whatever it takes to defend ourselves, and our attacks against Hezbollah definitely serves the interest of the Lebanese government as well. But here what we have to see is a mobilization of the Lebanese government against Hezbollah and international community against Hezbollah. And the fact that the Europeans, for instance, and even the Arabs didn't join President Trump in Israel in his campaign against this evil ideology of the Islamic Republic and Hezbollah brought us to the situation that we are today. The more freedom of operation we will have against Hezbollah in Lebanon, and more countries that will join the campaign against Iran, the shorter this war will be.
European countries are hesitant to do so. 3,500 people have been killed by Israel in Lebanon since this ground offensive started against Hezbollah.
No,
it has done. And the French government...
This number are terrorists, okay? It was proven.
And majority is also children. So it's not just terrorists, also children have been, not a majority, but there has been a number of children killed. 3,500 people, that's according to the statistics we have from the Lebanese Health Ministry at the moment, and that is where the accuracy is.
The Health Ministry is not deferring civilians from military operatives of Hezbollah.
Same argument that I was given over Hamas and the death toll in Gaza, but we'll move on from that. From an outside perspective, this conflict appears to be splitting in two at the moment. If we have a look at it, I don't know if you agree with me. We're seeing the front in Iran and, of course, the front in Lebanon. Is this a deliberate move by Israel to provoke Lebanon so that they can actually finish the job, as Benjamin Netanyahu said more than once?
I think you should address this question to my 12-year-old daughter that is not going to school in the past few days. What provoke? How can you say that? Hezbollah opened war against Israel 3 times in the past 20 years, refused to disarm, building its plan to slaughter us over here in the north. And eventually you are saying that we are making the provocation? I truly don't understand. And one more word about the civilians that were killed in Lebanon. Everybody knows in Lebanon the true reason they were killed. And the true reason is that Hezbollah is using them as human shield. IDF provided tons of proofs to that, to the weapons that were found under cemeteries, churches, mosques, kitchens and bedrooms, tunnel shafts in the bedrooms. That's why they are getting killed. We don't want to kill them. We call them to evacuate, including today, to evacuate from the southern suburb of Beirut. If we wanted to kill them, we wouldn't call them to evacuate, as we are obliged to do by international law. So please, first let's put the information, straight, and not just provoke saying Israel is making provocation here. We want peace. This is what we want. We are welcome the Lebanese to have peace with us. I myself, my origins are from Beirut. My grandmother was born in Beirut, and I wish I could visit Beirut as a tourist and to meet my sisters and brothers in Lebanon and to have peace with them rather than fighting them for 3 generations now.
And is this push from Israel into Lebanon, we're seeing it at the moment, so there is an advance happening, and I'm sure that you can admit to that too. Who is it meant to hurt the most? Is it Iran, or is it the US chances of dealing with Iran? Like, what is Israel's end game here right now? Because eradicating Hezbollah, if we look at history, it's not going to happen.
Why? Well, look, IDF had very good achievements militarily. The capability of Hezbollah to launch an invasion of thousands of military or terrorists into Israel, like Hamas had done, this was Hezbollah's plan in 2023, and they were fully prepared. I saw the military operatives on the borderline every day when I was there before the war in 2023, and they are not there anymore, and they are not capable of doing that anymore. IDF succeeded in pushing them away from the fence, meaning that they cannot launch any more anti-tank missiles into our homes, as they did during 2023 and 2024, without Israel provoking, by the way. So, yes, we can have some achievements, but as I've said, it's not going to completely solve the problem, but we have to defend ourselves, and the mission of the IDF today is to degrade as much as possible, strategically weaken Hezbollah, and that way maybe the Lebanese government will have the courage finally to act against it and to disarm it.
Lieutenant Colonel Sarit Zahavi, always good to have you on. Thank you for your analysis and time with me.
Thank you.
Now, the World Health Organization says 5 people are recovering from Ebola, but suspected cases are being investigated in both Brazil and Italy. The head of the WHO recently traveled to the DRC, which has been at the center of the outbreak. At least 282 confirmed cases of Ebola have been reported in the region, with over 1,000 suspected cases of the Bundibugyo virus. Let's get the insights of Dr. Benjamin Newman, Professor of Biology at College Station, Texas. Dr. Benjamin, so good to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me. This is considered one of the largest Ebola outbreaks ever recorded. What are the biggest challenges public health teams face when an outbreak goes undetected, and how does the delayed efforts bring it under control, or has it just got too out of hand?
Any virus can eventually be brought under control, I think, and I think we can all take a lot of hope from that. This is not as far out of hand as the West African outbreak of 2014 was, but at the same time, we are just finding out the extent of this. Now, to a virologist like me, if you take this virus and put it in the laboratory, this is not particularly aggressive or quick. The superpowers of Bundibugyo virus are its ability to hide, and it's accidentally causing degradation of the degradation of the internal organs through the immune system. It's like a byproduct. Mostly the spread seems to be driven by traditional practices, particularly around burial, and that is potentially a risk. Anywhere that people are being looked after in the community and buried in the community with practices such as shrouding or washing the dead, for example, would be a potential avenue for infecting many more people. We know of one case in the previous outbreak where we had 85 people infected from a single funeral, and this practice seems to be going on now.
Yes, of course, and it is very difficult when it comes to practices like that because it's hugely religious and it's part of the community and it's the part of the way that they do burials in the DRC. So it's all about education in order to stop that from happening. But the WHO has confirmed 5 people have recovered from the rare strain of Ebola in the DRC, which is, of course, the epicenter. You said that if you look at this in a lab, it's not particularly aggressive. Do you think this is a positive signal that without a vaccine, people can still make a full recovery after diagnosis? Or was a lot of the problem in the DRC environment not good diets, not good hospital care?
I think all this really shows is that we are very early into this Ebola outbreak. We would expect 50% or more of the people who get infected to eventually survive the illness. And now that we're at 5, that's a good sign. And heart goes out to those people. I know some of those were nurses that were trying to treat Ebola victims. There is more to come, and it is going to get worse before it gets better. Right now, they do not have a very good idea of the basic replication rate, like how fast the virus is spreading, because they're still uncovering new pockets of spread that happened before anyone knew that it was spreading.
And suspected cases are being investigated in Brazil and Italy as a precaution. How concerned should other countries be about the spread transmission? And I guess a lot of us still think about the COVID virus and another worldwide pandemic, which could be panicking people.
Yeah, this isn't a virus that should be able to spread the way COVID spread. And as long as these viruses are being dealt with by professionals in a hospital, I think everybody's relatively safe. Germany was willing to accept an American doctor who's infected and other parts of that team. And they were able to do this and willing to do this because in the right environment, it's okay. The only people at risk are the ones actually caring for it. It's when the care moves out into the community, then everybody becomes at risk. But it's going to be partly driven by sort of traditional practices, what you do when you get sick.
And this is the 17th Ebola outbreak in the DRC. Why is the country unable to prevent the re-emergence of this virus? Because I guess the DRC has done so much work into Ebola and probably has the best precaution measures when it comes to it.
Sure. Why is Saudi Arabia unable to prevent sandstorms? Why is the Caribbean constantly being hit by hurricanes? Why is California always in a landslide or wildfire trouble? Yeah, these are endemic to the area. There are lots of bats in that area and probably other wild animals there. And as long as people and animals live in the same place, it's going to be a risk. But like all these other risks, it can be managed. Mostly it takes money and a lot of people watching to manage it. And right now there's a very weak government and a lot of problems with funding, particularly related to the U.S. pulling out of the WHO and USAID.
And I was actually going to talk to you about that because the WHO chief, Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, is in the country at the moment. He's going to meet the president when he's dealing with this outbreak. How difficult is it now with all these cuts in place of USAID and from the US when it comes to Ebola outbreaks? Because I guess this just highlights how important it is for aid to go to these countries in order to stop the spread of viruses like this.
Yeah, I think with a virus like any Ebola strain, it is very much in the entire world's best interest to make sure that it does not spread to a single additional person, because every spread can lead to more spread leads to more travel, and eventually a problem that started out over there becomes a problem that's somewhere else, maybe closer to you. Certainly it doesn't make it any better, and it is good that the UN chief is actually out there trying to help on the ground.
Just one quick final thought from you. I just had a thought. WHO, when coronavirus hit, they were really criticized for not getting on top of it quick enough and for that spread of coronavirus to be so rapid. I remember the conversations around that a few years ago and how furious many countries, especially the US, Donald Trump himself was with the WHO. You're smiling, you remember. I just wonder, where's the WHO been? Have they been slow off the mark once again?
They were actually there and they were testing for Ebola, but they were testing for the most dangerous Ebola strain. And these strains are far enough apart that one test doesn't pick them all up. They were doing the wrong test in the right place at the right time, and they missed it. Now, with more money, you can do more tests, but without more money, you've got to pick your battles. And unfortunately, somebody guessed wrong.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating as always when it comes to the WHO and the US relationship, especially with Donald Trump. Dr. Benjamin Newman, great to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, Russia is aiming to set the world record for the highest number of participants in a table tennis festival. Around 7,000 people of different ages and skills gathered to compete in a sports arena in Moscow. Emily Sue has more.
This sports arena in Moscow was turned into a ping pong spectacle. About 7,000 athletes of various ages and skill levels gathered to compete at the same time next to each other at the Luzhniki Stadium on Sunday. Organizers want to break the world record for the highest number of participants in the table tennis festival.
We saw a big announcement online and decided to take part. It's such a massive event. They are setting some kind of world record today, a Guinness World Record if I'm not mistaken. So I decided to participate in such a serious, large-scale undertaking.
Moscow already set a world record last year when more than 5,000 participants played ping pong simultaneously at the same stadium. This year, 200 table tennis tables were set up, while 100 referees officiated the games held between 7,000 people. Many say they are excited to have a platform to express their love for the sport.
I came here because I love table tennis. It is my second life, or perhaps even my first. At an older age, it is essential to have a hobby to help maintain one's vitality. The sport gives me so much. That is why I am here, and not for the first time.
The competition is divided into 3 categories: children, amateurs, and veterans. It's a rare sporting competition where the scoreboard matters less than the love of ping pong, as well as the camaraderie of participants united in a push to smash the world record.
This is something truly necessary. It sparks great interest amongst both amateurs and former professional athletes. It brings people together, I believe. I wholeheartedly agree with this concept. It is an excellent idea. You need to invest in sports.
Before Russia, China held the world record when more than 2,000 people participated in a ping pong competition in Guangzhou in 2013. Emily Sue, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at the top business news now. NVIDIA has unveiled its new RTX Spark chip designed to power a new generation of AI-enabled personal computers. CEO Jensen Huang called it a breakthrough comparable to the rise of smartphones. The announcement comes as the US tightens restrictions on exports of advanced AI chips to Chinese firms. EasyJet shares jumped after US investment firm Castlelake considers a potential takeover bid for the British budget airline. EasyJet says no formal approach has been made and called the timing highly opportunistic, adding its share price was hit by higher fuel costs and a weaker demand linked to the conflict with Iran. Turning to all the sports news now, and over 1 million Arsenal fans filled the streets of North London to celebrate the club's first Premier League title in 22 years with a parade. The women's team also joined in after their European win. 24 arrests were made and 6 people were stabbed as violence broke out. And the French Open quarter-finals race does continue today with world number 1 Aryna Sabalenka taking on former champion Naomi Osaka. Meanwhile, in the men's draw, world number 4 Felix Auger-Aliassime will battle it out for a place in the semi-finals as the tournament does remain wide open after several top seeds were knocked out early on. A reminder of our top stories. The US and Iran exchanged strikes on military sites, but Trump urges his critics to sit back and relax. Meanwhile, Israel orders attacks on Beirut as they target suburbs they believe are linked to Hezbollah. And 5 people recover from Ebola in the DRC, but suspected cases are investigated in both Italy and Brazil. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end. Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
we deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Asia finds itself at the intersection of global conflicts and great power struggles, commercial opportunities and economic challenges. So, Counterpoints is coming to you this week from Singapore. I'm Melinda Nucifora here at the Shangri-La Dialogue, hosted by the International Institute for Strategic Studies. I'll be bringing you exclusive interviews, so stay tuned to Al Arabiya English.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, amidst sharp fluctuations in oil prices, we examine the impact of headlines on energy markets. Despite regional tensions, Saudi Arabia's economy shows resilience with robust business activity, rising consumer spending and positive growth indicators. We'll be looking at all the latest figures in just a moment. And this year, more than 1.7 million people from 165 different countries took part in this year's Hajj pilgrimage. We'll be talking you through some of the numbers and the logistics. Well, diving into our top story, oil prices have seen sharp fluctuations in recent days as markets digest developments relating to the Iran war. Well, traders have been weighing reports of possible diplomatic progress, including discussions around a temporary ceasefire and renewed nuclear talks. This as they weigh that up against continued military exchanges. Well, this comes as concerns over shipping through the Strait of Hormuz linger on. Well, energy markets appear to have been responding quickly to the various headlines, but President Trump has said throughout the conflict that the economic hardship relating to higher oil prices will be short-lived.
The gas will go down. As soon as the war's over, it'll drop like a rock. There's so much of it. It's all over the place, sitting all over the oceans of the world. And it'll go down. But what won't happen is if Iran had a nuclear weapon and used it, then the whole world is a different place.
What about
You're not going to have to pay a little bit more for gasoline. The gasoline, the oil will go down rapidly as soon as the war is over.
Well, I'm joined now by Cornelia Meyer, economist and CEO of Meyer Resources, who joins us from Bern. A very warm welcome to the show, Cornelia. Oil prices very volatile in recent weeks. And I just want to start by asking you what you see as being the main drivers behind these swings. What's driving the swings?
What drives the swings is not fundamentals. What drives the swings is psychology. Everybody wants the Strait of Hormuz to open. So every statement coming either out of the US or out of Iran or out of any of the mediators gives a big swing. And it has not, it's totally disconnected from reality, because reality is that we are at an all-time low of inventories. We are living on not on borrowed money, on borrowed barrels, which come from the SPR, the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, from other both commercial and government inventories. And you know, they can only keep on giving that long. At some stage, they're really at zero.
Have you ever seen anything like this? I mean, is this chapter we're in right now, would you say it's without precedent in our lifetime?
think it's without precedent in our lifetime. You know, we have seen other supply and demand shocks, but this is without precedent because it's been going on for so long. And when I look at the oil price, you know, going between 90 and 126 for Brent, these are humongous. Is a humongous volatility, which makes it, by the way, also difficult to hedge. Where are you going to hedge? And again, the geopolitical premium is not in there. We just had, I think yesterday or the day before, the CEO of Exxon came out and said, look, you have to be very careful because inventories are really at rock bottom.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to sort of looking towards a time when things return to normal, or if ever they return to normal, we don't know. Just actually interesting, I saw a headline before crossing to you. A study done by Reuters said that Brent crude is expected to average $90.44 a barrel in 2026. When they were forecasting back in April, it was $86.38 a barrel. So clearly a significant difference in just a few months. But supposing a deal is struck and things go back to normality, the Strait of Hormuz reopens, how long do you expect it to take for prices to normalize and settle at pre-conflict levels?
Well, first of all, I applaud Reuters for their optimism. My model is not that optimistic as far as the oil price is concerned. The other thing is, I would say it will take well into 2026 because we have ships in the wrong place. We have a lot of fields that had to be shut in. Some of them can be brought up easily again. Others, though, are more complex, and it's a complex industrial process to restart the field that has been shut in. And then we have degraded infrastructure, imports. We have degraded infrastructure also for LNG. 17% of Qatar LNG was taken out, plus all the extension. They had wanted to extend their capacity by 80% over this next year. So we are seeing real scarcity. The CEO of Saudi Aramco said about 2 weeks back, we are missing a cumulative billion barrels. And that is a lot. Consumption used to be, before this, 104, 105 million barrels a day. So globally. So this is really a lot.
Cornelia, let's speak for a moment about the impact of all of this, specifically on the Saudi economy. We're talking here about an environment which oil prices are significantly higher. Well, they fluctuate a lot and they can be much higher, but volumes much lower. So what does that translate into by way of an impact on the Saudi economy?
Well, KSA has been lucky, or actually not lucky. There has been a great foresight from the KSA of the government of KSA during the tanker wars, during the Iran-Iraq war, in building that east to west pipeline, which allows about 7 million barrels a day in crude and products to be evacuated, also from the port of Yanbu, which is on the other side on the Red Sea side of the country. But also the port has constraints as well. So they've been lucky in terms of, having been able to export more. And actually, Aramco has had a very good profit because of the higher oil price, right? In the end, what lands in their coffers is price times volume. But in the long run, it's also investors are looking at it. I'm very glad I still see investment going in. But the business model in GCC was we are a haven of stability in a sea of instability, and that haven of stability mantra has sort of gone somewhat. So I'm convinced that Saudi will come back. But it's just not going to be so easy.
So clearly the East-West pipeline has been a lifeline for the economy during this period of disruption. Do you think we might see greater connectivity and perhaps greater sort of expansion of the pipeline system?
Inshallah, yes. And I can see that other countries like Kuwait, Kuwait was really hit very badly. Countries like Kuwait, Bahrain could potentially at some stage feed into the pipeline. I also see great potential for the rail network. Saudi has really worked hard on building that rail connectivity for the rail network, also to be interconnected with other GCC countries. And that's important because we're not just talking oil and we're not just talking gas. We're also talking solids. We're talking fertilizer, which is, as I've said so many times, the thing that keeps me awake at night the most, because we can do many things, but we cannot live without food. 30% of nitrogen-based fertilizer comes through the Strait of Hormuz. So I can see rail with aluminium, other things which have to be transported by ship or by rail. So I can see better connectivity amongst some of the GCC countries by rail and pipeline.
Okay, so the idea of shortages, physical supply shortages, has already come up in this conversation. I'd like to ask you where we've seen the most severe of those shortages, in what category we've seen the shortages, because there was a lot of talk just a couple of weeks ago about jet fuel running out in Europe.
Yeah, there is. And we have seen first the shortages in the not so affluent countries in Southeast Asia. More than 80% of oil and gas coming out of Hormuz goes to Asia. So we've seen Thailand, we've seen the Philippines, Laos, Cambodia, and they've gone to, Vietnam. They've gone to 4-day weeks and so on, seen shortages. We have seen East Asia a little bit more insulated because at the start of the war, both Korea and Japan had about approximately 200 days worth of storage. China has bought so much oil when it was cheap and has a lot of storage. Also, these inventories, they're getting depleted rapidly. So if this is not ending, I can see physical shortages coming up in Asia and also in Europe. And when we see that, we will see real demand destruction.
Okay, and just to wrap up, Cornelia, looking ahead, what do you think are going to be the legacies and the lessons learned from this whole chapter?
Well, I think if you're an importer, it's the diversification of supplies. You need to make sure that you have a broad spectrum of supplies, which is not that easy. The one thing that really again concerns me is how the developing world is coping, because they're being priced out of the market for gas, for oil, for fertilizer. And so I do hope that we will again fund developmental, the state-run developmental agencies, the UN, the multilateral agencies, because they are woefully underfunded. So we might see food insecurity. So we need to do something. So I hope against hope that people will realize that this sort of funding is important.
Okay, we're going to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to share your expertise with us, as ever. Cornelia Meyer, economist and CEO of Meyer Resources. Thank you for your time today, madam. Let's get a quick look at some of the other stories from the week. And the national carrier Saudia has taken delivery of its first Airbus A321 XLR, making it the first airline in the region to operate this new long-range narrow-body aircraft type. Well, the jet has a range of up to 9 hours. The aircraft will introduce elements of the new Saudia experience, which includes upgraded business class suites, enhanced entertainment, and onboard Wi-Fi systems. Well, the partnership between Airbus and Saudia dates back to the year 1984. Saudi Arabia is emerging as one of the Middle East's fastest growing electric vehicle markets. In line with Vision 2030, the kingdom is pushing ahead with plans to diversify its economy and reduce emissions. Well, a new report from the International Energy Agency says that EV sales across the Middle East rose by 40% last year. Well, the kingdom is investing heavily in domestic manufacturing with Lucid Motors and the Saudi-backed EV brand Seer. And at the same time, charging infrastructure is expanding nationwide. Saudi Arabia is accelerating its plan to push and expand the mining sector, issuing 80 new mining licenses during the month of March. Well, that's more than double the number granted during the previous month. Well, the new permits include exploration licenses, quarry licenses, and small-scale mining approvals. Well, Saudi Arabia is seeking to unlock an estimated $2.5 trillion US worth of untapped mineral resources, which include gold, zinc and phosphate. And Saudi Arabia is going to be seeing a lot more of a new concept in the convenience store space. The first 4 branches of Swift by Lulu have been inaugurated. And more of these new format stores are going to be popping up at high traffic locations across the kingdom, such as at metro stations, petrol stations and airports. Well, the Lulu Group, which says the goal of these stores is speed, convenience and quality, says it aims to open 100 such Swift stores across Saudi Arabia by 2030. Now, despite the regional tensions, Saudi Arabia's economy is showing resilience. That is the takeaway from fresh analysis, which points to the fact that the kingdom's Purchasing Managers' Index has now rebounded into growth territory. Other indicators of the health of the Saudi economy are a real GDP growth of 2.8% year-on-year in Q1. Consumer spending is also up, driven by strong e-commerce activity and continued demand for digital payments. And unemployment among Saudis has fallen, particularly among women. Meanwhile, the credit ratings agency Moody's has affirmed the kingdom's credit rating of AA3 with a stable outlook. Well, I'm joined for more analysis by Jamil Ahmed, who is a global market commentator and chief analyst at GTC. Thank you so much for joining us, Jamil. Always a pleasure having you on the programme. Saudi Arabia's economy looking pretty resilient despite the regional context. I just want to ask you, first of all, what's been happening on the equity markets?
I think that's exactly the message. That in fact, although the economies in the region are very close to where the unfortunate events are taking place, actually, in terms of economic data and what's happening in the market, they're not showing the same levels of sensitivity as potentially some markets in Asia and so forth. I think when you look at what's happening in the Tadawul, we've got a year-to-date advance now of 5%. This year, the gains have been moderate, around 0.3% this week. And again, what you're also seeing on a global picture, you have the S&P 500, which has hit its 16th record high for 2026 just a couple of days ago. You've got markets rallying across Asia, mainly in South Korea and Japan, based on this hopeful ceasefire extension news. And those are the economies that are seen to be more sensitive by oil price imports, what's happening in the Strait of Hormuz, and so forth. And I just want to quickly point the picture here of what's happening in the United States and what actually might help emerging market focus, including Saudi Arabia, over the second half of 2026. You've had inflation data a couple of days ago that's come out from the United States, showing its fastest pace of increase for roughly 3 to 4 years. The pace that we haven't seen since the start of the Russia-Ukraine events. And that actually suggests that the US Federal Reserve are going to keep interest rates in the United States unchanged, likely for the remainder of 2026, unless the traffic in the Strait of Hormuz clears up very fast. But that's unlikely to be the case. And that means for emerging markets, what's happening in the GCC specifically, those currencies that are pegged to the US dollar, they're likely to see more resilience and strength. And there's going to be less temptation to take flows and investments out of emerging markets based on the United States unlikely to cut interest rates, which is something we thought would happen on a regular occurrence in 2026. But geopolitics had different ideas.
OK, Jamil, just before we cross to you, I listed a few indicators that stood out for me as being indicators that the overall health of the Saudi economy was healthier. I was just wondering what indicators have stood out for you?
The PMI indicators, because you did have that contraction that come out in March based on what happened in the region. But actually in April, we returned back to growth. So I think the PMIs are very important because it shows what actually activity has happened in the domestic economy, as well as demand internationally for Saudi Arabian goods and as exports, and not only for oil. So I think those PMI figures are going to very much remain something to watch over the coming months. I would also look at what's happening with consumer spending. We do have consumer spending that's continuing to increase, although at a more moderate pace when you compare what happened in March 2025 to March 2026. We only saw growth moderately of around 1%. But what's encouraging is that you're still seeing signs of spending continue to increase and broaden the net in aspects such as what's happening in hotels, tourism, restaurants, food, beverage, events. And those are all key elements and pillars towards the 2030 strategic vision. So this shows that a lot is happening and it is working. It just happens to be that what's happening globally is, of course, impacting the world economy. And there just might be some moderation when it comes to the outstanding GDP and economic data figures that we did see on irregular occurrence in 2025.
And in terms of the growth figures, the GDP growth figures, I mean, there are a couple of different numbers out there. There's the IMF figure. There's other estimates as well. I mean, what are you seeing? What's standing out for you there?
The institutions are still upbeat when it comes to the Saudi Arabian economy. You're seeing most institutions are ranging somewhere around 3% growth expected for 2026. It's a little bit of a downward revision compared to what we had a couple of months ago, but that's going to be the case anyway, considering what's happened geopolitically. And of course, we're seeing a world economy that is also being revised lower based on what's happening in the atmosphere and that uncertainty. Q1 GDP data, year on year, those initial estimates suggest 2.8% growth. So we do expect, looking at the 3%, 3.1% average expected over the course of 2026, that activity should start picking up over the second half of the year.
Yeah, 3.1%, I think, is the IMF's number at the moment for the Saudi economy. What about consumption data? Anything standing out for you there?
I would say what's standing out is a bit of a broader than the net. Again, growth is a bit more moderate when it comes to consumer spending compared to what it's been over the past couple of years. But we're still seeing some growth. And again, it's those industries such as what's happening with restaurants, food, beverage, retail sales and so forth, that does show that people are coming into Saudi Arabia and spending on the domestic economy. And I think that's helped by inflation is a lot weaker in Saudi Arabia compared to what I just mentioned in the United States. Inflation is averaging somewhere between around 1.7% so far over the past couple of months, where again, I've mentioned the US inflation reading just a couple of days ago is its fastest pace in roughly 4 years. And that's an economy that's not as impacted in terms of geographically compared to others that are impacted by what's happening in the region. And I think the unemployment rate is starting to come down a bit more. We've got 7.2% unemployment compared to roughly 7.5% towards the end of last year. So I think there's a couple of different drivers here that are supporting these economic figures.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say the number I gave, the figure that I gave just before we crossed to you, what really stood out for me was in the midst of this healthy employment situation and the health of the overall Saudi labour market. Interesting to see that unemployment amongst Saudi women has fallen. So overall, what you're seeing, the indicators looking pretty healthy for the Saudi labour market, you're saying?
They are, not just for the labour market, I think for other aspects for the economy. Of course, there are global uncertainties that are taking place, external forces, which you do expect as the economy continues to diversify. You are going to see some impacts from what's happening across the world. But generally speaking, it's not just a message of resilience. It's also a message of steady goes the ship, because you're seeing different aspects of the economy, from inflation, from the unemployment rates, to what's happening with consumer spending and so forth. They're all supporting the domestic economy little by little. But again, as we head towards our 2030 vision, we're going to have more strategic focus on those aspects, because that's what's going to help economy get over the line should we continue to have external uncertainties happen in the world.
Okay, and just lastly, one indicator where we have seen things sort of cooling off a little bit is in the real estate market. What are you seeing there?
I think it's a bit early to tell and to say that the regional situation is impacting the retail market. We also have to take a very strategic focus here. There were a couple of years to go to the 2030 vision. We have certain strategic locations that are going to see increased retail demand for homes and apartments and so forth. Also going to have a lot of projects finish and conclude, especially when it comes to the expansion of Riyadh. That means that the supply and demand issue is not as maybe significant as what it was just a few months ago. And you still have major focus towards aspects such as the 2030 Expo, the 2034 World Cup, which is all going to suggest more home building taking place in the economy. So I don't think it's necessarily going to be a downturn, but maybe just, again, growth is moderating.
All right, we really appreciate you taking the time to share all that with us. Jamil Ahmed, Global Market Commentator and Chief Analyst at GTC, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
More than 1.7 million people gathered in Mecca over the course of the past week for this year's Hajj pilgrimage. Well, for Saudi Arabia, the annual pilgrimage is not only a major religious event, but also a significant logistical and economic operation, supporting airlines, hotels, transport networks, and retail activity across the kingdom. Well, the Hajj highlights Saudi Arabia's growing role as a regional transport and logistics hub, with authorities managing large-scale flows of visitors from around the world. Well, analysts say the pilgrimage demonstrates the scale of the kingdom's infrastructure investment and its ability to maintain major international events, not least during a period of heightened regional instability. Well, playing a central logistical role, the Haramain high-speed railway, which connects Mecca, Medina, Jeddah and King Abdulaziz Airport. Well, here's what a spokesperson for Saudi Arabia Rail had to say about it.
The train is considered one of the fastest trains in the world, with a speed of 300 kilometers per hour. It is the fastest means of transport for pilgrims from this airport towards Medina or Mecca. It can cover the distance from the station to Mecca in just minutes, and it can also cover the distance from the station to Medina in 1 hour and 45 minutes, while this journey between Mecca and Medina takes only 2 hours. During this year's Hajj season, more train trips were provided through the fleet, offering more than 2,200 seats for pilgrims.
Okay, so 1.7 million people from 165 different countries took part in the Hajj this year. That's all we have time for on The Real Deal. We're going to leave you with these time-lapse images from the Hajj. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again next week for another edition of The Real Deal here on Arabiya English.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Because humans are naturally nostalgic, they search for their beginnings and the first moments of everything around them. It is in our nature to cherish what we consider precious, to protect our memories, even those that break our hearts. Who among us has not kept the letter yellow with time? A lover's perfume in a glass bottle. A grandmother's earrings passed through gentle hands. A photograph. A record. a book that carries the warmth of a heartbeat. Can we say that everyone has their own museum? Why do we chase the warmth of faces long gone, the echo of feelings that once lived within us? Why does the human heart wander endlessly backward, spending half its life in the soft light of yesterday? What are the origins of the museum? When did humanity decide that its treasures should belong to everyone? The story of museums, those guardians of culture and memory, begins much earlier than most imagine. From a princess's private trove to vast institutions welcoming millions, the museum has evolved into a space where the boundaries between the private and the public dissolve, transforming personal passion into a shared heritage.
The Louvre has always been in the center of Paris. That is to say, it has been the heart of Paris for almost 800 years. And Paris, in the year 1190. It is necessary to go back that far to find a Paris without its Louvre. It was in that year that King Philip Augustus built himself a fortress, a place to keep his jewels, his dogs, and his prisoners of war.
As everyone knows, the Louvre Museum is not just a museum. For decades, it has been one of the tools of soft power, and the actual decision regarding its management and security rests with the Élysée Palace. Around the world, there have been nearly hundreds of famous museum thefts. This isn't the first time the Louvre has been targeted, but the October 2025 heist, which unfolded in plain sight of guards and visitors, may be among the boldest in its history.
The heist of the Louvre was a tremendous shock on October 19th. We had several small burglaries in museums right before. The Museum of Natural History, golden pellets were stolen. So this was like a series. We were like a nation in shock. Why can't we protect anything of value? And secondly, there was a sort of shock about the fact that there was insufficient security. So we were blaming insufficient security, so laxness and indifference, and at the same time, some sort of national curse.
From the Apollo Gallery 50 years ago, the sword of King Charles, made around 6 kilograms of gold, studded with precious stones, vanished from its display and has never been recovered. But the real story here isn't the theft itself, but what it says between the lines. Why are museums robbed more easily than jewelry stores? Why do surveillance systems, guards, reinforced glass, and alarms so often fail to do their jobs?
Let's say that a jewelry store has a limited perimeter, it's a small area, and they have strict access control, and they have standardized procedures. But for a museum, it's by nature an open venue. They welcome people, so you have a lot of flows, and it's always a compromise between access, conservation, and visitor experience. So of course it's a whole chain of security that has to be set up, and that is a very complex way how to set up. And also, if one aspect is not well secured, is the whole chain which is deficient.
Well, jewelry stores expect to be robbed. The National Museums, any museum, knows it's a possibility, but too many armed guards inside the museum would give a bad feeling, and plus they really don't want a guard to pull out a gun and shoot. In most museums, the artwork is not insured, and jewelers are insured. So the jewelers, you know, they can put up a fight, but in the end, it's not that tragic for them. For a museum, they don't put up a fight. It's almost counterintuitive, but, you know, they should be guarded like crazy since they don't have insurance. But it's exactly the reverse that happens.
On a bright morning on the 19th of October 2025, a theft unfolded in the heart of Paris that stunned the world. Not for its scale alone, but for its symbolism. In broad daylight, priceless artifacts vanished from the Louvre, the world's most visited museum and one of France's proudest institutions. Considering this latest Louvre heist, the getaway truck was itself stolen from a small town on the outskirts of Paris called Louvre. It somehow made its way into one of the busiest, most heavily monitored areas of the French capital. The truck stopped, 4 men got out, 2 entered the gallery, took what they came for, and left. All happened in just 7 minutes. This is what has been confirmed. Digging into details, sources say that those 7 minutes were invested wisely. 3 minutes and 57 seconds were enough to smash the glass, snatch 2 displays of jewels, and escape without anyone lifting a finger to stop them. All this in a city where Parisians swear that if anyone parks his car in that same spot for even a minute, police patrols would appear from every direction, issue a fine, and order the driver to move immediately.
It's a symbol of France. What happened in the Louvre was shocking. We always see police cars all over Paris every minute, but here in this spot and specific minute, no police car was there to stop the robbery. It is shocking.
So that's what really shocked us. The easiest way they could use to do that, it was like acting normally, you know, being part of the environment.
The world is expecting more security from this kind of places, of course. One day or one other, we will have also a security failure in the Tour Eiffel.
The thieves did know everything about the Louvre's method of operation. They knew that the jewels were reinstalled every morning. The jewels are taken away at night and hidden in a safe place and brought back at exactly a few minutes before opening. And they knew that that was the vulnerable moment to jump in, because security would have been moving around. So obviously they had infiltrated somebody who had done all this investigating.
Merde. Ok, merci.
Les individus sont en scooter, ils vont quitter.
La police.
ACC pour passage du Suez, qu'on arrête les entrées. C'est bon.
Experts say museum officials long believed that a daylight robbery of a major museum was virtually impossible. Yet growing evidence suggests the Louvre thieves may have received assistance from inside the institution itself. Some even speculate that the perpetrators had a digital or human Trojan horse inside the museum, a secret accomplice who is now just a stunned observer like everyone else. Still, these are speculations nonetheless.
All kind of cyber intrusion or any insider that could link some crucial information are always options that has to be taken into consideration for investigation.
I am not inside the investigation, but it's very probable that they had somebody inside who told them how weak the system was. It's very plausible. Very plausible. But we have to wait the end of the investigation.
Is it somebody like a one guard or some cleaner or something like that? That's where the suspicions would go. But that it was an inside operation that was commanded by people inside who working against their own institution, no, that has not been considered in the end by the investigation, nor the fact that it would be a foreign nation.
According to what we know about what they said, the criminals said during their arrest, and also what they have, what the investigators have discovered, there was no any traceability of intrusion. Could be internal insider providing with crucial information, or any kind of cyber attack on the system in the Louvre. So for the moment, nothing goes to that explanation.
Hours after what many are calling the heist of the century, Hichem Daoud, a political anthropology researcher at France's National Center for Scientific Research, reflected on the deeper implications of the theft. France may have recovered its most valuable artifact, Daoud said, but what was wounded today cannot be healed by reclaiming a mere object. What was shaken was the belief that the symbols of the French nation are untouchable, that the pride of an entire country could not be threatened in a matter of minutes. He continued, "The crown has returned to the Louvre and may soon shine again, and perhaps the remaining stolen pieces will be recovered. But the image of that crown lying abandoned on the roadside will haunt the national memory. Deep down, the French fear that one day their country could resemble that crown, stripped of pride, of grandeur, and of protection."
You know, everybody, the newspaper reported that something very easy, and then the jewelry is lost forever. It's part of organized crime, and we will never find them.
Those jewels are considered to be national treasures, and who would dare do this in front of everybody and steal them? So museums are behind in their thinking. They got it more or less backwards. And there is another problem, that when you steal from a museum, you have to dispose of the artwork on the black market. So these jewels will have to be cut and transformed in order to be sold. And there is another problem, since it's a national affront. They have 100 police working on this. I mean, for a jewelry store, you wouldn't necessarily have that many police. So it's really very counterintuitive, and it's just this illusion of ease that the criminals saw, which made them try such a thing after a whole series. But after this, I think the French museum world will change completely. I was in another museum when it happened, and I saw the guards got nervous and started walking around Napoleon's sword. So there's going to be a reaction.
Ironically, some observers note the stolen items may be the only pieces in the Louvre that weren't already stolen from somewhere else to begin with. Historians estimate that nearly 80% of the museum's collection originated from colonial conquests and imperial expeditions. That uncomfortable truth, many argue, is the real core of the story. European analysts see the heist as a mirror held up to France itself, a nation strained by political instability, economic fatigue, and growing social unrest.
I guess you are not expecting the President of the Republic to be in front of the museum and be like that and prevent robbery. I mean, it's not his role, okay? I think that somebody has to be blamed, is the lady in charge, the director of the Louvre. She has to be blamed because she receives the report and the warning. She is the one who should dismiss. She's the one who has to resign. not the president. I mean, the president, you cannot expect your president to be in front of each of your museum, I guess.
It wasn't just a robbery, one senior cultural critic in Brussels said. It was a symbolic message proclaiming that what France once took can also be taken from France. Investigators remain tight-lipped about how the thieves managed to infiltrate one of the most secure museums in the world in broad daylight. Yet the brazenness of the act and its timing between a collapsing government and another trembling under pressure has deepened public unease. To many, it feels as though the country's sense of pride and protection has been breached.
It's a symbol that has been attacked, and for France, it's really a very critical and even political issue, let's say. And also the amount of the law, which is the value of the jewelries are around 88 million euros.
With considerable intelligence, because really the timing was incredible. And they got lucky because the police went to the wrong place when they finally got the alarm. And they were also lucky, these burglars, because the casing of the jewels was not as, it wasn't impenetrable. Okay, this was not Fort Knox. So they did have some time to drill a hole in the glass, and the Louvre doesn't have armed police inside. You have to go get them. You just have security, and they came in, and the burglars threatened them with these drills, and so really nobody wanted to be attacked. And in the past, there have been guards who were overpowered and gagged and tied up a few decades ago. So nobody wants to go through that.
We often read the phrase, inspired by a true story, at the beginning of some movies or even some novels. But what happened at the Louvre seems to be the complete opposite. Who among us did not notice the mysterious resemblance between the recent Louvre theft and the plots of the famous French series Lupin and the film The Thomas Crown Affair released in 1999? Were these stories merely a coincidence? Or were they hidden maps of an event that actually took place at the Louvre on the morning of October 19, 2025?
The beginning is disturbingly similar because it's the same part of the Louvre which is burglarized. However, in the series, it's a public auction which is attacked, and in reality, it's simply the room, the display room. So there's that difference. However, the quality of the burglars seems to be similar. They are not, international robbers like Arsène Lupin is supposed to have been. This imaginary figure, it's not Ocean 11 or one of those kind of high-class mythical movie attacks. These were just general, jewelry robbers who did this.
The comparison is a bit exaggerated because, okay, we have the Louvre, which is a world icon, and it's very romantic place as well. But the idea of also acting during the day, so the fact this is very surprising. Unfortunately, I have to say that as I mentioned previously, obviously no political and no other objective in this health to get profits and to exploit a security gap, and that's all.
Astonishing that they were able to do something like that in such a short amount of time with no one really noticing what was going on. Right. So it really was like an ultimate heist in the middle of the day.
It almost sounded like a movie.
Well, you would imagine like high level of security, especially protecting certain things. So when you have something valuable at home, you try to protect it, right? Imagine a museum with lots of history, lots of years worth of, right? So, yeah. very surprised.
Here, the sequence of events can be laid out chronologically as follows. First came the theft itself. Then the wave of astonishment, not only in France but globally. Third, the rapid spread of the news, thanks to social media networks. The fourth was the collapse of any sense of time as the public demanded quick answers before shock could turn into yet another crisis from Macron's government, which was already navigating intense political pressure at the time. In such a situation, it was only natural to resort to artificial intelligence to understand what had happened.
Today, technology does not grant the luxury of time. For example, in the recent Louvre Museum theft, just a few hours after the incident, social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos, perhaps exaggerated, created with the help of artificial intelligence, all seemingly mocking the theft. This allowed those behind technology screens to be journalists, analysts, and even investigators. For example, I didn't fly to Paris or enter the Louvre. The only truth about the video you've just watched in the Louvre is my photo, just a silent photo that I gave to AI to generate this video. I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there. Only AI did. This was nothing but an experiment to understand today's powerful technology.
Trying to find a kind of plot in this due to the political and social situation in France. Macron is always used for groups that are against the situation and let's say the current political scene. It's another way how to attack France, or more specifically its president.
On ne tire pas sur une ambulance. You don't shoot ambulance. When somebody is weak, it's always easier to ban him and to blame him. Okay? I myself, I don't blame the president for that. I blame the lady in charge, the director of the museum. She is the one who had the report. She is the one in charge. She is the one who must be taken accountable on that.
History never knew the dragon we speak of today, the artificial intelligence. Yet history tells us that the Babylonians and the civilizations that followed them in Mesopotamia, along with the ancient Egyptians, Persians, Romans, Greeks, and others, were the ones who first conceived and developed the idea of a museum through centuries of accumulated experience. But today, things have changed. In recent years, virtual museums have emerged, presenting their collections in an intangible digital space, one no thief or vandal can ever touch. And now, artificial intelligence enters this vast landscape once again. Perhaps we are on the brink of transformation that will redefine museums and their security altogether. Whether physical or virtual, the museum remains a place where history completes its cycle, where history became full circle, returning us to the same human impulse to collect, preserve, and display.
It was the French and the British. The French Revolution, they took the royal collections and they said, okay, this is not just for the nobility who are coming once in a while, and not just for art students, it can be opened up to everyone. So it was made accessible, especially to art students and on certain days to the public. And it became popular. And the British did the same thing with the British Museum. Now, in the 19th century, museums were also research centers. You know, they do a lot of archaeology in the Middle East. They did a whole lot of Egyptology. That's really what got them off the ground. And then they stored the big national paintings, you know, a Napoleon crossing, a mountain pass, and such grand paintings. But after, it is in the 20th century that it really got off the ground, because it became a mass tourism attraction and brought in a lot of revenue.
Museums, despite their symbolic and cultural weight, are not all fortified like high-end jewelry stores. They rarely anticipate the possibility of a bold daylight robbery. And so, the weaknesses are far greater than the average visitor ever imagines. In just minutes, the heist of the century, as the French now call it, along with royal crowns and historic necklaces, vanished into the bustle of Parisian streets. The spectacle stunned the French and the world, revealing the fragility of a place long thought to be one of the safest guardians of human heritage. Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet? The world found itself witnessing an event where time seemed to stand still. An audience surrounded by a forest of phone cameras inside a hall devoid of surveillance. In the past, before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets, joining strikes, waving flags, writing songs, demanding justice. Technology no longer grants time the luxury of time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Moscow. Time to visit Moscow, the heart of Russia. The city of Moscow represents both the Russia of the past and the present. It is known as a city that has inspired authors and poets for being the center of the Soviet mystery during the Cold War. Moscow has over 10 million residents, consisting of mainly ethnic Russians. It has been heralded as one of the world's most expensive cities, being an international business center. Many global corporations have set up corporate branches in Moscow. The closer to the center you stay, the more expensive accommodations in Moscow will be. If you're on a budget, it's recommended to stay outside of the city instead. The Moscow Kremlin is located in the heart of the city, making it the seat of Russia's government. Tourists in Moscow today have the privilege of seeing the architecture even back during the reign of Ivan the Terrible, such as St. Basil's Cathedral. These serve as signs of Russia's history, from how the Tsars once ruled over it as the president does today. Moscow is also home to the greatest writers of Russia. Many of them lived in the capital city, some born there, others died there. These legendary writers all left literary masterpieces to pay homage to. Many Russian author museums can be found in Moscow that tourists will definitely appreciate. In Moscow, you'll also find the Tretyakov Gallery, which is the city's cultural treasure. It is considered the world's most important museum of Russian art, featuring the masters Repin, Vrubel, and others. There's also the Armory Museum, which features a special collection of jewels, crowns, thrones, and carriages from royal Russia. The Armory State Diamond Fund preserves these important symbols of Russia as a tsardom and an empire. Moscow is also known for its intense winter season, lasting for until April. Summers can be very hot, but still bearable. Fall begins early, making May to September a good time for a visit. A tour around the city is also possible via commute. Moscow's metro system is fast and efficient, inexpensive and easy. The metro stations are in fact attractions in themselves. That way, you get around the city in convenience and style. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome to this special Counterpoints interview on Al Arabiya English. I'm Melinda Nucifora, coming to you from Singapore, from the International Institute for Strategic Studies Shangri-La Dialogue. The Shangri-La Dialogue is one of the world's most keenly watched and high-profile defence summits. It brings together heads of state, ministers, military officials and security analysts from more than 40 countries. Now, one global conflict that is always at the top of the agenda at any defence summit, and it has been at this one, is going to be the war in Ukraine. So I have the pleasure of joining me here on Al Arabiya English, former Ukrainian Foreign Minister and non-resident Senior Fellow at the Carnegie Endowment for International Peace, Pavlo Klimkin. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks for having me. Pleasure.
Let's start with the most recent developments that we've seen in recent days. A drone, allegedly a Russian drone, hit a residential building in Romania. Should Europe be bracing for more direct spillover from this conflict?
Definitely, because you can consider it as a sort of collateral damage. if you use, like Russia, all these drones in a very targeted way, with clear sense of escalation now. And what's going on is escalation because the Russians badly wanted to sort it out over our heads and over Europe with the US administration, talking about encourage spirit, whatever. Now they failed. They clearly understand they're stuck around the front line. And it's a kind of escalation they want to use to raise the stakes now. Because of this escalation, all kind of, let's call it accidents, but it's not just coming out of nowhere, because we had Poland, we had other countries with Russian drones, and now it's directly targeted not just a field somewhere around, but something where people live. And now it's about people's life. For the European Union and NATO, it's a kind of dilemma because escalation is tricky to accept. But not to react now is not an answer anymore. It's about clear weakness.
It's interesting you say that because we have done an interview with the NATO chair of the military committee, Admiral Giuseppe Cavo-Dragoni, and we'll be bringing that to our audiences following your interview. He has said, as has the Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, that NATO, and I quote, stands ready to defend every inch of Allied territory. Is it? And at what point does Europe expect NATO to stop talking about defending its territory and actually defend it?
We talk a lot about Article 5, but unfortunately we rarely mention Article 4. And Article 4 is about perception. It's about threat perception, and it's about coming together and discuss urgently how to react. And it's not about now and here. It's about a clear idea that what the Russians have been doing is systemic in the sense of targeting Europe and NATO. It's about critical infrastructure. It's about drones. It's basically about cognitive warfare. It's all there. But now on the top of that, it's a sort of, sorry for my citizens, normal warfare coming into Europe and targeting people directly. Not to react to that is about NATO's credibility and EU's credibility. So to get together, to enact Article 4 and to come up with a clear response towards the Russians is fundamental now.
By that, are you saying if they don't react in a tangible way, they will have lost credibility? Definitely.
It's not about escalating their response, but it's about clear and bold response and telling the Russians what they can do under any circumstances and clearly outlining a reaction now and next time, clearly, not kind of going confidentially through back channels, which is also important, but clearly saying now it's about how we're going to react. And if it comes next time, it's going to be about our reaction, and it's going to be about raising the stakes, like you have been trying to raise the stakes. I mean, escalation is not just about hardware. Escalation is about psycho. It is about understanding whether you are credible and whether you are bold enough in your next step. There is a fundamental rule in geopolitics. If you have a leverage, you have to show it. If you have shown your leverage, just use it. Otherwise, you don't have one. So if NATO and EU don't show their leverages now, I mean, at least showing their leverage, it could be pretty challenging for their credibility, I would say.
Russia has signalled that it's preparing a sharp escalation in the war. It's warned of consistent and systemic missiles attack on the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. What do you read into that? Is that a genuine threat that this is a turning point? Or does it say to you that Russia is looking for a way to try and exert its leverage that perhaps it may not have?
It's not what can come somewhere in the future. It's now. Just a couple of days ago, I came overnight to the Kyiv railway station from the city of Ivano-Frankivsk, and there were strikes every couple of minutes. It was one of the biggest strikes on Kyiv. So to talk about escalation, it's something which goes towards DC and European capitals. For us, this escalation is now. But first, Ukrainians are tough and resilient. I recall my own apartment over winter with +7. +7 is tough, I would say, you know. But just imagine how grandmas and grandpas sitting in these cold apartments. But still, Ukrainians are pretty unique here. And second, yes, we've been fighting a kind of asymmetric fight, but we've been getting better. In the sense of our striking capability, in the sense of our production, dispersed productions, and the Russians are fundamentally unable to target our dispersed productions. It's about new ways of combating, it's about using AI, it's about using different kinds of drones. On the Black Sea, who could have imagined 4 years ago that now we are in control of considerable part of Black Sea with the Russian Black Sea fleet kind of stuck close to the Russian coast? I mean, it was totally unimaginable. So the whole idea of asymmetric deterrence is there. What we have shown is that if you fight for your existence, if you have a kind of horizontal society like us Ukrainians, people talking to each other, creating different sort of ecosystems, you can win. Something fundamentally unimaginable. So my point, we are not afraid of any escalation. And it's not about a sort of slogan. It's about our mentality. Yes, people are kind of tired of this war. Yes, it's something which is inside you. But I've been browsing around the country a lot. I can tell you, I never heard someone saying, look, now because we are tired, we have to give up. Or I never heard something, no, I'm so afraid. Some people go to a safe place during attacks. Some people don't. But no one saying he or she is afraid. In this sense, I'm also personally very proud of my fellow Ukrainians. So any kind of threat now coming from Moscow is a sort of signal. We kind of failed to have a deal over the heads of Ukraine, over Europe, and now we have to come up with something else. But the idea simply to come up with a sequence of threats is not what would work. Never, ever.
Well, then maybe that already answers my next question. Should Ukraine agree to freeze the conflict along its current front lines to allow for a long-term peace to be negotiated?
Land is sacred for everybody. It's something which is in our DNA. With all our history, ancient history, medieval history. But what is at stake in this war is Russian control over Ukraine. Because the Russians believe we are not Ukrainians, we are kind of wrong Russians. No Ukrainian history, no Ukrainian language, no rational argument would work there. Because it's their mythology. At this moment, we can't liberate all of our land. It will stay as not just a political message, but inside everybody. But it's not that we are not ready for some sense of compromise. We understand current reality. But we are not ready for giving up. We are not ready for a kind of capitulation which would give Russia control over Ukraine. Political control. Russia wants to limit our sovereignty. It's sovereignty what is at stake. Foreign policy, simply to deprive us of any freedom of decisions. Domestic policy, you can do this, you can do what? Territorial sovereignty, we have just discussed it. But also our defense sovereignty. In 2022, they wanted to limit our defense capacity with just a couple of thousands of people, no weapons, to make us totally defenseless. And we said, no way. So what is at stake is not just this line with all kind of our commitments to that. What is at stake is our Ukraine.
But if the conflict is so protracted, the front lines may move slightly one way or the other. But you've said that Ukraine at this stage can't re-liberate all of the land that Russia has been able to take. So what? Do we stay in this current situation indefinitely? No. I believe we will come to a sort of ceasefire. I can't speculate when it would come. I would love, as everyone in Ukraine, to come it rather soon than later. But where I have my doubt is a kind of what I would call peace agreement with Russia. Because we are galaxies, universes apart in what we want. We want our country as a democratic and European reality to join the European Union, to play our positive part. We don't want to define what the Russians want to do somewhere in Siberia. It's up to them. But they want to define what we can do in the future. And it's the whole asymmetry if they want to control us. Some people believe, and it's a kind of Russian narrative, it's all about sort of efforts to come towards NATO. And in 2014, when they started occupying Crimea, we were also legally non-bloc country. So it's for no way well. The whole stake here, and the only issue which should be sorted out is where Ukraine belongs to, and how we're gonna sort it out. So only in this case, and it's also about European security, we can have the fundamental answer to this war. You say, where does Ukraine belong? Who does it belong to? I guess that leads me then to a proposition, perhaps, a suggestion by the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, that Ukraine could have symbolic EU accession, saying it could formally join but without the privileges of membership. Is that an opportunity or is that a trap?
No, you started teasing up the German Chancellor. He's talking about a kind of phased approach. He's saying, look, we need to deliver on all the conditions. It takes time. And he's right.
Yeah.
I believe a kind of discount, let's call it discount, sorry for my cynicism here, is bad for us and bad for the European Union.
Why? Why is not symbolic membership better than no membership at all?
I mean real membership, because I did the European Union for kind of 25 years. He is talking not about kind of symbolic membership. He is talking about a sort of transitional reality where we can become part of different European institutions, but with our right to impact the decisions within the European Union limited for some time. Really transitional solution. Mm-hmm. Not, Moscow would be so happy if such an idea, would be realized in some moment in time.
So not something you're interested in?
What is not possible, never ever, is a kind of idea where we can't have our security delivery for us and for the European Union, and everybody in Europe clearly understand a sort of security engagement, security partnership, and security solidarity is not possible without a full membership. And secondly, we have talked about credibility. Now it's a kind of geopolitical pressure on the European Union. European Union has to deliver on our membership. If the European Union says, okay, fine, it's a sort of transitional idea, and we don't know for how long it's gonna stay, it's about European credibility. It's a very big point. Some people want to find a sort of oversimplified solution. I don't believe in oversimplified solution.
Mm-hmm. France's President, Emmanuel Macron, says that he's preparing to perhaps resume dialogue with Vladimir Putin. It would effectively end the EU's freeze on Russian diplomacy. How do you assess that? Do you think it's time to reopen the diplomatic channels between the EU and Russia?
First, it's not kind of talking to the Kremlin what is at stake. What is critical here is to talk from a position of strength. Just recall all kind of history of EU engagements with Russia. Whenever the EU started talking from a position of weakness, it failed. So the EU has to talk to Russia. It's my point, but has to talk from a position of strength. Now, the Americans kind of really involved on other dimensions. Secondly, Europeans understanding the whole reality, also with the Russian stock around the front line, has been changing. Whether it could be the best moment to start talking to Putin, if solidarity is there, if a clear mandate and really strong position is there, if Europe is ready to secure that such talks won't be used as a sort of manipulation, European countries against each other, it would be a good way for Europe to get its credibility, but also to show that the European Union is ready to become a player. Now, if you ask people here whether European Union is a real player, many people will tell you, yeah, maybe it's a good reality, maybe it's a positive one, we like the European Union, but whether European Union is a real geopolitical player, not really. I believe it's an amazing chance for the European Union to raise the stakes, to show its credibility. And it's all coming together. European security architecture, our membership in the European Union as part of that, and talking to Russia from a point of strength. If the EU, I mean Europe, because it's also about the Brits, it's also about Norwegians, it's also about Canadians maybe. I mean, Europe is, I mean, let's call it wider Europe. It could be a big chance for Europe. And Europe must, I really mean must use it now.
Mm. We're out of time, so I think that's a good point to leave it on. This is a critical point for Europe.
It's indeed a critical juncture for Europe, you're right.
Let's see if they take your advice.
They have to.
Pavlo Klimkin, it's been such a pleasure to have you here on Al Arabiya English. Thank you for your time.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Hello and welcome to this special interview here on Counterpoints, coming to you from the IISS Shangri-La Dialogue in Singapore. I'm Melinda Nucifora on Al Arabiya English, and we're pleased to welcome back to Counterpoints Admiral Giuseppe Cavo-Dragoni, the chair of the NATO Military Committee. Sir, thanks for being here.
Thank you to you.
Very quickly, I know that this is a very busy summit for you, one of the most influential defence summits in the world, so we won't take up too much of your time. Let's start with the current situation in Europe regarding the war in Ukraine. We've seen spillover into Romania, an alleged Russian drone attack or strike in Romania. NATO has said that it's ready to defend every inch of Allied territory. Is there a threshold, or what is that threshold, from when NATO stops saying it will defend its allies and when it feels the need to take action?
Well, NATO is already taking action, is reinforcing the eastern flank. We are considering to put some more effort there just to face this kind of event. This is an accident, of course. It is not an action against us. It's not an attack. So we also need to be able to manage, escalation and de-escalation, and this is the case. But NATO is acting already. It's not just talking. We are doing action there. We are enforcing, and we are expecting to be even more effective.
You mentioned the eastern flank there. Would you anticipate needing to move more assets to the eastern flank?
Yes, we will. We will organize that, and we will coordinate that under secure authority. So everything will be linked from the Baltic up to the Black Sea, and that's basically it. And we are keeping on enforcing that and studying what are the best counter-UAS assets we can use, and we are employing them.
The Secretary of Defence, Pete Hegseth, made a keynote address here at the Shangri-La Dialogue on Saturday. It seemed like he had a pointed remark to European allies, saying those who believe they can keep taking a free ride on the generosity of American taxpayers, those days are over. How do you think NATO and its allies will interpret those comments?
We are not in that case. We are doing our homework, so we are not living on anybody else's shoulder. We took a great commitment in The Hague last year, and we are expecting to have deliveries, and that will be a good point in Ankara summit. So we, as a military, expecting from Ankara confirm and delivery to what has been promised and committed in The Hague last year.
Admiral Giuseppe Cavo-Dragoni, thank you so much for taking a brief moment out of a busy summit here in Singapore to speak with Counterpoints. Thanks so much, sir.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black.
It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for this interview. Undoubtedly, the first question in light of the current security situation is your assessment of the implications of this war on the Saudi economy, as well as on the fund's strategy.
Naturally, the impact of the war is not limited to the Saudi economy or the fund's strategy alone, but extends to the global economy as a whole. Oil prices have increased, shipping and insurance costs increased, food prices have increased, as a significant portion of chemical fertilizers passes through Saudi Arabia and other Gulf countries. In addition, helium gas is facing difficulties reaching Taiwan, leading to delays in semiconductor chip manufacturing or increased costs. As for the fund, our strategy is long-term rather than short-term. It spans the next 5 years and represents a continuation and evolution of previous strategies since the fund's establishment in 1971, through the transformation phases in 2015 and 2017, followed by the 2021 to 2025 strategy, and now the current strategy for the period from 2026 to 2030.
We will return to the fund's new strategy or its next phase shortly. But specifically regarding the war, Your Excellency, were there any initial commitments to external deals that are now being reconsidered due to the impact of the war?
Some deals and investments are being reviewed, whether due to the war or for reasons related to economic feasibility. We continuously reassess our priorities and existing investments. I cannot say that we cancel a specific investment in favor of another, as this process is inherently dynamic, both in times of war and under normal circumstances. However, it is certain that the presence of war places greater pressure on the need to reposition certain priorities.
And where do the priorities lie?
Priorities are naturally defined based on national needs and aligned with the requirements of the national economy, which constitutes a key priority for us. We do not operate solely as financial investors. Rather, our role extends beyond that. Since the fund's establishment, the objective has not been limited to generating financial returns. While returns are an important part of the fund's goals, they are not the only objective.
Financial returns and developmental objectives for the fund. Based on that, how do you measure performance? And what KPIs do you rely on to assess what has been achieved for the Saudi economy?
KPIs are significant in light of what has been achieved. To answer this question, it is important to review the fund's stages of development since its establishment in 1971. In its early years, the fund focused on developing the local economy, particularly in the financial sector, the petrochemical sector, and infrastructure projects such as railways, playing a clear role in driving development. In 2015, a major transformation took place. Developmental goals were no longer the sole objective, but became part of a broader framework that also includes economic feasibility. Limiting objectives to development alone would mean overlooking the economic viability of projects. In 2015, following the transfer of the fund from the Ministry of Finance to the oversight of the Council of Economic and Development Affairs, work began on redefining its strategy for the 2018 to 2020 period as part of this transformation phase. During this transformation period, we established several companies and major projects, among the largest globally, were launched, including NEOM, the Red Sea Project, and Qiddiya. The fund also strengthened its partnerships locally and internationally, contributed to the creation of significant job opportunities, and enhanced collaboration with the private sector. At the start of 2021, the fund entered the third phase of its strategic development for the 2021 to 2025 period, marking a stage of expansion and growth while building on the achievements of previous phases. Several national companies were launched, including Roshen, Humine, and Savvy, while existing companies such as ACWA Power, Bari, and Ma'aden were further enabled and developed, with the fund playing a key role in expanding their operations and strengthening their impact. The current strategy, covering the period from 2026 to 2030, builds on this trajectory and focuses on transforming 13 strategic sectors into 6 integrated economic ecosystems.
On what basis were these ecosystems selected?
To answer this question logically, it is important to explain how the fund's investment structure has evolved. In the early phase of its strategy, the approach was based on a geographic allocation of investment objectives. The fund had 6 investment portfolios, 2 dedicated to international investments, 2 to domestic investments, and 2 to local real estate investments, including a dedicated portfolio for mega projects. We have now moved to implementing 3 main portfolios: the Vision Portfolio, the Strategic Investment Portfolio, and the Financial Investment Portfolio. Each of these portfolios has distinct investment objectives, although all are ultimately aimed at delivering strong financial returns. The Vision Portfolio focuses on enhancing integration across priority strategic sectors for the Saudi economy and the Public Investment Fund. It also aims to maximize value for the fund's companies and support local economic growth through the development of integrated economic ecosystems, numbering around 6. The second portfolio, which is the Strategic Investment Portfolio, focuses on managing and maximizing returns from strategic assets, while also increasing the economic impact of the fund's companies. The third portfolio, the Financial Investment Portfolio, is primarily focused on generating financial returns, both domestically and internationally.
Since the transformation, the fund has achieved average returns of around 7%. Are you now targeting higher returns than that?
Overall, yes. Let me provide a historical overview of the fund's achievements. The fund's AUM, or Assets Under Management, has grown from approximately 500 billion Saudi riyal in 2015 to more than 3 trillion riyal. Total shareholder returns have averaged around 7% annually. Approximately 750 billion Saudi riyals have been invested domestically, contributing an estimated 910 billion riyal to the GDP. Most importantly, local content has reached around 590 billion Saudi riyal. These indicators contribute to enhancing what is known as economic complexity, as the focus is not solely on GDP growth, but also on the diversification and sophistication of the economy, with local content being a key pillar of this concept. In addition, a number of global asset managers and investment funds have established regional headquarters within the kingdom. Also, from 2021 to 2025, foreign investments exceeding 75 billion riyals were brought into the Saudi market, with support from the fund.
Is foreign investor appetite today affected by the war?
Certainly, investor appetite is affected across the board, not just among foreign investors. Even European investors within Europe see shifts in sentiment, as do investors in Asia, whether in China, South Korea, Japan, or Indonesia. Everyone is impacted. That is because the war is not taking place in a remote region, but in one of the world's most critical areas for supplying essential commodities, including oil, gas, and their derivatives, as well as industrial fertilizers. As a result, it is only natural that the situation is having a clear impact.
Your Excellency, does the new strategy include any changes in the scale of investments to be deployed domestically compared to other investments?
In fact, this approach has been in place from the outset and is something we continue to build on. It has been reflected in the restructuring of investment portfolios into 3 main categories: the Vision Portfolio, the strategic investments portfolio, and the financial investments portfolio. Our primary focus remains on the Saudi economy by strengthening local investments in a way that delivers strong financial and commercial returns.
Is there a target ratio for the allocation of domestic investments?
From the outset, we announced that approximately 80% of investments would be domestic, compared to 20% allocated to international investments. Historically, the fund's focus on domestic investment was around 98.5% before international investments increased to approximately 30%. However, this does not mean reducing the absolute value of investments. Amounts may continue to increase, even if the percentage declines, as assets under management is expected to grow in the coming years. Therefore, even with a lower percentage, the total value of investments can still rise.
Your Excellency, over the past 5 or 6 years, we have seen some significant exits from the local market, particularly in the stock market, most notably the full exit from SABEC, as well as a reduction in your stake in STC. Could we see similar exits going forward?
Certainly.
This year?
I can't say whether it's this or the next, but in general, our investments go through around 7 stages, starting with the initial investment concept, followed by preliminary and detailed feasibility studies, then execution of the deal or project, company establishment, performance monitoring, and finally the 7th and most important stage, the sale. These stages are structured this way because exit or sale is a fundamental part of the investment cycle. No investor holds a single investment indefinitely. For example, we saw that SABEC had reached a suitable stage for us to exit, and that its transition to Aramco would create greater synergies between the two. As a result, we recycled the proceeds from that exit into new investments. Similarly, in telecoms companies or others, we reduce our stakes and redirect those investments into new or existing companies with the aim of expanding our investment scope and maximizing returns.
Your Excellency, even before the war, discussions in Saudi Arabia were centered around spending priorities, particularly with major upcoming events such as the World Cup and Expo. Where do spending priorities stand in the kingdom today?
As mentioned, spending priorities fall under the Vision portfolio, which consists of 6 main sectors. The first ecosystem is travel, tourism, and entertainment. The second is urban development and urbanization, including projects such as Roshan, New Maraba, and Kaft. The third is advanced industries and innovation, including companies such as Lefra and Sear. The fourth sector is logistics services, including companies such as Maiden, Hadid, and Bari. The fifth is infrastructure for renewable and clean energy, as well as water. The sixth infrastructure is NEOM. If we return to the first sector, that's travel, tourism, and entertainment, we find that it includes a number of companies that have been integrated under one framework. For example, King Salman International Airport. With major events such as Expo and the World Cup approaching, passenger numbers are expected to rise significantly. Therefore, we must invest more in developing and expanding King Salman Airport to accommodate this demand. Similarly, Riyadh Air aims to increase the number of routes and connect Riyadh to destinations around the world. Investment in Expo and the construction of World Cup stadiums are also key priorities within this sector. It is also important to note that priorities have evolved alongside the strategy. During the 2021 to 2025 period, artificial intelligence was not as prominent as it is today. As a result, some priorities have been reshuffled and investment objectives repositioned, with greater focus on AI infrastructure and investments in AI companies, both domestically, such as Humane, and internationally across regions including the United States, Europe, and Asia. Accordingly, the repositioning of investments remains an ongoing process, driven by emerging global priorities.
So, artificial intelligence is a priority today. Could defense also be a priority?
Defense is certainly one of our key priorities. It has been important in the past, but it carries even greater significance today. We have SAMI, a company specialized in defense industries. It falls under the third sector, which is advanced industries and innovation. This ecosystem also includes companies such as Humane, Tazaru, Sear, Sami, and Lefera in the healthcare sector.
Your Excellency, we have heard a lot about the reassessment of some major projects, or even the cancellation of some. Are these reports accurate?
This reinforces what we consistently emphasize. We continuously review our priorities. We rely on top-down approach and a bottom-up approach. The top-down approach is driven by the Public Investment Funds Board, where strategic directions and priorities are defined. The bottom-up approach, on the other hand, originates from the companies and projects themselves, with recommendations based on operational and investment realities. Accordingly, guidance is provided to our portfolio companies, and projects are reassessed in terms of their financing structure, whether they are fully funded through equity, through debt and loans, or by bringing in partners through joint ventures. As a result, there is always an ongoing review of how investments are directed. While the overall scale of a project may not necessarily decrease, but the level of capital investment from our side may be reduced.
For example, NEOM specifically, NEOM consists of several zones, and there has been a lot of talk about the cancellation of some projects within it.
So far, what is being circulated about the cancellation of projects in NEOM is not accurate. No projects have been canceled. However, the company has been directed to rearrange its priorities. There is a common perception that the line represents NEOM in its entirety, whereas in reality, it is just one of the projects under NEOM. Is it necessary for the line to be completed by 2030? I don't think so. It's good to have, but it's not a must-have. The must-have is the industrial zone Oxagon, which includes a port for commercial shipping and trade, multiple data centers, and hosts a number of local and foreign investors. Based on our strategy and the ecosystems we operate within, Oxagon is currently the most suitable focus for investment, while some other projects within NEOM may be deferred. As for deferrals, these are managed through directives given to our companies, including NEOM, within the framework of an integrated ecosystem under the Vision portfolio. The company itself evaluates these directives after receiving guidance from its board and the funds board, and we then await the company's plan on how to achieve all or part of the objectives in the most financially efficient way possible. Historically, most of the fund's projects, especially in mega projects, infrastructure, and real estate, were fully funded through equity from the fund. But is this the optimal approach? Certainly not. This aligns with our current strategy, which aims to achieve the same objectives or a significant portion of them with less capital. As an economic catalyst, we initially assumed the early-stage risks by developing the infrastructure. Once that phase is completed, it becomes much easier for the private sector, both locally and internationally, to step in and invest. For example, it would be extremely difficult for any private investor to initiate a project on the scale of NEOM or the Red Sea projects, given that their scope is comparable to entire countries, and in some cases even larger than certain European or Middle Eastern nations for a single company. Therefore, it is impossible for any private sector investor, whether local or international, to initiate. However, we initiated by putting infrastructure in place. And now, the Red Sea, most people, whether local or international, saw on the ground what offerings are in place, improved investor understanding, and consequently, increased interest. Today, we are seeing growing demand from both local and international investors to participate in these projects. I recently met with one of the largest American investment management firms, and they said, "We understand infrastructure, and we like it and want to invest in it." We have also observed that investors tend to invest in sectors they understand. As a concept, the Red Sea, or Roshan, are unprecedented in the entire world. As these projects evolve and become more concrete, investment decisions become much easier for them to make.
Your Excellency, let us move to the final topic in this interview, one that concerns a wide segment of viewers and has recently sparked debate, the sports sector. Specifically, the fund's investments in major football clubs, where questions have been raised about a lack of parity and fairness in spending among these clubs. How do you respond to that?
I don't think this is true. When comparing clubs within the kingdom to their counterparts in Europe, we see that systems such as financial fair play are implemented there. In Saudi Arabia, we aim to adopt similar frameworks once we reach a comparable level, in coordination with the relevant regulatory bodies, such as the Ministry of Sport and the Football Federation. In general, club revenues are derived from ticket sales, broadcasting rights, merchandise, and sponsorships. In Saudi Arabia, this is further supplemented by support from board members, as well as contributions from fans, which often come in the form of donations or financial backing. Naturally, clubs differ in the scale of these resources. Some receive greater support from their fan base or board members than others, which directly impacts their spending capacity. As for the fund, it invests in club companies at relatively similar levels. However, we cannot control donations or external contributions that fall outside its investment framework, whether from honorary members or fans.
However, the primary objective for these clubs remains their privatization and eventual sale. Are there serious negotiations underway in this regard?
Yes, there are ongoing negotiations, and we expect, God willing, to announce within the next 2 days the sale of our stake in one of the clubs.
Can we know the name of the club?
You will find out within the next 2 days, God willing.
And are there other deals that could be completed this year?
As mentioned earlier, our investments go through several stages, with the 7th being exit or divestment. We entered the club sector with the objective of improving governance, which was previously quite weak but has now significantly improved. We have also worked on enhancing financial sustainability and increasing club revenues, particularly on match days, where revenues have risen by approximately 120%, more than double. We are gradually moving toward the privatization of these clubs. While we may retain certain stakes, we will not remain the majority owner.
Your Excellency Governor Yasser Al-Rumayyan, thank you very much for this interview.
Thank you.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Jerusalem, an ancient city going back to more than 3,000 years. Jerusalem. It is one of the rare places that is layered with hundreds of years of history, while also being a bustling modern city. A visit to Jerusalem offers you world-class cuisine, plenty of religious and historical landmarks, and yes, archaeological relics. Also known as the Western Wall or Kotel, the Wailing Wall is the holiest place in Judaism. Millions of tourists arrive here each year to pray. The ancient wall is believed to be the last remnant of the second temple built by Solomon. Another religious site is the Golden Dome at the center of the Temple Mount, which can be seen from around the city. It is the third holiest site in Sunni Islam. The Church of the Holy Sepulchre is considered the most important pilgrimage site for Christians for centuries. But it will also be appreciated by art lovers and history buffs. Its interiors are designed with amazing mosaics. Israel Museum is the country's largest cultural institution. The place is most famous for housing the original Dead Sea Scrolls. Jerusalem's Yad Vashem is the world's largest Holocaust museum. It was built in honor of the millions of Jews who perished during World War II. The expansive 45-acre complex is Israel's second most visited site after the Western Wall. The Eucalyptus restaurant is great for a culinary escape. It combines Middle Eastern food in a fusion of nationalities and wonderful local ingredients. The Jaffa Road is ideal for a place to relax, hang out, and enjoy a good time. It runs through the heart of the new city. Both picturesque and arty, it is great to stroll down and cut off into the shopping and dining areas hidden behind it. In the streets around Zion Square are a buzz of bars and local hangouts, where you can sip on local Gold Star beer and people watch for hours. The Shuk, or Jerusalem's large open-air market, is a great place to find produce, meat products, and the like at great deals. A great deal of cafes and boutiques can be found here, making it a great place to wander. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on The Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
What if a drone that costs around $30,000 could force a country to spend millions just to shoot one down? That's Iran's battlefield advantage. It's called the Shahed 136, a one-way attack drone, sometimes called a kamikaze drone, designed to fly into its target and explode on impact. Each drone costs around $30,000 to $50,000 to make. It carries roughly 50 kilograms of explosives and can travel up to 2,000 kilometers. It's not especially fast, it's not especially sophisticated, but it's cheap, and that's the point. Iran's strategy isn't perfect precision, it's saturation, launching dozens, sometimes hundreds at once, to overwhelm air defenses. Even if most are intercepted, each one forces defenders to use missiles that can cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars per shot. Over time, that cost imbalance becomes a weapon in itself. During recent escalations, UAE authorities to this day say they have detected 941 Iranian drones, intercepting 876 of them, while 65 fell within the UAE. Israel has also faced waves of these drones as part of broader attacks. Even when interception rates are high, it only takes a handful to cause serious damage. But this isn't new. Russia has launched more than 60,000 of these Iranian drones against Ukrainian territory, targeting cities and energy infrastructure. So the question is the Middle East ready to intercept a similar wave? The UAE Defense Ministry recently stated that the region has strategic reserves of air defense systems capable of countering aerial threats for a prolonged period. The spokesperson also added that the UAE will not accept any infringement on its sovereignty or the safety of its territory.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Guangzhou. When in China, visit Guangzhou. Guangzhou was once called Canton. It is the capital of Guangdong province and is the host venue for the busy Canton Fair. Thousands of tourists visit the city for a number of reasons: the wonderful scenery, the local culture, and the authentic cuisine. The Pearl River, the third longest river in China, is certainly a breathtaking view. The Nansha Wetland Park is a great relaxing place to experience the natural beauty of Guangzhou. Nansha serves as the best habitat for fish, shrimps, and crabs to thrive. For a glimpse of fascinating architecture, head to the Shamian Island. With amazing buildings and structures, alongside cutting-edge works of art, you'll definitely appreciate the diverse yet marvelous design. There's also the Chen Clan Academy, which boasts of the traditional Guangdong architecture. It features one of the best preserved ancestral halls, representing the fascinating folk art of southern China. In the middle of the city, find the Sacred Heart Cathedral on Yide Road, facing the Pearl River. It's quite amazing to find such a place amid the old busy city and noisy surroundings. For a dose of entertainment, catch a classic Cantonese opera while in Guangzhou. The best traditional performances are usually held in the Jiangnan Theater in Haizhu District. When it comes to food, China's 8 regional dishes is well represented in Guangzhou. Their food is known for its tender and slightly sweet taste. You must try Guangzhou's authentic dim sum or have morning tea time with friends and family. Guangzhou has a lot to offer shoppers too. The Canton Fair is the largest trade fair in China, selling a wide variety of goods. Find health products, computer accessories, and garments at the fair and at reasonable prices. You may also find services to help you book hotel or travel requirements here. Another must-see shopping street is the Jiangnan Avenue North, located at the approach bridge of Haizhu Bridge. The street is full of wedding dress shops. Every time the bus passes by this wedding dress street, girls wish that the bus could slow down so they can get a better view of the dresses on display. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The confusion continues. Trump says talks with Iran are continuing at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, Tehran says negotiations are paused. Elsewhere, Trump says he has spoken to Hezbollah through representatives as Israel advances deeper into Lebanon. 5 people recover from Ebola in the DRC, but suspected cases are investigated in Italy and Brazil. And Paris descends into chaos, leading to 1 death after PSG's Champions League win against Arsenal. Iran says it has struck a U.S. airbase today, responding to U.S. strikes on Iranian military sites over the weekend. Both countries have been exchanging attacks since the ceasefire agreement in April, as diplomatic talks do drag on. But speaking on Truth Social earlier, U.S. President Donald Trump told followers, just sit back and relax. It will all work out well in the end. It always does. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Wissam Kirouz, news editor at Al Arabiya News, and broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes, who joins us from Dubai. Wissam and Jono, such a pleasure to have you on the show today. Wissam, I'm just going to put it out there. It's been pretty wild when it comes to the last few hours, and rhetoric traded between both Iran and America. We've heard from the Iranians, we've heard from President Donald Trump, but Trump also told us, sit back and relax. It's all going to work out in the end. No more negative chirping. Is Donald Trump right? Are we just all too worried about this?
Well, we know one thing is that this memorandum of understanding, which is supposed to be 1 page, have been going back and forth for the last 3 weeks. And honestly, this is not looking very good. So if I were Donald Trump, stopping a little bit and not talking would make sense. But let's not forget that Trump himself and many times announced things that eventually were not true or completely not true, like announcing 4 days ago that he lifted the blockade. But why did he do this? Was it only about saying something that was not accurate? I think in this long history between Iran and the world, Iran has always been the party that says things that were not very true. And the first time they are countering an opponent who plays the same game, who outsmarts them in a way in their own game, which is... Let's go back to Nikki Haley, the ex-ambassador of the UN, who said recently in a tweet that Iran never acted in good faith. It always needed to gain time and to realign. I guess Trump somehow believes now that this is the game he's playing against Iran, the same game. And in the same time, he is trying to make them feel the punch of his blockade. He believes that the time, for the first time in history, in the history of this conflict, is not for Iran, is not to the benefit of Iran. Iran feels the punch every day, and he believes the more it drags on, he has more leverage.
So you say Donald Trump feels like he has more leverage, but the world economically is struggling when it comes to Donald Trump thinking that he can outlast Iran. Because on this news, we see oil prices jump 5%. Yes, it's summer in Europe and many other countries, but we look across the world, gas prices, energy prices, much higher. Even in America itself, when people go to the gas pump, things are higher. The midterm elections are coming up. And also, a lot of people have been saying this blockade will really affect agriculture and the planting season in countries like Africa. Do you think Donald Trump just doesn't care about that?
I think he doesn't feel that the economic breaking point is very harsh and very near. But what I believe is most important in his mind, let's not forget this. Donald Trump, he promised his electorate, he promised the world and America he will get a better deal than Obama's deal. And anything less than Obama's deal will not work. And he can say yes, and he said, I lifted the blockade many times. At the end, he has a minimum he cannot go beyond. He has to have a very clear path towards Iran saying, I will never have a nuclear weapon. Second, he will have to open the Strait of Hormuz without Iran getting anything in return. Anything then less than this, the whole world will tell him Obama's deal is better. And this is something Trump will never want to hear.
Jono, let's get on to you, because we hear about what Donald Trump wants out of this deal, and obviously it's got to be better than the Obama deal, and he's even said, you know, a bad deal is not worth having at the moment. But we look at these strikes that happened over the weekend. Today, we look at the rhetoric coming out of both Iran and the US. It's clear that the US-Iran ceasefire is just being tested on multiple fronts. What more can you tell us about this? And I guess we're all at the point, is an escalation likely now if one miscalculation happens?
I'm surprised, Ian, that we're having this conversation that we had pretty much exactly the same time last week, strangely.
I do apologise. Jono, we seem to be having a little bit of problem with your sound. Are you able to hear me now?
Yep, I got you all clear. I'm not sure if you can hear me or not.
Jono, you are not completely clear, I'm afraid. So let's see if we can get Jono back on the line. While we do that, Wissam, we'll continue the conversation there with you. So as I did say, you know, where does this stand right now? Because it's clear the US-Iran ceasefire is just being tested on all these different fronts. And one miscalculation, could this mean round two?
Obviously, the Iranians, they have a certitude now that America will not resume war. America is trying every now and then to make a small strike here, a small strike there, just to make everyone believe that it is still on the table. It's a big bargain, and I don't believe the Iranians can put Trump in this narrow point, because eventually he can decide to resume war. But they have a certitude that it's not what is more likely now. Second, let's not forget that the region who has been dragged into this, the Gulf countries, the oil-producing countries, this region is suffering. Yeah. And it had no say in the beginning of the war, and now it is living the repercussions of this war. And this region also needs this war to stop. Unfortunately, Iran wants it to stop as soon as possible so it can claim gains. It can claim that it is still what it is. But in fact, even though that I cannot say that Americans did win big in this war, but the narrative of Iran winning is also so not accurate and so not true. Iran is yet to see unfold all what happened in the last three months, and it's going to be devastating.
Iran also spoke today. Obviously, it's been a war of words between both of them. President Donald Trump also saying, in many respects, and I'm paraphrasing here, but he doesn't really care. if a deal isn't reached at this stage. He's willing to wait it out, as you've said before. But Iran has also said that the war could open up on very different fronts, also the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. Do you think that this is a reality? Do you think that we're now in the position that we could see things opening up on different fronts if a deal's not reached?
I have my opinion on this is that Iran would have opened the front on Bab el-Mandeb from the first day if it could. I don't think they... I mean, there's something that happened in Iran, in Yemen. The Houthis are definitely a proxy, or were a proxy of Iran, but there is a certain integration happening on an internal Yemeni front that did not let them go that way. I think Iran wanted to make it as big as possible in the first day, and they did. I mean, this is why they attacked the Gulf nations. This is why they attacked the United Arab Emirates, cities like Dubai, which are a world facade. And this is why they closed the Strait of Hormuz. Now they have used all the leverage, and it's massive. I mean, we cannot say that, I mean, blocking the Strait of Hormuz is something that is strategically big in the hands of Iran. But next, I mean, it's the whole world who should tell Iran, you have to stop now.
So I just wanted to say, yes, the Tasman news agency said the resistant front and Iran have set their agenda to completely block the Strait of Hormuz and activate other fronts, including the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. That was said today. But as you say, the Houthis haven't been involved from the beginning. But I'm glad to say I think we can bring Jono Hayes back in. Jono, are you able to hear us?
Yeah, all good. Thank you, Leigh Ann. I'm not sure what you guys have covered off or not, but what I was saying is that, you know, it's been a couple of days, and I think 3 weeks ago we had this conversation where I said it was held on by literally a piece of fishing thread, and it didn't seem to have gotten any better since then. Of course, over the weekend we had those strikes in Kuwait, and we had the retaliation as well with the US hitting those sites in Iran. And this has been a tit-for-tat kind of a situation that's gone on for many, many days and many, many weeks now. But what I think is very strange, and Wissam alluded to this as well, neither party has said that this is a breakdown of the ceasefire. They're all saying that it's limited, it's defensive, it's retaliatory actions, anything but saying that this is the ceasefire breaking down. So that's why this diplomacy, and I'm going to put it in inverted commas because I don't think it really is diplomacy, but it's continuing in parallel. I guess the concern and the question that you asked is, you know, are we likely to see an escalation? And I think that's going to come down to, are we likely to see a miscalculation? We are one mistake away from, because we're 3 months in, we're just past 3 months into this conflict, and that ceasefire framework has been agreed in April. So the reality is the military action has never really completely stopped, even though the ceasefire has been in place. And I know we'll talk about it in a while, but there's obviously more complications with that as well, with Lebanon and Iran and what they're saying with the Israeli action that's taking place there. But since this ceasefire actually happened, there's been roughly half a dozen that I can remember, but from online it says there's been up to 10 reported violations. That depends on exactly what you classify as a violation these days. But that ceasefire hasn't really been a complete stop to the hostilities. It's been a framework that prevented the conflict from turning into and returning to a full-scale war. And I think what we're hearing from the White House this evening is somewhat terrifying, because we've said it over and over again, we don't know how close we are. And what really concerns me is I'm not sure who to believe right now. And I think that's a sentiment that a lot of people believe. I'm never entirely sure, should we believe the White House? Are we supposed to honestly take on to board that Donald Trump has spoken to Hezbollah, being, you know, the first president since the US in the 1980s declared them as a terrorist group? Is that really something that we're believing has actually happened as well? You know, that you have to take into consideration what of this is true and what's not. And Iran retaliating back and saying, well, there's actually been no discussion with regards to the nuclear part of the agreement, and that I'm concerned for where this is going, but certainly we don't seem any further along now than we did this time last week, or than we did 2 weeks ago, or in fact even than we did the day after this ceasefire actually kicked off on April the 18th.
I think, Jono, one of the most prominent problems with this is that there is no basis. The Iranians have yet to understand that there's a certain balance of power that resulted from this war, or they don't understand, or they will not understand. And at the same time, Americans do not seem to have the capacity to impose this new, what they see as a new balance of power. So there's no basis. And let's not forget, we are not talking about an agreement. We are not talking about a deal. We are just talking about one page that will allow this war to stop in order to open a window for a much larger discussion that may or may not bring a deal.
And that's what's so interesting, because we talk about this one-page memorandum. It's a framework.
Yeah.
And Wissam and Jono, I think all the mood music that we hear is just both sides are so far apart when it comes to any agreement on this one piece of paper. It's really difficult for the mediators in Pakistan to narrow those gaps between both sides at the moment.
It's narrow the gaps only to agree on the paper. That's it, on the one paper. But in fact, logically, war could resume. I mean, in the stalemate we are, I mean, getting back to war is a big possibility. But at the same time, we are not getting back into the war because there are other things to take into consideration. And this is where Donald Trump is right now, giving time to time, because he thinks for the first time, waiting is not in the favor of Iran.
I think one thing that Donald Trump did say, I just want to repeat this, he spoke to CNBC a little bit earlier today. He said, I don't care if negotiations with Iran are over. And that's Donald Trump's sentiment right now. He just seems to be...
He also, Leigh Ann said as well, he doesn't worry about the price of oil at all. And I mean, that is a really interesting thing, because since these reports started circulating, we're up again. We're gone up over the $100 mark, which we were just gone below this time last week as well. So the market's obviously so volatile when he makes any sort of a statement at all. But there's even experts that are saying the price of a barrel of oil could go as high as $150, $160 a barrel. And that's got huge economic implications worldwide as well. So to say I don't care is a brave statement when it's holding on so very, very finely right now. And I think Wissam's right. At any given moment, we could see an escalation of this to the point where we're back where we were pre-April 18th. And that could happen absolutely on a dime within seconds.
Donald Trump also said he didn't care about the midterm, so he's not caring about much at the moment. Anyway, stay right there as we move on to another story. And Israel has ordered strikes on Beirut's southern suburbs today, where they believe Iran-backed group Hezbollah has links. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz issued a joint statement earlier instructing Israeli forces to target the Dahiyah district of Lebanon's capital. Jono, let's just start with you at the moment, because you did mention this a little bit earlier, and Donald Trump has been speaking a lot about Israel and Hezbollah, but does it look like we're getting any movement on this from what we're hearing from the White House?
No, it looks like that's one of the by-the-ways, which I think is a dangerous place to be in as well, in terms of Washington not taking this into consideration so much. And I think that's one of the things where I look and say, how likely are Israel to defeat Hezbollah in something like this right now? And that becomes the question, because that's what the aim of this game is, if we're to believe what Israel have said. It's not to do with the occupation, which, by the way, Lebanon has not been this deeply infiltrated at any point in more than 25 years, and they've taken control of massive places in terms of air power, intelligence, technology, resources, militarily. Israel has the upper hand here in this. They've got a significant advantage against Hezbollah in that, and them pushing deeper and deeper into Lebanon is of deep concern. If we look and just take into consideration the part of the war that existed from March to now, you're looking at upwards of 3,000 people, and that's on a conservative guess, who've lost their lives to this. Now, Israeli intelligence have said that is 1,700 of those are Hezbollah agents and Hezbollah soldiers who are in operation there, but that still leaves 1,400, and again, low estimation here, civilians, children, journalists, healthcare workers who've all tragically lost their lives in this as well. Even in the last couple of days, we're hearing of the taking of this strategic control point, and I know Wissam will know more about this, Beaufort Castle as well, which is huge, but historically, I guess from Israel's point of view, you can't eliminate them outright. It's extremely difficult. They're not a conventional army. We know that. They're a military force. They're a political movement. They're more than that. They're a social organisation. They've got deep roots in certain parts of Lebanon as well. So I mean, Israel can try to disintegrate Hezbollah's capabilities and destroy the infrastructure and eliminate the commanders, which is what they say they've been doing. I mean, the bigger question is going to be, can they remove Hezbollah in the long term? Now, I want to take into consideration this and what they've said from their point of view. If we look at the estimations on how many people they have in strength, somewhere between 20,000 and 100,000. I mean, I know that's a very wide difference there between fighters and reservists. That's an estimation on how many are broadly defining themselves as members as well. But the former leader had said it was upwards of 100,000 fighters. So if we look at, as I said, this escalation alone, Hezbollah said, no, we've lost 400 fighters. Israel saying 1,700 fighters. But if you look into it from 2023, 2024, that was another 4,000 fighters. But there's a new research that was out and figures that were published recently. And this was by a group who operates specifically in Gaza. But they'd said that there's a widow's pension or a so-called martyr's pension that is distributed from Hezbollah. And they give financial support to militant-linked welfare structures, basically what they're operating. And analysts reckon that about 19,000 widows have taken this for their families. So that, on an indication, would indicate that 19,000, and I'm going to call them so-called martyrs, have lost their life since this began, say since 2023 and 2024, because now Hezbollah continue to finance those families long after the fighting stops as well. So the question, I guess, is not, will they defeat Hezbollah? I don't think they can ever completely weed them out entirely, but it seems that they've made a massive dent in the numbers that exist there as well. But as I said, Donald Trump saying that he's spoken to Hezbollah is a wild statement. I don't know what mediators have been involved in that, but they've seen Hezbollah as a terrorist organisation since the 1980s, so I find that one a little bit hard to swallow.
And actually, Wissam, let's get to this, because Donald Trump today actually had a lengthy Truth Social post. And I want to read a little bit of it to you and to get your reaction. US President Donald Trump said on Monday he had persuaded Israel and Hezbollah to de-escalate, with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu agreeing not to send troops to southern Beirut, and the Lebanese militant group promising to stop attacks. There'll be no troops going to Beirut, and any troops that are on their way have already been turned back, is what President Donald Trump said. He also says, through highly placed representatives, I've had a very good call with Hezbollah, and they agreed that all the shooting will stop. Is he telling the truth? Because when he talks about troops going to southern Beirut, we've not heard this before.
Well, we don't really know that the troops were going to Beirut, but we know, unfortunately, that the Israeli troops have undone 26 years of what happened since the withdrawal from Lebanon in May 2000. But what we can say, and Donald Trump, he says things that, are not very accurate, but they have some kind of political sense. So the meaning is that America is interested in not getting the escalation in Lebanon to a point where it will jeopardize the whole process with Iran, first. Second, since this Truth Social post, we have more clarifications that came from the sources of Al Arabiya and also from the Lebanese presidency itself. So what it is about is that the Lebanese presidency, the government basically, the president and the delegation to Washington, people who are negotiating with Rubio and the Israelis, and after a call between President Joseph Aoun and Rubio, there is now a certain guarantee from Hezbollah through his partner in politics, which is the Lebanese speaker Nabih Berri, and through the Lebanese presidency, that Hezbollah would somehow agree to stop attacking Israel. Does it mean that the war stops? No, I don't think so. It means that there is a certain cap on escalation that will allow the whole process to continue.
Do you think that Netanyahu knew that a further advance into Lebanon would scupper these talks between the US and Iran, because he doesn't feel that that deal is working for Israel as it is?
It's not a secret that Israel would do everything it could if they can make this war continue and potentially go further with Iran and maybe somehow achieve the ultimate goal, which is changing the regime, which is not happening, honestly, right now. It doesn't seem to be happening. Now, there is also a sense that whenever there is a paper signed between the Iranians and the Americans, and whenever there is a certain frame for a certain deal, war will stop. So Israel is trying to achieve as much, and unfortunately it has. Israel has been using its same modus operandi, the same one it knows for the last years, violence and not caring about civilian lives. Honestly, people dying in Lebanon are dying in vain because of this violence, but also because of the recklessness of Hezbollah, which decided to drag a whole country into this. And if you allow me in half a minute about this castle that we were talking about, the Beaufort Castle, which is much more than a castle or ruins. It's a geopolitical balcony in the south of Lebanon. It's the place where you can see Israel, Syria, the Golan, and southern Lebanon. And basically, Israel getting back to this point, which was highly symbolic during the occupation between 1978 and 2000, it's a big thing. It means undoing, like I said, 26 years of liberation. Second, this Beaufort Castle is very emotional for the Lebanese because it holds memories from 1982 when Israel went to Beirut. And third, this place have helped build the mythology around Hezbollah, so-called resistance. And also, from a historical point of view, this is a castle built by the Crusaders that held very, very well, even in the face of Saladin himself. And even after all the castles of Crusaders fell, I mean, as history, this one itself remained for months. Now, having said this, it has no big military value, but it has a very symbolic value, and it's very unfortunate. And honestly, it's very humiliating and absurd because after 2000, Israel has left Lebanon, and there is no reason why 26 years later, I mean, this is still happening, and it is still happening not for any Lebanese benefit. I mean, this is my belief. It's because Lebanon is entangled. So this very intense geopolitical game with Iranian influence and with Hezbollah being the strongest proxy of Iran in the region, or in Lebanon at least.
And Jono, just a final thought from you. As Wissam says, Lebanon entangled right now when it comes to Hezbollah and these advancements from Israel. Do you think President Donald Trump is the only person that can actually stop Netanyahu and try to also make sure these talks between the Lebanese and the Israelis continue in good faith?
Well, I think he's playing a dangerous game, and that's because he's not just got to have Netanyahu on side, he also has to have the far right as well. I know the National Security Minister in the last few minutes, Ben-Gvir, said already that, you know, for Trump to go and announce something, I'm paraphrasing here, to announce that the strikes in Israel have been frozen is not his place to do that, because we've known that, you know, they had planned these attacks against the southern suburbs, and Ben-Gvir had said it's time to say no to our friend President Trump. So I think you're playing a dangerous game here, and Netanyahu's been trying to tread that tightrope very, very carefully to placate the right and also keep his ministers on board as well. And when you've got somebody like Ben-Gvir coming out and saying, you know what, enough is enough, we don't need President Trump to tell us what we can and can't do. He said something like, you know, we should be allowed to strike, we can do what's required to go in there and unleash our fighters to get the security back in the north of the country. When you've got that indicates there might be some sort of a divide within the party itself, and we know he needs to have the entire Knesset on board for something like this. So I don't necessarily know that Trump having Netanyahu's ear is going to be of any benefit when Netanyahu is going to want to keep his own political stance and his own political seat safe. So it might be, in fact, that this comes back to bite President Trump. This might be the case. So it's a case of wait and see with this. But I know even in the last few minutes as well, the Lebanese president said that if there's a cessation of attacks, that you know, Hezbollah will agree to that as well. So I think that in itself is where the focus is going to shift for a couple of days, and we'll continue to hold on to this potential ceasefire deal or expansion of that MOU if that ever comes to fruition. I think that's going to now play second fiddle to the current freeze, as we're referring to it as in Lebanon.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that, Wissam and Jono. Let's move on now. And the World Health Organization say 5 people are recovering from Ebola, but suspected cases are being investigated in Brazil and Italy. The head of the World Health Organization recently travelled to the DRC, which has been at the centre of the outbreak. At least 282 confirmed cases of Ebola have been reported in the region, with over 1,000 suspected cases of the Bundi-Bugyo virus. Jono, let's start with you, because we've talked about Ebola over the last couple of weeks on this show. Now we're hearing about suspected cases in Brazil and Italy. What can you tell us about those? And do you think the world should be paying more attention? Because I think a lot of people, and I'm sure you would agree, remember coronavirus well.
Yeah, and I think that might be part of the problem here as well, Leigh Ann. But yeah, there's no hard and fast evidence that there's an international outbreak right now. Obviously, health authorities are treating every suspected case very seriously. In Brazil, that patient that we mentioned at the start of this was from DRC, tested positive for meningitis. Another suspected case is linked to malaria. And in Italy, that traveller was returning from the area that's been affected in the Democratic Republic of Congo, who tested negative as well. So, of course, authorities are being cautious. The WHO is being cautious as well. Ebola has got these fatality rates that are very, very high. 25% it would be a very conservative, up to 90% for this particular strain. Depends on the outbreak conditions. Again, depends on how quickly this is caught as well. The worrying concern is for the variation that you mentioned, which I'm not going to attempt to pronounce. There is no vaccine. There currently is no cure as well. So they're going to have to identify the cases very quickly, isolate them, test them as well. The bigger story, I guess, is because it's so rare. And as we said, there's no way to cure it. But if you look back historically, 2014 and 2016, and yes, granted, that was a different strain of Ebola virus as well. But outside of Africa, there was 36 cases that were confirmed. 15 deaths. I mean, that's a very, very high mortality rate nonetheless, but there was cases in the US, in Spain, in the UK, in Italy as well, and some other countries had small numbers. But even in that, which was, by the way, the largest Ebola outbreak that we have in recorded history, and infected 28,000 people, and as I said, 11,000 people died, there were only about a dozen or so cases outside of the affected area in Africa. Ebola always conjures up this massive media attention because of its high fatality rate, but also because it is such a horrific way for somebody to die. Historically, it's really, really difficult for the virus to be established in developed countries due to sanitation, due to the current procedures that are in place. And the WHO is very, very aware of that. So I think, yes, of course, be concerned, be aware. If you've travelled to any of those regions recently, like we've seen some airlines like KML and KLM even, and a few others have already adjusted their services because of the Ebola-related concerns. But if proper precautions are taken, this really shouldn't be. But what we have is COVID exhaustion, whereby for the longest time after COVID, I think we all were panicking about a cough, a cold, a flu, a chest infection turning into something more serious, and we kind of have PTSD about it. And I think that's probably a lot of what's going on in the media right now. I'm not saying it's scaremongering, but I'm saying that we have built it into ourselves that we panic as soon as we hear about something that is a new virus. Hantavirus is another great example of that, a very, very isolated incident, which now seems to have just disappeared because Ebola is far more beautiful on a tabloid newspaper in terms of a headline. So, yeah, I'm not overly concerned, and the WHO doesn't seem overly concerned either, to be honest.
And it's interesting because, as you said, this is a new strain of Ebola, and what's happened, and the WHO have expressed this, is that it's got beyond them because they weren't testing for them. Zaire is the other virus, the Ebola one that has the vaccine we're way more aware of. So what the WHO is saying right now is we're behind the curve because we were testing for Ebola, but it wasn't showing up because it was a different strain. So I think their concern now is getting ahead of the virus and making sure that those cases come down with the right, I mean, it's very difficult, but with the right medication, the right facilities within Africa. But with some hundreds of youth in Kenya have been protesting against the establishment of an Ebola quarantine. And this is for US citizens, which I find quite fascinating. What is happening here? And is the Kenyan government on board with this Ebola facility?
The Kenyan government is on board of, making money out of some kind of deals with the U.S. government on many different things. The American ideas on, how to use the African soil has been wide, like, everything even, in the UK and with all sending, foreigners and all
asylum seekers.
Asylum seekers. Now we are talking about an idea to build or to have a quarantine facility on an air base in Kenya, which is for U.S. citizens who have been in contact with the virus, or we are under the suspicion that they hold this virus. So Kenyan youth were so sensitive towards this idea that they find not very sensitive, actually, that it is something that they refuse and they associate with a certain stigma that comes with Africa and, you know, the virus and Ebola. And the word Ebola, as Jono said, has a certain vibe to it. It's very strong. It's a big name. It's nasty. It's bad. And it makes African people fear things. So they don't want this. And fortunately for those, youth who are protesting this project, there is a judge in Kenya who decided this won't happen. We are yet to see what will happen, but also we believe, and as Jono was saying, this outbreak is somehow something that the world seem less worried about. We know it's going to be dangerous, unfortunately, for people in certain areas in Africa, and this is part of what happens in this part of the world from time to time. And it puts the world under renewed responsibility that they have to help these people be prepared. These people, they live in dire state, and they are not prepared for this virus who always outsmarts nature, because, you know, this is what viruses do. They just change all the time. And this is why WHO is important, and this is why, the international aid, including American aid, which has been cut, is so important.
And I would agree with that, Jono, and I'm not sure what your thoughts are, but this is the actual 17th Ebola outbreak in the DRC. The DRC has a long history of Ebola, and a lot of people are saying right now we've seen lots of cuts through the USAID. Where this outbreak is in the Congo is a conflict zone, and I wonder if because of the cuts we aren't seeing prevention in place, and this is causing the spread of Ebola once again and a more dangerous strain.
Well, again, it's not just DRC you have to worry about. You've got to look at Uganda as well, where they've had massive closures of several clinics that dealt with not just infectious diseases, but also things, TB, HIV clinics that were there as well. They've all had to be closed because of the cuts recently as well. And just done some checking into this. Democratic Republic of Congo would probably have been much better off. There was some health and displacement support programs that have been cut back due to that cut in funding as well. South Africa is probably the one that felt it most, with specialised clinics there being closed down as well. And thousands of healthcare workers lost their funding after the reductions from the US. So, of course, there'll be a concern with that as well. It may not be that the two are directly correlated. Like we said, there are Ebola outbreaks now and again, but there is no doubt that they would probably have been better prepared, infrastructurally speaking, at least anyway. It was definitely weakened as a result of those funding cuts, and it probably will be better, or would have been better, had there been some level of financing towards this. What I will say is that we've already seen, and on the B-roll we just ran there, is that there's healthcare packages and there is support which is making its way with the European Union flag on board, which indicates to me that, you know, the world always tends to come to the assistance of people in need when something like this happens. And I do think there'll be a refugee support programme in place in the next couple of days and weeks to try and control this outbreak response a bit better, and also food aid that will be required to go along with that as well. So I'm sure that is inevitably on the way.
Thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Let's move on to another story now. And more than 200 people have been injured in clashes between football fans and police across France after Paris Saint-Germain won the Champions League final against Arsenal. Last year, celebrations turned unruly with 2 supporters' deaths reported and hundreds detained by police after PSG beat Inter Milan, and that was 5-0, but it was also last year. Jono, we're living for the now. What exactly sparked all the chaos that we saw?
I'm going to say the short answer is football celebration turned into a public order problem. So, obviously, as we mentioned, the Champions League victory, hundreds of thousands of people celebrated across Paris. Most of that was completely peaceful. The authorities say there was a small group of people who became involved in some violence, some vandalism, some clashes with the police. And it is quite significant, certainly from a Paris point of view as well. 200 injuries, 57 police officers hurt, 400 people arrested as well. And tragically, one person has lost their life with this as well. I find what often happens with major sporting victories is there's a huge crowd, there's high emotions, there's opportunities for opportunistic troublemaking, so to speak, who may have very little interest in the actual sport themselves or the win that PSG so, in my opinion, rightfully took on Saturday night. But it's worth remembering that they were celebrating peacefully from the majority point of view. I'm sorry, Wissam. But this from the outset, what I looked at it and thought is that this is just almost a mirror copy of what happened in London, because I want to bring you to there, where there was, about 75 people who were rescued from rooftops, trees, traffic lights, anything that was elevated, they were on it trying to watch the parade. There was about 24 arrests. Okay, it's not on the same level. Several stabbings were reported in that parade as well, and one victim was initially in a life-threatening condition but has since thankfully recovered. I think there was 2 police officers injured and multiple police vehicles damaged during that as well. But that is par for the course, I think, at least in terms of UK football hooliganism. And there was about 500 police officers deployed. So I guess what's different there is you look at the PSG celebrations, you're talking 780 arrests. And I don't think the police presence was as intense, because it would have been seen to be a celebration akin to Bastille Day. And therefore I think the police may have undersold or underestimated how much of a police presence was actually required, whereas the UK, this normally happens. So they were ready to roll for that as well. But I know Wissam's got other thoughts on that.
Yeah, and Wissam, let's talk about that, because we look at London. Arsenal had its victory parade for the Premier League. I don't care about Arsenal and I don't care about PSG, but I think this is a good story, so forget my football knowledge. But 1 million people went out for that Arsenal parade. And was it just better policed? Are these just football hooligans, or do you think there's more to this?
Well, I have to just think that what happened in Paris is not good old English-style hooliganism at all. I mean, it has something of it, but it's completely different. And whether it's a football match or anything, or it's a national event, or anything to celebrate or to be unhappy about, it's always this power or this culture, urban culture, that comes from from this society that embraces destruction, that embraces the fact that we express ourselves as youth in these strong moments in this way. And this has so much entanglements within the internal French politics. It's a story, let's say it honestly, even it's not politically correct to say it in Europe, but it's a debate about the integration of immigrants. It's the debate about why third-generation immigrants have yet to get free of this feeling that, I mean, the commonplace in this country, which is now theirs, is still something to express anger about. Why is that anger still there anyway? Is it segregation between classes? Is it the people from the suburbs who are coming to break the heart of Paris? And most importantly, why is such a big nation and a very old civilization has come to a point where it has such an illness, I mean, in the society, where so much people want to express this kind of anger? Okay, France is not alien to this kind of, they invented the French Revolution. I mean, riots has been always in the DNA, but it is getting too much, and people are asking, why can't we celebrate anything anymore without seeing this? Why is that happening? And also, is it a problem of law enforcement? Is law enforcement so bad that people feel they can do whatever they want and have this moment and nothing would happen?
It's such an interesting conversation because, Jono, really we see in North London, and we saw this big Arsenal parade, and a lot of people put it down to old-fashioned hooliganism when it comes to football. But what you describing, Wissam, is the political front really affecting how young people react to certain situations.
And if you read the commentators outside France, it is resonating with a certain anti-Western idea. So people, they say, yes, they can destroy Paris because their grandparents were subjected to colonialism, to slavery. So this is it's getting very ideological. And at the same time, this ideology, I believe, have been prepared within France, within the last 50, 60, 70 years, where a lot of values have disappeared from the public sphere, and we're just expressing that much discomfort with the commonplace has been accepted. I mean, some people call it the left, some people call it, the woke ideas. I don't know, but I know that I would not love to see these images, because let's not forget, President Macron had today a big event in Paris. He was inviting people to say, I have achieved the most direct foreign investments to France. And France has been doing extremely well, actually, under Macron. I mean, the history was in economic terms. And yet, a story like PSG riots has been bigger than any other story. And, I mean, he hasn't been very lucky in his 9 years, Mr. Macron, till now. It started with the Gilets jaunes, the black, the yellow vest, then came COVID, then everything else.
The slap by his wife, too.
That was the harshest, I believe.
The crowning moment. But, Jono, just a thought from you. Obviously, we've seen a lot of political unrest and discourse in the UK, too. You know, we talk about these elections that we had there, and Reform did really well. Keir Starmer, a lot of people want Labour out. Do you think that the UK politics is filtering into these victory parades, or do you not think?
I don't. And look, and I don't want to say that it's just isolated to UK, because obviously one of the biggest hooliganisms to ever happen was in 2012 in Egypt. That happened in Port Said was, you know, when many people lost their lives in that. So it's not a specifically UK thing. I just want to be clear about that as well. But they do have a penchant for it, don't they? And rugby never really gets that. We kind of get this hooliganism that comes hand in hand with, there is no equivalent for a hooliganism situation which has resulted in anyone's death that transpires to rugby, which I think gives the old adage that, you know, football or soccer, for where I'm from, is a gentleman's game played by thugs, and then rugby is a thug's game played by gentlemen. And I think that kind of resonates true when you see stuff like what we saw in London in the last couple of days, with several stabbings, and that's been referred to as a relatively quiet homecoming parade, and that in itself is kind of a testament to football hooliganism culture that exists.
I was just writing down, I'm Southern African. Obviously, we love rugby. It's what we live for. I just write down, rugby is a sport played by gentlemen, but Jono said it before me. So now, it's that time of the show where Wissam and Jono have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. And Wissam, I want to start with you, because I can't believe it, but today Marilyn Monroe would have been 100 years old, which is incredible. How did all her fans celebrate, or some of her fans?
Well, let's say that for her would-be 100th birthday, at least 1,000 people have gathered in Palm Springs to celebrate the legacy of this unique icon. They are 1,000. Last time they were 254 only. In 2020 they were in Australia, and they just broke a record for Marilyn Monroe lookalikes, and I take the occasion to ask you, why haven't you been there? So you are one of them somehow.
Oh, thank you, Wissam. That is such a compliment. I think I'm a little bit far away from Marilyn Monroe. I mean, yeah.
You are our own icon as well.
Yes, and, I used to, like, many years ago, on a dating website, I used to call myself the Southern African's version of Marilyn Monroe, but I've grown up from then. Wissam, quick thought to you. I don't hear. It was my once tagline, but why do you think people still celebrate Marilyn Monroe like this 100 years on? Because to get all these people out there and to make such an effort, why?
I mean, she is born in 1926. That's a century ago. And yet, I think she is the uncontested icon of the 20th century. She is the 20th century. Second, she is America. She is the American dream, but she embodies this. If America was a girl, it's Marilyn Monroe. And third, she is a reminder of how vulnerability can be beautiful. I mean, she's vulnerable, very hard life, and she's beautiful. And if we owe her something, all of us as a humankind now, is that because that night where she sang Happy Birthday, Mr. President, for John Kennedy, with all the stories that come with that, she popularized this song to become the most famous tune in history. Of somehow, thanks to that night, thanks to Marilyn Monroe, she made us all one human race, one people, because we sing one song everywhere in the world. We sing Happy Birthday in different languages. So thank you, Marilyn Monroe.
Thank you. Happy birthday too. Jono, you a Marilyn Monroe fan, and I love the way that you explained it, her vulnerability, conspiracy theory, American dream, complicated woman. Jono, she embodies everything.
Yeah, I mean, she's Hollywood glamour. She was the first, I like to think of her as the very, very first super celebrity that existed, so to speak.
Yes.
I mean, we've got a dime a dozen these days as well, but she had charisma, she had stardom, and again, as Wissam said, one of the most recognisable women on earth, not just because of her beauty, but because of everything else that went with it. And I do love a bit of controversy as well, so I do think that's why she kind of resonates with everybody, there was something else that was going on there as well. I don't want to speculate, of course, but I just think that's why the entire world leans into a bit of Marilyn Monroe.
And Jono, we have your story, and what did a survey of about 2,000 pet owners reveal? I can't read the numbers.
So it probably revealed what we already suspected. Most pet owners genuinely want to have a conversation with their pets. And the majority of these people, more than half, said they wish they could regularly talk to their pets and understand what they're thinking about. And then the most common questions that people want to ask were what were put on this as well. And they're all emotional. They're not practical. Like, I would be asking things, I would like to think I'd ask things like, what kind of food do you like? Or, you know, why do you insist on having a pee in that place every single day? But what most people responded was saying things like, are you happy? Do you know how much I love you? Do you like me? And then, I like this one, do you talk about me to other animals in the house? So I guess it really shows how important pets are in people's lives. For many, pets are part of the family more than anything else. They're not just, you know, someone that's around for companionship. And people are curious about what's going on inside their fluffy little minds, and I am one of these people. Meanwhile, if you ask cat owners if they want to find out what their cat is thinking, that number dipped down to 30%. They don't really care as cat owners what they're thinking.
I love it, because Jono and I both have dogs. Wissam, do you have a dog?
I don't.
Cat?
I had a cat, and I have a tortoise.
Do you care what your tortoise thinks?
I used to think that tortoise have nothing to express until my tortoise proved me completely wrong. I love my tortoise. His name is Magic.
Magic!
And he lives in my garden, and I take care of him, and my girls take care of him. But, you know, I think, you know, what's so amazing about Jono's story is that our relation with our pets, it brings us back in the history of humanity where we used to live love without saying it. So, I mean, you love your pets love you, and you just don't say, I love you. I mean, you say it, I mean, he cannot say it. I mean, it's the untold truth. It's the conversation we never had, but it's the real bond that we have. And this is so true. It's stronger than words, I believe.
Oh, it's stronger than words.
AI will help us. I think AI will help us have this conversation. Because if you imagine a pattern where all these emotions are put into words, and then AI will tell you what your great dog will tell you.
Do you think it will tell me what my little crazy dog Eddie's thinking?
Your dog's brain is awash. There's nothing behind the eyes. I'm fully convinced.
And maybe your tortoise will be able to come and do the show with you. Thank you so much to our guest, Wissam Kirouz, news editor at Al Arabiya News, and broadcaster and journalist Jono Hayes, who joined us all the way from Dubai. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on XGNT. Coming up next, goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Hello
and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, despite a ceasefire deal, violence between Israeli troops and Hezbollah escalates in Lebanon, prompting France to call for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. Israeli troops capture a medieval castle, giving them a vantage point over swathes of southern Lebanon. We ask, what are Israel's intentions in the country? And Iranian media is quoted as saying that Tehran is suspending negotiations via mediators with the United States. We ask, where does this leave the diplomatic efforts to end the war? All of that to come in Global News Today. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the latest in Lebanon. This as the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu gave orders for his forces to move deeper inside Lebanese territory. Well, that's despite a ceasefire which took effect more than 6 weeks ago. Well, this violence in Lebanon, which is the most serious spillover from the Iran war, began on the 2nd of March when Hezbollah began firing rockets and drones into Israel in solidarity with Iran. And since then, more than 3,370 people have been killed there in Lebanon. More than 1.2 million people have been displaced, both by the violence and Israeli evacuation orders. Well, throughout the course of the weekend, the Israeli military conducted multiple strikes. On Sunday, they seized a 900-year-old Crusader fortress, Beaufort Castle, giving the Israelis a vantage point over swathes of southern Lebanon. Well, this situation has prompted France to call for an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council. Well, Gershom Baskin is a former Middle East peace negotiator. He joins us now from Jerusalem. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. We've been headlining on this seizure of this 900-year-old castle in southern Lebanon, Beaufort Castle. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel saying this marks a dramatic shift in the campaign against Hezbollah. We've heard from the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz saying this is all part of Israel's planned security zone in southern Lebanon. I want to ask you, why is it so significant? What's the symbolism of capturing this castle?
It isn't so significant, and there is no symbolism that can be spun in a positive way for Netanyahu, for the government of Israel, for the people of Israel. We remember very vividly that Israel captured the same Crusader castle back in 1982, following the first war in Lebanon by Israel. And then Israel remained in Lebanon for a period of 18 years while Israeli soldiers were getting killed every day. And that is a repeat of what we're seeing right today. It is Netanyahu who's facing elections, who's trying to put tactical military achievements as something strategic when everyone knows that it's not. It has no real military significance and only symbolizes Israel getting stuck once again in the deep mud of Lebanon, a place where Israel will have to evacuate because there is no military solution for Israel of ending Hezbollah's control of southern Lebanon or threatening Israel. There can only be political solutions, and this is what Netanyahu refuses to accept.
But clearly, Prime Minister Netanyahu believes there is some powerful messaging to go out from having the Israeli flag aloft on this Crusader castle in southern Lebanon. I mean, what do you think he thinks the message is behind all of this?
Well, I think he's trying to put a spin on what can be perceived only as a calamity for Israel. Israeli soldiers are getting killed every day. Hezbollah drones are attacking Israel, not only in the security zone where Israeli soldiers are located, but they have begun shooting rockets and drones into northern Israel. The security situation of the people in the north of Israel has not improved one iota since the beginning of this campaign. And again, what needs to happen is a regional agreement that will involve the Israelis and will lead to the strengthening of the Lebanese government and the Lebanese army, and a determination that in Lebanon there can only be one sovereign and one use of military force, and that has to be controlled by the government of Lebanon. But attacking the south and destroying villages in the south of Lebanon is not going to be a solution for Israel's security.
Right. I mean, Israel has carved out, that I was alluding to there with the words of Israel Katz, they've carved out this self-declared security zone in southern Lebanon, raising the villages, as you say. I mean, what's the goal of this security zone? What's it supposed to do?
Well, from the military people who have an expertise in this area and people who commanded the troops in southern Lebanon for 18 years after the 1982 war will tell you that it has no significance other than the symbolic nature of Netanyahu saying that he's doing something, that the Israeli government, Defense Minister Katz and others in the government are saying we need to hit the Lebanese hard in order to create deterrence, when we all see that there is no deterrence being created right now in Lebanon. In fact, the calls are coming from the Israeli government now, from people like Smotrich and Ben Gvir and Israel Katz, the defense minister, to knock down buildings in Dahya, in Beirut. Once again taking action against the civilian population in Lebanon in order to deter Hezbollah, when we know that won't happen. There has to be the political decision taken, led by the Americans, probably with the support of the British and the French and the other Arab countries, the Saudis and the Emiratis and others, Egypt and Jordan, to create a regional solution that will end the threat of Hezbollah to Israel and to the people of Lebanon, and enable us to move forward to the talks that have begun in Washington and trying to create a security protocol and perhaps even a normalization agreement eventually between Israel and Lebanon. This is the way forward, not more warfare and tactical victories that have nothing to do with the strategic decisions that need to be made.
So it sounds like you'd be on the side of Iran when it comes to the issue of packaging up Lebanon as part of a broader deal that's struck between the United States and Iran, because that's what they've been calling for, isn't it?
Well, I don't want to be put in the same camp as Iran, and I think it is a separate issue. The Iranians have demanded that the United States ensure that when there's a ceasefire between the United States, Israel, and Iran, that ceasefire is imposed on the Lebanese arena as well. I think that the two things will go together at the end of the day, that eventually President Trump will impose upon Israel a ceasefire in Lebanon after the issue of the Iran nuclear threat is dealt with in the negotiations between the United States and Iran, hopefully without the need to go back to warfare between the United States, Israel, and Iran.
There is a bit of suspicion about what Israel's motives are in southern Lebanon. And, you know, I think those suspicions don't come out of nowhere when we consider that large swathes of Palestinian territory have been captured and not let go of. Same can be said of the Golan Heights. I mean, do you think the Israelis are going to leave the areas that they have razed to the ground and quote-unquote captured?
It all depends on President Trump. As Trump said, Netanyahu will do whatever he tells him to do. We know that that's the truth. Right now, you need to view what's happening in the region, both in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, within the context that the election campaign in Israel has begun, with elections probably being held sometime in October. And there's a long election period, and Netanyahu has nothing to show but failures. He has failed to achieve his strategic goals in Gaza, in Lebanon, and in Iran, and therefore he's using the Israeli military and the Israeli military might to create a picture of victory. But there are no victories here yet that can be presented by the Israeli leadership to the people of Israel, because our security situation is not very good right now, not with regard to Gaza, with regard to Lebanon, nor with regard to Iran.
When you hear the Lebanese Prime Minister Nawaf Salam accusing Israel of pursuing a policy of collective punishment against the Lebanese people, would you agree with him?
Definitely. I think that's what's happening. That there's no consideration being taken at all in Israel with regard to the fact that the civilian population in Lebanon has broadly called for peace with Israel. And this is a new development. It's unprecedented. We haven't seen this happen in decades in Lebanon, where it seems that the people of Lebanon don't want Hezbollah to have control over the country, over the government, over its sovereignty, and in fact do think that normalization with Israel would be a benefit to Lebanon. But Israel is not responding to those calls by the Lebanese people and the Lebanese polity either, and is using the same tactics that it uses everywhere in the region to show its military might without any strategic political thinking of the day after.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the guests we speak to on this channel from Lebanon tell us that they are indeed fed up with Hezbollah. But isn't there a risk that operations like these being carried out by Israel, razing towns, villages to the ground, destroying mosques and churches, I mean, isn't there a risk that all of this ends up being a boost and something of a vindication for Hezbollah?
Yeah, most definitely. And what we've seen in past years after the war in 2006 was a strengthening of the belief in Lebanon that they would be the last Arab country to make peace with Israel, not amongst the first countries to make peace with Israel. That has changed, and has changed a lot of the result of the last 3 years and what's happened and the heavy price that Lebanon has paid for Hezbollah's attacking Israel when Israel was engaged in the war in Gaza. And people in Lebanon don't want to pay that price anymore. Lebanon's in a very bad shape economically and politically now, with a new president and a new prime minister who actually think that Hezbollah cannot be the militarized group in Lebanon that controls Lebanon. It needs to be the government of Lebanon and the army of Lebanon that have sovereignty in the country. But this can all change because the price that the Lebanese people are paying by the Israeli attacks to civilians and to infrastructure will cause a backlash against those who think that they need to move forward with peace with Israel.
Yeah, I mean, up until now, the Lebanese president, Joseph Aoun, has resisted these overtures from the United States to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu. Obviously, that's something he doesn't think Lebanon is ready for yet. I mean, how do you rate the progress of these US-led efforts to bring the two sides together at that very high level?
I think that President Aoun has made the right decision. He should not meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but he should indicate to the people of Israel that Lebanon is interested in making peace with Israel. Netanyahu needs to become an artifact of history, the past prime minister and not the current prime minister, and that will probably be determined by the people of Israel. I think that the continuation of the talks, even amidst the fighting that's going on in Lebanon now, is a positive sign. The Americans seem committed to trying to move this forward. And the talks need to move forward, but they need to be handled with a longer range strategic view of what needs to happen. It's very difficult to imagine that under the government of Netanyahu during the next months before elections, that we can have a breakthrough in relations between Israel and Lebanon or Israel and any of the other Arab countries in the region. There needs to be a change in the Israeli leadership and the regime in Israel before those kind of changes will probably be possible.
I mean, in many ways, the Israeli army looks really overstretched when you consider that they've got operations underway in Lebanon, sometimes in Syria, Gaza, I mean, multiple fronts. Is all of this translating for Netanyahu into what looks like could be electoral gains later on in the year?
I think that the opposition parties in Israel that are now gearing up for elections are presenting all of Netanyahu's military plans over the last 3 years as strategic failures. And this is the picture that the Israeli public will be hearing more and more. It'll be difficult to even talk to some of Netanyahu's base about military successes when the whole north of Israel is under fire from drones and rockets from Lebanon. What kind of victory is Netanyahu talking about when Hamas is still not disarmed and Gaza is in a miserable situation? And the Iranian question hasn't been resolved yet with regard to the threat that Netanyahu is presenting for decades of the imminent nuclear bomb that the Iranians would build. The war in Iran has not produced the results yet that Netanyahu claimed we must have in order to secure Israel's future.
Right. And I mean, when you think about the fact that 3,370 people or so have been killed in Lebanon in recent weeks, 1.2 million people have been displaced. And, you know, we're talking about a country with a very fragile social fabric at the best of times, and you've already mentioned the dire economic situation in the country. Doesn't it look likely to you that a country that's even less stable is going to emerge from this whole chapter? And that country is, of course, Lebanon, and it's on Israel's border.
Well, I think that this is why the United States and France in particular, with the help of the Saudis and the Emiratis and others, needs to be enlisted in order to save Lebanon and to ensure that Lebanon will be bolstered with economic support and military support, that the government of Lebanon will be able to assert its sovereignty throughout the country, and that the army of Lebanon will be strong enough to confront the resistance of Hezbollah for disarming or removing its arms from those parts of the country that threaten Israel. This is a really a make or die question for the country of Lebanon. And I think that the countries of the United States, the UK, France, typical allies of Lebanon, including with the Arab states in the Gulf, need to join together and need to use their influence first and foremost on President Trump to get Israel to stop the war in Lebanon, and then to have a strategic plan for building Lebanon as a country coming out of deep trouble into a country that can be a successful one. I recall Lebanon at a time when it was called the Switzerland of the Middle East, and it wasn't all that long ago.
Yeah, and I mean, I think clearly a lot of the allies you just mentioned there have brought to, will be bringing to the UN Security Council later today those same desires that you've just mentioned. I mean, do you think anything will come out of the UN Security Council meeting?
I'm doubtful. I mean, the UN hasn't really been an institution that's provided solutions in the last years. But I think a concerted effort led by President Trump and with the support of some of the European countries and the Arab countries, a real plan could be forward. It could be brought to the Security Council to get the basis of international law and international consensus behind it. But I think it's unlikely that the UN itself will produce anything positive.
Okay, let's pivot to Gaza, because it's been a long time since we've talked about Gaza. A ceasefire is, just to remind our viewers, still in place. It's been in effect since October, but the violence continues more or less every day. And I think since the ceasefire took effect, 932 people have been killed. And then we heard Netanyahu saying this last week. He ordered the military to take control of 70% of the Gaza Strip. What do you read into that? What are Prime Minister Netanyahu's intentions?
His intentions are backed by the people in his own government who want to see Gaza be led to a process of ethnic cleansing. I don't think that the Americans are going to allow this to happen. I had a conversation with one of the Americans involved in the Board of Peace just a few days ago, who was telling me that the negotiations with Hamas are now finished. They're off the table. Hamas received the last and final proposal for moving forward on disarmament 2 months ago, and they failed to respond positively to it. The American point of view is that the deal that was offered them, which included amnesty and integration of Hamas employees in the previous government and the new technocratic government, all those things are off the table right now, and the Americans are working on a plan to begin the implementation of vetting Palestinians, the 2 million Palestinians in this yellow zone under Hamas control, into the green zone, which is temporarily under Israeli control. But the intention of the Americans and the Board of Peace is to bring in the International Stabilization Force, to bring in the National Committee for the Administration of Gaza, to launch the new Palestinian police force. And what I understand is that there will be eventual pressure on Israel to begin a process of withdrawing from Gaza, not expanding its control over Gaza. This we need to see if the Americans are in fact going to move forward with this. We've also been informed that Hamas is renewing negotiations with the Egyptians in Cairo, but I'm not sure those negotiations will produce anything if they try to come up with an alternative to the plan that was put on the table by the mediators. And it was told by the Americans that the so-called Mladenov plan of Nikolai Mladenov, the Bulgarian diplomat, executive director of the Board of Peace, is in fact a plan that was put by Egypt, Qatar, and Turkey on the table, and the mediators stand behind that plan with Hamas. So Hamas is either going to have to answer and come up with its own plan that meets the requirements that the Americans have put on the table, or the Americans are going to move forward with this plan of beginning recovery and reconstruction in the majority part of Gaza, which is temporarily under the control of Israel.
What do you think this whole chapter, and not forgetting the latest pictures we saw of the treatment of those who took part in the Gaza flotilla, what do you think that chapter has done for Israel's standing internationally?
Well, I think Israel is becoming a pariah state in the international community, both because of the crimes, war crimes and crimes against humanity, acts of genocide that Israel committed in Gaza over the period of the war, and of course everything that's Israel been doing since the ceasefire. The reality is that Hamas no longer has any leverage after they officially ended the war with a kind of surrender. When they gave up the last Israeli hostage, it was in fact a signal from Hamas that they were surrendering. They lost their leverage to do anything in Gaza. They control the 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza in the so-called yellow zone because there's a vacuum of alternative leadership there. but the people of Gaza don't want Hamas anymore. And I think that signal is clear to the world, while Israel continues to be perceived as a belligerent actor, not in good faith, not holding to the ceasefire. And the consequences of that are being seen in the international community.
And just to wrap up, I mean, do you see some sort of a deal being struck with regards to Gaza during the tenure of Prime Minister Netanyahu, or will we have to be something that comes perhaps in a future administration?
Well, I think it'll have to be a future administration, but there is something that we need to focus on as well and put pressure on the Americans through the Arab countries and through the allies of the United States, and that's to enable Palestinians to go to elections. Palestinians haven't been able to vote for their leadership since 2006, and the Palestinian people need to know, in fact, we all need to know whether or not the Palestinians are willing to open up a new chapter in which they elect a government which is talking about peace with Israel. Because Palestine will never be free by killing Israelis, and this has to be the lessons for the Palestinian people after October 7th. It's not the road to peace and security and dignity and statehood and independence is not going to be by killing Israelis. There needs to be an alternative path for Palestinians, and they need to have the same right as everyone else in the world wants to elect their own leadership. And now is the time to do it. Hopefully, if they could do it before the elections in Israel, it would send a very clear message to the Israeli electorate that there is a Palestinian partner for peace.
Does peace and a two-state solution seem more distant a prospect than ever, would you say?
I don't think so. I think it's actually closer than we can even imagine. The knee-jerk reaction would be to say that it's completely off the table and not real because of all the trauma we've experienced over the last almost 3 years. But I think that the dedication of the Arab world, in particular the Saudis, in pushing the United States to understand that what happened after Gaza has to lead to Palestinian sovereignty and independence and a two-state solution. And the fact that appears in point 19 and 20 of Trump's 20-point plan indicates the influence that the Arab countries have had on President Trump to move forward. We have 2 more years and 9 months of Trump in the White House. He's the first president, I think, in history who's been able to tell Israel what to do without Israel saying no to. And this is the opportunity that needs to be exploited in the 2 years and 9 months that are ahead of us.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Good to be wrapping up on a more optimistic note. Gershon Baskin, former Middle East peace negotiator. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, we can bring into the conversation now Tracy Chamoun, who is Lebanon's former ambassador to Jordan. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again, Ambassador Chamoun. I want to start by asking about this headline news of this 900-year-old castle in the south of Lebanon, Beaufort Castle, a Crusader-era castle, which now has the Israeli flag flying above it. Why do you think Israel thinks that's such a powerful message? And what is the message?
I think it's a very important landmark for them because of their past incursions and invasions of Lebanon. So for them, it's sort of stating a fact because they were kicked out and now they're back. And so it's like, making a statement. And also strategically, it's very important because it overlooks the whole valley of the Litani and the Zahrani River, and it's right near the big town of Nabatiyah. So it gives them a huge view of everything around them. So strategically, it's important for them.
Right, and they're back for the first time in 26 years in that same location. Does it look to you like they're going to stay around for quite some time then?
I think so. I mean, it's become obvious that their invasion of Lebanon is turning into an occupation. And they've pretty much said so themselves. They're making the conditions for their withdrawal really complicated and difficult and also bound by time. They want the complete disarmament of Hezbollah. They want the Lebanese army to take over. The conditions are, the level is very high that they're setting. So it's going to take time. And also you have to look at their maneuvers, how they've progressively encroached and advanced. Originally, it was a security zone of 8 kilometers. Then it was everything south of the Litani, and now it's like south of the Zahrani River, which is about 25 kilometers deep into Lebanese territory. Yesterday, they gave evacuation notices. I'm going to call these displacement notices because they're not evacuation notices. They're displacement. People don't get to come back to these towns once the Israelis have gone in because they turn it into military zones and they shoot anything that moves in those areas. So now they've extended that displacement order up to anything south of the Zahrani River, which is right at the foot of another very big town called Saida. They've already displaced everybody from the ancient city and citadel of Tyre and have been carrying out huge airstrikes, consecutive airstrikes on the two biggest cities in the south, Nabati and Tyre. And I'm talking about, hundreds of sorties for these planes and constant barrages and airstrikes. And the worst that happens is when the artillery starts, because then the artillery shelling is just random. And so you see buildings, the whole building, the biggest building in Nabati was just brought down in a second. And now they're threatening the suburbs of Beirut, and they're threatening it with about 55 targets in the southern suburbs of Beirut. So that is a huge problem coming up for the Lebanese and caused a vast evacuation today, mass evacuations from that city. And where do people go? That's the big question.
Indeed. And I just want to ask you a bit more about the level of destruction that you're aware of in the south of Lebanon. I mean, we see pictures on television and in the newspaper of ancient mosques and churches, ancient historical artifacts being razed to the ground. I just wonder what's the scale of that damage of these towns and villages that we're given to believe are completely flattened?
Yeah, the scale is about that. They are flattened. Those 55 villages that I told you about, the demolition crews came in and basically, flattened them, turned them into rubble. Now, with the airstrikes, the destruction is vast. You're talking about 580 square kilometers of complete destruction. But it's not just the ancient artifacts, which is, of course, tragic. It's also the livelihood of everybody, the shops, the schools, the community centers, the playgrounds, the homes, everything. There's no respite from the destruction. People are told to get out, and then they come in, and then they bring everything to the ground. Right. And Tyre was one of the beautiful cities, It's an ancient city that goes back to the Phoenician times. So it's absolutely tragic what's happening.
And Ambassador Shamoun, you're painting a picture of massive destruction on a massive scale happening, we shouldn't forget, mid-ceasefire, a ceasefire that was struck in April. Is that ceasefire, I mean, can we just assume it's more or less non-existent now?
Well, the ceasefire is a fake ceasefire because it's unilateral. It only ever applied to Hezbollah. Israel exempted itself from the ceasefire by putting in a clause which allowed it to carry out any attacks wherever it wanted on whoever they wanted at any time they want. So that is not a ceasefire. For the year between the two wars, Hezbollah abided by this so-called unilateral ceasefire. But when the war with Iran started and they killed the Supreme Leader Khamenei, which is tantamount for them to killing, the equivalent would be the Pope, then they decided that they were no longer going to abide by this unilateral ceasefire. And what the government is doing more than anything is trying to create a comprehensive ceasefire that is abided by both parties. And frankly, this escalation in killing and destruction is absolutely futile. And Nabih Berri, who's the Speaker of the House, has actually come up and said that he will guarantee a ceasefire by Hezbollah. But the Israelis don't want to hear about it because I think that they have another agenda in mind. They have occupation of Lebanese territories, which they've coveted for many decades and which they're now able to do under the guise of fighting Hezbollah.
But, I mean, Lebanon has a lot of good friends in the world, some very strong allies. I mean, would they stand for that?
Well, so far, the destruction has happened pretty much unimpaired. France yesterday called for a meeting at the UN Council. But other than that, people can see what's happening. It's a repetition of Gaza on a bigger scale. And now what's going to happen to Beirut is also a repetition of Gaza in the capital. And yet we've had very little traction. We're locked into the negotiations between the United States and Iran, and Lebanon has become ground zero for the war between the United States and Iran. And their proxies, America's proxy Israel and Iran's proxy Hezbollah, are fighting this battle, this secondary battle in Lebanon. And we, the Lebanese, who don't want to have anything to do with any of this, are paying the price. And don't let anybody think that, the Lebanese are impervious to what's happening. This is not true. The South is the breadbasket of Lebanon. About 30% of our agricultural produce comes from the South. The Litani River is responsible for about, 13% of the electricity in Lebanon. And they targeted that. They targeted the major dam, Sad al-Aran, that is also on the Litani River, which is the biggest reservoir of water. So that was a direct threat to the infrastructure of Lebanon, and by any definition, a war crime if that would have gone through.
Right, and you've painted a picture there of a situation in which Lebanon is once again the theatre for a battle between Israel and Iran, and clearly the average Lebanese person feels no affiliation to either Israel or Hezbollah, I think it's fair to say, although we haven't done any polls. But with which side would you say patience is running most thin? I mean, who do people blame more?
It depends which side of the fence you're sitting on. Those who are pro-Iranian are obviously going to blame the Israelis, and those who are not pro-Iranian are going to take, the side of the American and the Israelis. Lebanon is very divided in that way. Iran has just made a declaration that it's going to now drop all negotiations with the United States if the situation in Lebanon and Gaza, the fighting doesn't cease there. So I think that, we're really locked into this scenario, and President Trump delaying constantly the peace deal with Iran, all the negotiations with Iran, is just costing Lebanon a lot, because it's giving Israel an opportunity and time, which is what they want, to move deeper and deeper into Lebanese territory.
And we've heard from President Aoun in the last few hours. In fact, he said his country faces what he called, quote, a vicious and reprehensible Israeli aggression. I mean, it sounds to me like he'd perhaps blame Israel more readily than he'd blame Hezbollah.
Well, but the scale of Israel's attacks are so huge compared to Hezbollah. Hezbollah has killed, I'm going to say, about 13 soldiers, Israeli soldiers, with the drone attacks. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe it's 23, I'm not sure. But anyway, the number compared to what Israel is doing is tiny, and yet they're using this as an excuse, to come in and just blow everything up and now go into Beirut and destroy the capital. Instead of, fighting a military militia and targeting military targets, they've chosen to target civilian populations by these horrendous displacements, and also by destroying their belongings and their possessions and their homes and their businesses. So the punishment, the collective punishment of the Lebanese far, far outweighs, the potential crime.
And doesn't all of that play quite neatly into the hands of Hezbollah? I mean, isn't there a danger that out of all of this, there's a sort of a boost in public support for Hezbollah, and these actions by Israel somehow vindicate what Hezbollah has been saying all along?
Yes, they do. They've revived Hezbollah as the resistance. In the absence of the Lebanese army, when you have this population that is seeing what Israel is doing, the scale of the destruction and demolition, and there is no Lebanese army to protect them, who are they going to turn to? So it's only natural that they turn to the only people today who are, causing casualties among the Israelis. So the Israelis have resuscitated Hezbollah as the resistance. Now, the difference is that Hezbollah this time is very controlled by Iran. So we can't, just call them the resistance. They're also acting on behalf of Iran in Lebanon.
But at the same time, it could be argued that Hezbollah has simply given Israel the perfect pretext to go into Lebanese territory and help themselves to bits of your country, which is what you seem to suspect they might be intending to do. I mean, is that an argument that's made a lot of traction in Lebanon?
Yes, that's an argument that has a lot of traction, because if you look at how this started, Israel had positioned, I don't know how many tanks on the Lebanese border and recruited how many reserves in preparation for an invasion of Lebanon a month before the Iranian war and a month before they killed the supreme leader. And all it took was 6 rockets that didn't kill anybody, were landed in, open areas, for Israel to then launch this massive attack and come in full force in Lebanon. So this is not something that's innocent. This is something that's been in the work for a long time. And actually yesterday, I think it was Defense Minister Katz who said that, the preparation of what we're doing now in Lebanon has been in the works for over a year.
Right. And obviously, we've already mentioned this mandate that was given to President Aoun to disarm and disband Hezbollah. I mean, he tried, and his government appears not to have succeeded in doing this. Is there a perception in Lebanon that this was a missed opportunity?
I think it was a missed opportunity, but you also have to look at circumstances. After the 2024 war, when Hezbollah had been decimated through the pager incident and also the killing of its leaders, there was an opportunity when President Aoun was elected to bring Hezbollah to the table. And they were also talking then about what we call in Lebanon a national strategy for defense, which is basically taking control of the command of war and peace in the country and returning that to the state. That opportunity was missed, but there was also a time frame that was being imposed by the American envoys at the time, Morgan Ortagus and Tom Barak, which the Lebanese could not meet, because this is a delicate situation and it needs to be negotiated. Now, when Hezbollah started to feel really victimized, I mean the political branch of Hezbollah, before any of this war started, they started to retrench and to pull away and to feel as though they were being specifically targeted. And in fact, they were, because the United States policy was for the complete disarmament of Hezbollah immediately. So I don't think that the president was actually given a chance legitimately to work towards a strategy of national defense, which would have been the solution to prevent Hezbollah from starting a war.
Okay, so that was one opportunity that some people might say was a missed opportunity. Another opportunity that President Aoun was given by this administration in Washington was for somehow a handshake or a photo opportunity to be arranged between him and Prime Minister Netanyahu. And it sounds very much as though he was the one who turned that down and seemed to suggest that the timing was not right and this was premature. Do you support him in not having shaken the hand of Prime Minister Netanyahu, and do you think it would change anything concretely on the ground in your country if he did?
No, I don't think it would, because the weapons today are not under the control of the state. So whether the president shakes the hand of Netanyahu or not, there are other negotiations that need to take place at other levels. There are indirect negotiations that need to happen with Hezbollah and also with Iran. So that handshake would have been a photo op that the Israelis would have loved and would have allowed them to control the narrative and would have, burned him in the eyes of the population, especially with respect to what's happening now and the terrific escalation and destruction that Israel is undertaking in Lebanon. So I think he was right to refuse that at this stage.
Okay, I mean, just looking at the longer-term picture here, we're in a situation where 3,370 people have been killed in the last few months. We've talked about the displacement, more than 1.2 million people displaced. A very fragile social fabric at the best of times there in Lebanon. I mean, does it look to you like what emerges from this chapter will be a country that's even less stable, which, let's not forget, will still be on Israel's border?
We're going to have to do a lot of peace building amongst ourselves if we get out of this. We're not out of the woods, I can tell you that for sure. I don't know what Israel's ultimate goal is, if it's to completely, take over the whole of the south of Lebanon and for the whole Shia population to sort of be ethnically cleansed in a way, which is going to cause, terrific pressure because they've now been displaced from their areas and they're now mixing in the other areas and they're looking for refuge in the other areas. So that could cause a lot of friction. And I think that's what, the president and the prime minister are having to deal with from a security level. So I don't have a good feeling about what's going to happen, but it depends how long this goes on and it depends how it gets resolved. If Israel is pushed back to the 8-kilometer security zone, which they had initially talked about, and people are allowed to go back to their villages and their towns, in the big city of Nabati, in the big city of Tyre, and the surrounding suburbs and areas, it'll alleviate some of the damage. But if not, if they insist on taking Lebanon up to the Zahrani River and ethnically cleansing the Shia population from those areas, then we're going to have a very big problem on our hands, not only just because the people are displaced, but because we're going to have friction among the communities.
Okay, and just to wrap up, when this conflict comes to an end, and we don't know when that's going to be, is your hunch, is your thinking that your country will be the same size geographically when it's over as it is today?
The way Israel is going now, no. You have to look at what happened with the Golan Heights. They invaded the Golan Heights, 40 years ago? And it was only until a couple of years ago that it was finally handed to them. And I think that this is the Israeli strategy. It's like secure the land, empty it of its population, and sit on it and wait. And then finally, they take over the land. So I think that's the fear here, that we've lost the South. And that's the price that this government is paying for disarming or not disarming Hezbollah. And I'm not sure that we'll ever get it back. If the international community can come in and tell Israel to go back to what they defined as the security zone, as I mentioned, which is only 8 kilometers deep, then we have a chance through negotiations and through time and the development of, mutual arrangements to come to some sort of agreement where we can regain the sovereignty over our territorial borders.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, as ever. A real pleasure. Tracy Shamoun, Lebanon's former ambassador to Jordan, thank you for your time, madam.
Thank you.
Well, as we've been saying, there are serious question marks hanging over the status of diplomatic efforts to end what's been 3 months of warfare between the United States and Iran. This as Iran has just announced it is halting its exchanges with the United States via its mediators. Well, that announcement also comes in the context of fresh violence. During the course of the weekend, the US military carried out what it called self-defense strikes on a number of Iranian targets. And today, Iran said it had targeted a regional airbase used by the US in response to an attack on southern Iran. That base is reported to have been in Kuwait. Well, taking to social media, President Trump did not mention the latest exchange of hostilities. Instead, he repeated his assertion that Iran, quote, really wants to make a deal. Well, let's bring into the conversation Sir Mark Lyall-Grant, who is a former permanent UK representative to the United Nations and former national security advisor to the British Prime Minister. He joins us from the UK. Thank you so much indeed for taking the time to speak to us.
Pleasure,
obviously,
Tom.
there have been these latest violations of the ceasefire during the course of the weekend. I was going to ask you whether you see a point at which the Iranians walk away from the negotiating table, because they have been expressing exasperation with what they call the constantly changing US negotiating stance. And then this news broke about Tehran suspending negotiations with US mediators. What's your reaction to that?
Well, I think it's largely theatre, because I think that both sides do indeed want to do a deal, and neither side wants to go back to full-scale hostilities. But nonetheless, I think it also reflects a certain Iranian frustration that they're getting different messages from the Americans at different times. And they thought they were quite close to a memorandum of understanding, at least, on the way forward, and an extension of the ceasefire for 60 days. But following the meeting that President Trump had with his senior advisors over the weekend, it seems like the Americans have shifted the goalposts a bit as far as Tehran is concerned. And I think that's probably what's led to this latest outburst, if you like, from the Iranian side. But I still expect the negotiations to continue, and I would still expect some sort of outline arrangements to be agreed over the next few days and weeks.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of can't help but feel for the Iranians, because it's felt like for all of us at many stages in recent weeks that we're very close to a deal. At least that's the messaging we're given by the White House, by other parties. And yet we haven't reached a deal. Here we are, and the war is continuing. Despite the ceasefire, the violations continue at any rate. I mean, how close do you think we have got? Do you think it's been just a matter of a few very small details that have stood between a deal and us?
Well, I think we need to be careful, Tom, in talking about a deal, because we're nowhere near close to any sort of peace deal that is sustainable over a period of time. What we're looking for really is just a framework of an understanding to allow the ceasefire to continue for another 60 days, during which time some of the really serious and difficult issues, including on the nuclear file, would be discussed. I think the difficulty is that Donald Trump has talked up the prospects of a deal, and he said more than once it's going to be a great deal, and he's coming in for some criticism now from his own side, from Republicans, who thinks he's about to give away too much too soon to the Iranian side. And I think he's slightly rode back from some of the commitments that Iran understood the Americans were making, and that's why we're seeing this latest hiccup. But as I say, neither side wants to go back to full-scale hostilities, certainly not Donald Trump, because it's deeply unpopular in the United States. And of course, Iran does not want it because it's suffering massive damage every time the Americans do military strikes.
And as the man who tore up the JCPOA Obama-era Iran deal, I mean, the pressure's on President Trump to come up with something markedly better than that deal, for that not to have looked like a misjudgment on his part. Do you think he can?
I'm not sure he now can. I think he can get back to the status quo ante of the Straits of Hormuz, if you like, over a certain period, whereby there is free navigation of shipping in both directions without Iran interfering, without Iran demanding tolls, etc., on international shipping. But I think that will be combined with some sort of financial incentive to the Iranians, lifting of some sanctions, and then the serious negotiations will start on the nuclear file. But even on the Strait of Hormuz, which has now become the sort of necessary precursor to any wider deal, there are some big question marks, because Iran says that it'll need 30 days to sort of clear the mines. Is the outline deal going to be sufficient to trigger the British and other European arrangements which have been agreed to start escorting international ships through the Gulf? And how long will this temporary arrangement work? And will it allow just the ships that are currently caught in the Gulf to leave, or will it be sufficiently robust for ship owners and insurers to allow new ships to come into the Gulf? So there's some very big questions just about the Straits of Hormuz, even before you get to the other issues like sanctions lift, like a Lebanon ceasefire, which is now linked very closely to this deal, and then all the very complicated nuclear arrangements, which, let's not forget, took something like 15 years to negotiate the original deal that ended in 2015.
Right, and indeed all the people we speak to remind us that the Iranians play a long game. They don't come up with quick deals. They spin it out for as long as you can imagine. And I think one person we spoke to last week told us that even getting to the JCPOA deal the first 3 years were a waste of time. That was 3 years of sort of going round in circles before there was any traction.
Absolutely, and I was involved in that early negotiations, even earlier than that, Tom. I was the lead negotiator for the UK, along with the Americans, the French, the Germans, the Russians, the Chinese. We were all involved back in 2007, 8, 9. And that was 6 years before the deal was finally done. And that was essentially the start of that negotiating process. So it is extremely complicated. But I think what has changed, Tom, over the last couple of months is the fact that President Trump went into this conflict, launched this military attacks, saying and clearly believing that Iran had no cards. What has transpired over the last few months is that actually Iran does have two very important cards. One is control of the Straits of Hormuz, and the other is the ability to strike at America's Gulf allies in the region. And so Iran now is not negotiating just from a position of weakness, even though their economy has been massively damaged by the blockade. And, of course, their infrastructure has been heavily damaged by the strikes. Yes, that has happened, but they still have cards in this game. And it's President Trump who looks now a little bit more on the black foot.
Does it look to you like Iran can hang on much longer?
It's very difficult to say. I mean, if Iran completely ran out of money, that is the moment when the regime does come under pressure and could fall. Because if the regime can no longer pay the IRGC and the besieged militias and other government servants, then I think there is a danger that if people come out on the streets, there wouldn't be anyone prepared to stand up to them and suppress them. So there is a clock ticking for the Iranians, but I think they believe that maybe the clock is ticking rather faster for Donald Trump with the midterms coming up, which is, of course, why Donald Trump has been saying, I don't really care about the midterms. Of course he does, and the Republican Party care about it a great deal. But he realizes now that he has a clock against him as well.
But he's sounding quite a sort of relaxed, he's striking quite a relaxed tone, I should say, berating his critics at the weekend, including what he called these unpatriotic Republicans for, quote, negative chirping about the negotiations, he called it. And he went on to say, just sit back and relax. It will all work out well in the end. It always does. Do you share his optimism?
Well, I don't, simply because what he has done so far, after all, he initiated this, has caused a great deal of economic suffering for the Gulf countries in particular, but also for many countries around the world, especially in Asia, but also in Europe, including in the United Kingdom, where I'm sitting today. So, I think great damage has already been done. Even if the Straits were restored to the status quo ante 28th of February tomorrow, that damage has been sustained and can't be immediately recouped. So I'm not optimistic that we can just sit and relax and things will just turn out for the better.
And they haven't turned out for the better, because if you think about it, I mean, I'm sure you have thought about it, there's a lot of unfinished peace initiatives from this current administration. There's Ukraine, there's Gaza, Lebanon, sometimes viewed separately from this broader Iran deal. I mean, what do you put all this unfinished business down to?
Well, I think it's a number of factors. I think one is that President Trump has grossly oversimplified the ease of doing these sort of international deals. I think he felt he was on a little bit of a roll. He claims to have prevented or resolved 7 or 8 conflicts around the world with varying degrees of credibility, it has to be said, that he took the action, very decisive military action in Venezuela that appears to have turned out very well for him. And I think he thought that the Middle East would be similar. And of course, we all know, those of us who've studied and worked on Middle East issues over the years, it's never quite that simple. And I think his short attention span, linked to the fact that these really complex, interlinked problems, as you rightly say, Tom, you've got Gaza, you've got Lebanon, you've got Iran, makes it something that needs really long-term expert negotiation of the sort that this administration doesn't appear to have.
And there is one other common denominator, and you haven't mentioned him, and I'm surprised. I thought you might do, because you've made comments to this effect in the past, so that common denominator being Steve Witkoff, and you seem to have suggested in the past, do correct me if I'm wrong, that perhaps J.D. Vance would do a better job of bringing some of these deals over the line than Steve Witkoff has. What do you say to that?
I think that's right. But it's not just the sort of front person, and I just think that J.D. Vance is a more credible negotiator than Steve Witkoff ever could be, or indeed, for slightly different reasons, Jared Kushner. So I think he, as a head man, is very important. But what you recognize about these negotiations is that a lot of it is done at lower expert level. And I was one of those lower level experts, if you like, negotiating this nuclear deal way back in 2008, 2009. You need to have a lot of painstaking expertise around the table to go through these negotiations. And I think a lot of that expertise has been stripped out of the State Department in Washington, or is simply being ignored by the current administration, who felt that these big international negotiations could be conducted rather like real estate negotiations are conducted in the United States. And that is simply not the case in my experience.
I'd like to pivot to Lebanon for a moment and talk about the situation there. The British Foreign Secretary Yvette Cooper is quoted as saying, Israel's military escalation in Lebanon has killed and displaced civilians, destroyed infrastructure and eroded space for diplomacy. It must end. I mean, that's one of many voices of condemnation of Israel. And we've got this UN Security Council meeting today, an emergency meeting. Do you think it's going to change anything?
No, I don't think it will change anything, because I think, apart from anything else, the Americans will continue to give political cover, including at the United Nations, to Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli government. Look, Netanyahu so far has been the big winner out of this conflict over the last few months. He has been able to use the Iran conflict as cover to achieve very significant military progress against Hezbollah, which he sees as a real enemy in Lebanon. And they've clearly occupied now more and more territory, both in Gaza, but also in Lebanon, going north of the Litani River for the first time in 20 years, right up to the Zarani River, and are beginning to look as though they're occupying territory with a view to staying there for an extended period of time. And I think Netanyahu has been one of those who've been telling the White House, do not do a deal with Iran unless it's a perfect deal. And they have certainly been one of the people holding President Trump back from doing a deal with Iran, because they know that that would have to include their own actions in Lebanon.
Yeah, I mean, President Aoun of Lebanon has been saying that his country faces a, quote, vicious and reprehensible Israeli aggression. I mean, President Aoun and Israel ought to have common cause in wanting to root out Hezbollah, and yet it doesn't sound like they do anymore. And all of that makes normalization seem extremely politically unpalatable for President Aoun, and therefore the whole process looks a very long way off, doesn't it?
Does look a long way off. And I have to say, Tom, from outside point of view, a lot of people can't understand why the Lebanese government, the Lebanese state, can help Israel, in a sense, to get rid of the Hezbollah sort of militia, the Hezbollah terrorist organization. But the reality of Lebanon is it's a very carefully worked through, over many years, patchwork, where Hezbollah have a very important political stake in the country. So although it seems as though it should be possible for Israel and the Lebanese armed forces to cooperate to squeeze Hezbollah out of the country, in reality that's extremely difficult politically, and a lot of the Lebanese state is rather helpless in the face of Hezbollah's actions. So they feel under threat from both sides, if you like, both from Hezbollah militias and also now from Israel.
Yeah, very difficult for Lebanon, stuck between those two forces, really, and their country being used as a theatre for this tug of war between Iran and Israel. Just lastly, a couple of months ago, you wrote a piece for the Centre for International Relations and Sustainable Development in which you said the current world order is under very serious threat. It's been 4 months since you wrote that piece. I'm just wondering whether you think those words are perhaps even truer now than they were back in February when you wrote them.
Well, they're certainly as true. I think there's a whole series of factors behind my thoughts on this. But you're going to see it again today, as I mentioned, that I think the debate in the UN Security Council about Lebanon is not actually going to impact on the fighting on the ground. It'll be ignored by the United States and by Israel. And that is one of the factors that makes me worried for the world order, that the UN is no longer centre part of a large number of these international negotiations. And the fundamental, one of the fundamental issues behind that is that the traditional champion of the international order since the Second World War, which is the President of the United States, no longer himself believes in that order. And that's given a license, if you like, to Russia to do what they're doing in Ukraine, for chemical weapons to be used, for China to militarize the South China Sea, etc. And you're getting a spread of both authoritarian governments and illegal or internationally illegal activity around the world without any obvious sign of restraint from the traditional players. And I think that's why I feel that the international order is beginning to break up and fragment.
OK, well, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. We're out of time. Sir Mark Lisle-Grant, former permanent UK representative to the UN and former National Security Advisor to the British Prime Minister. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you very much, Tom.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, bye-bye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
my campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Rizkan Show for empowering conversation.
Now, where's Nowinski going? This is something we don't normally see.
And that's the reason why.
I don't think anybody watching on television can quite appreciate how dangerous it really is. The margin of error is incredibly small. So if any timing or anyone's positioning is off by inches, someone's going to get hurt.
The violence may be more for show than real, but it turns out the potential danger of injury, especially to the brain, is much higher than people realize. Wrestling, as in many sports such as American football, involves a degree of force and contact that can turn a healthy brain to mush with terrible consequences.
I kept thinking I'm going to get better tomorrow, and after 12 months of constant headaches and sleepwalking and memory problems, I just never got better. And And so that was the last time I ever got near a ring.
Former professional wrestler Chris Nowinski describing there what turned into a very dark time in his life, ending his career as an athlete, but one that ultimately led him to a path that is already saving thousands of lives. Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. The excitement of competitive sports is hard to beat and drives athletes to push themselves to the limit. But over the past couple of decades, the risk of concussion and brain damage involved in contact sports has been revealed through some very tragic stories where athletes have experienced serious behavioral changes and have taken their own lives or even killed others. Our guest on this show, Chris Nowinski, had a promising career playing American football from a young age before becoming something of a star in the world of professional wrestling. But after suffering repeated violent blows to the head and regular severe concussions, his life took a turn that forced him to face reality. He could no longer continue to enjoy his rising career in the world of wrestling. Instead, he turned his Harvard-educated brain to finding out what exactly was going on in the minds of athletes, both metaphorically and literally, when they faced repeated severe head trauma. He wrote a book, Head Games, Football's Concussion Crisis, that was turned into a powerful documentary, one that has opened the eyes of sporting associations such as football's NFL, challenging their policies on injured athletes. Dr. Nowinski also founded the Concussion Legacy Foundation and is now a staunch campaigner and fundraiser, providing crucial support for players and their families dealing with CTE, chronic traumatic encephalopathy.
Chronic traumatic encephalopathy can only be diagnosed after death. And so because of 1,000 generous families, more than a dozen who are with us tonight, we finally understand what is happening to our loved ones.
I caught up with him on the road in Chicago, where he relived the personal journey that has left him with possible health concerns and an uncertain future. Dr. Nowinski, I'm glad you could take some time to talk about this very important subject. I know it's very much a passion for you to make sure you make people aware of this, so we'll go through quite a lot in this interview. Now, you've got a solid pedigree in academia. You're a Harvard graduate, as well as being a sporting star in terms of your wrestling career with WWE. What was the appeal of wrestling for you? Because you excelled in football too. What was it that made you go into wrestling?
I became a fan of wrestling while I was in college. I lived with a bunch of guys and we watched. I got a regular, I wasn't drafted in the NFL. I worked out for some teams, didn't make that cut. Didn't feel like I was done with my sports career, but I took a real job in life sciences consulting in the medical world. And just so happened that the owner of the firm had a history in wrestling and knew people. And just one conversation of, you should try this, turned into me getting a tryout and realizing that I dabbled in theater, I'd played sports. I thought it was more fun to be a wrestler in my early 20s rather than sitting at a desk all day.
So from what I've seen, it was a fun time. I mean, you were there out in the media quite a lot as well, making a name for yourself as well. And what were the highlights for you at that time?
Yeah, I mean, I only was able to wrestle for just over a year on WWE Monday Night Raw because I had too many concussions. But while I was there, I got to be in the Royal Rumble, which was a blast. I got to wrestle The Undertaker a few times, got to wrestle people like Scott Steiner and Booker T. Like, it was so cool wrestling, your heroes. And just being part of this group that, captivated millions every Monday night.
I'm going to get on to how things changed for you at that early age in a moment. But I'm guessing for a lot of the public who don't follow wrestling closely, they imagine that it's kind of, very much a show and it's staged and it's not that physically brutal. But I'm guessing that, from what I read about the things you say, is that it is a lot harsher on your body than people imagine.
Yeah, it's surprisingly hard on the body. So the beauty is you're not trying to hurt each other, but you're basically doing very complicated stunt work without any rehearsals and in front of a live audience where anything can happen. So while if you do it well, you feel like $1 million. When things go wrong, things can go really wrong.
And it was in 2003. I mean, you were about 25 years old when something started to go wrong. Take me through what happened.
Yeah, I was only 24 and I was wrestling and I kind of kept getting concussions, but didn't realize it. And it all came to a head in June 2003 when I got kicked in the head by Bubba Ray Dudley, and I got a concussion where the symptoms just didn't clear.
So when I used to get concussions, you'd feel weird for a couple of days and you'd be fine. This one, I had a headache that really kind of lasted 10 years. And I tried to lie through it they could tell something was wrong. I had to go to doctors, but I wouldn't tell them everything. And I kept wrestling until it got so bad that I could barely hold a conversation. And I developed a sleep disorder called REM behavior disorder, which was the thing that scared me straight, to be honest, because I woke up learning I had acted out a dream and jumped off a bed through a nightstand and didn't remember or feel any of it.
Because you're supposed to actually be paralyzed when you're sleeping in terms of your physiology.
Right. It's something you learn when they tell you what REM behavior disorder is, right? Your limbs are actually paralyzed when you're dreaming. And if that breaks, which it basically broke in my brain, anything can happen.
Now, the way you talk about concussion, it sounds like wrestlers and sports people know what concussions are and kind of deal with them all the time.
Yeah, we do now. Back then, we didn't know what concussions were. And so all of us would get, if we got knocked out, but it was brief, or if we had double vision, or we couldn't remember what was happening, we'd call it a ding, we'd call it a bell ringer. But as long as you were able to work, you would keep working, even through the headaches and the pain, because no one had ever told us what a brain injury was and what it meant for us. And no one ever told us that if you just let your brain recover, that it minimizes long-term effects and helps you get back as fast as possible. So back then, I'd say 95% of concussions were never diagnosed. And they just kept, for some people, piling on each other until it was real and potentially permanent.
So for the sportsman, for the athlete, it was just basically not feeling right for a while. Is that it?
Well, I mean, everyone's, post-concussion journey is different. But yeah, I mean, most concussions actually the symptoms don't last very long. They only last like minutes or hours. And so back in the day, if you had symptoms that lasted minutes or hours, you would wait it out. And if you felt fine the next day, you would never say anything about what happened the day before. But now that we understand, like when symptoms start to last days and days and days, that people get more likely to say, all right, something's not right. Now that they know that if you go back and you take another hit, you can actually die from second impact syndrome, and there are real consequences. But back then, you sort of judged every injury by, can I keep working, right? Whether it was your foot or whether it was your brain, as long as you could remember the match, or as long as you could walk, you would wrestle or play football or whatever. And that was a bad idea.
And actually listening to conversations you've had and interviews you've done, you were actually trying as much as possible not to kind of admit that there was something wrong.
Yeah, there was I didn't fully appreciate how bad things were, but there was a time where I took a week off and then I felt like I was getting pressure to go back. And so I lied to my doctor. I went back, and as I'm practicing, discussing the next match, because it was a complicated tag team match, we had this complicated finish. And I sat there and I go, I can't remember. Like I'd sit there and I could not make it stick in my brain. And that was not, I was Chris Harvard to everybody. I was the guy who never forgot anything in the ring. You could count on me. So I remember telling the guys, like, look, for some reason I can't seem to remember, like my brain's not working. So if I space out there, tell me what to do. And nobody knew back then to go, we shouldn't let you out there because you're dangerous to all of us. Instead, it was like, okay, we'll cover for you. And that was the culture we had.
I should point out, by the way, Chris Harvard was the fighting name you used for a while as well.
Well, Chris Harvard was my unofficial fighting name because it came off a reality show. I think WWE was worried about trademark infringement.
Oh, with Harvard University, of course, yeah. But you were a graduate.
But I was a graduate. No, I actually learned the dean of admissions at Harvard loved it because I was introducing Harvard to a whole different generation.
Yeah. Now, you were saying it lasted about a decade that you were going through all this. And if what I read was correct, there was literally a headache for 3 years. I mean, how do you deal with that?
I was lucky to be hurt in my 20s where I could just disappear. So I lived alone, and there are days I wouldn't leave the house. There are days that my head would hurt so much I would, drink a lot and try to fall asleep at 4 o'clock and hope the next day I'd wake up and my headache would be less. It was, you can get to a strange place when your head hurts that much. But I luckily, got through it, had support, had good doctors who kept trying to help me get better. And eventually, 23 years later, I don't have headaches every day and I feel pretty good.
Well, so we'll get on to how things have changed in a bit more detail, because that's what's really interesting, especially with your advocacy. But let's explain CTE to those who don't know it. Chronic traumatic encephalopathy. Explain that and what it really is about.
So chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, is what we used to call punch drunk. So for 100 years, we've known that boxers If you get hit in the head your whole career, will eventually start having problems with their cognition, their speech, their movement. We never looked outside of other sports. And now we realize that you hit anyone in the head a few thousand times, they're at risk for developing a distinct degenerative brain disease that starts as microscopic lesions, usually in the frontal lobe and in areas that are sensitive to a quickly rotating brain causing injury. And those lesions then will continue to spread throughout your life, we believe in most people, so that your brain is literally degenerating and symptoms start to appear as you lose more functioning brain. And you have problems with your behavioral regulation, you have problems with cognition and memory and executive functioning, and eventually it can cause dementia.
And of course, it goes to different levels, different degrees, correct?
Right. Well, we understand there wasn't even a criteria to diagnose CT that was agreed upon until 2015. So that was because of our work. But essentially, there's 4 stages pathologically, where, again, it does microscopic lesions, and then by stage 3, it moves to new areas of your brain, including your hippocampus and amygdala, which controls short-term memory and fight or flight and emotional responses. And then when it gets to stage 4, most people are no longer able to take care of themselves, and that's where you get functional dementia.
Now, having the word chronic in it, in CTE, implies that there's no real treatment. I mean, there's treatment, I guess, but no real cure.
Well, there's even debate around why chronic is even in there, right? Because the question is it they're referring to the chronic trauma or the chronic symptoms? And there's no answer for that, because it was decided in the 1930s and those people are dead. But yes, the idea is that there is a chronic disease. Once you have it, it does not go away. And again, in most cases, it appears to spread. And while there isn't a treatment for it today, because we can't even diagnose or measure it, we can treat the symptoms. So we don't want people to feel hopeless if they might have it. But it's certainly a formidable disease.
Now, in that sense, is it preventable, or at least, its advancement preventable, or is it simply manageable?
So the disease itself, the science says, is entirely environmentally caused. So you are not born with CT. We've never seen CT in someone younger than 17 years old. But if everyone who's ever had it, 99% of them, you could actually go find their sports histories in football, boxing, rugby, soccer, whatever. And so that's one of the interesting public health issues with this, is that we all accept it in boxers, but when it started to be found in American football and in soccer and in rugby, those professional sports leagues saw liability, and they saw people potentially not having as much fun watching the collisions or not letting their kids play. And so they put up this giant front to say, no, wait, it's not proven that our sports are causing this. And so we sort of had to redo all the research. And so it took us about a decade to convince the NFL. It took us more than a couple hundred cases to convince them, look, this is an NFL problem. And they've admitted it, but World Rugby, FIFA, all these groups still deny it. And so it's one of these really sad issues that the opportunity is very clear. CT does not have to exist in the world outside of abuse or military service with explosions, but sports should not be causing a brain disease. But we are not really trying to prevent it right now. And so we're just sentencing another generation to this horror.
Cynics might say there's a lot of money in the sport now. So in sports.
It's even harder because there's so many billions involved in the sports now.
Take me through your personal journey, though. What were the kind of things that started to happen to you day to day that started to give you those warning signs?
Well, I mean, the question for me is around concussion CT, right? So I definitely developed post-concussion syndrome where I had the headaches, I had the sleep disorder, my cognition wasn't so good. But that's actually slowly gotten better over time. And so I've never had a definite label of CTE. That being said, some of my scans, some of the things would be suggestive. I'm certainly at risk for it. But I sort of feel like I'm getting better. I'm still getting better from the concussion, but the basic idea is at some point things will probably start to slide for me in a more significant way. And I've been doing this so long now that I've been tracking people for 20 years. Like, we just diagnosed my college roommate with this disease, who was the captain of our Harvard team, who was, the guy we all looked up to, who developed a very serious alcohol disorder and died from it. And he had stage 2 CTE, and he played exactly as many years of football as I did. And so it makes you look at that and go, if he had it, there's probably a good chance I have it.
In terms of diagnosis, of course, if you can actually look at a brain after the person is deceased, you can actually have a better idea of what's been going on. But while a person's alive, what can you find out?
So we can't diagnose CT definitively. And we're sort of at where you were with Alzheimer's 20 years ago. Right now, back 20 years ago, if you were told grandma has Alzheimer's, they were, and it was a very educated guess, and they knew they were right about 4 out of 5 times. Then they developed the ability to image beta amyloid plaque. And now the diagnosis is much more definitive. If you have a lot of these plaques, you have Alzheimer's disease. So for us, no one's ever done the work on CTE. When I helped create the Boston University CT Center back in 2008, we were the first academic center in the world ever focused on this. And so we have a lot of catching up to do. And so basically the abnormal tau protein in CTE, we just learned in 2019, is misfolded differently than Alzheimer's disease. And that's why all the Alzheimer's imaging agents don't work for CTE. And so we basically now have to convince scientists to build from the ground up a way to diagnose CT in life like they have with Alzheimer's. But at the same time, we don't know how big CT is. And so no one knows how much money to invest towards this disease because we haven't been able to diagnose it.
Have you been able to get funding, though, easily, or is it still one of those?
Not easily. I mean, not by any stretch easily. I mean, thank goodness the VA in the U.S. and the National Institutes of Health has, the scientists there have seen it, but there's no dedicated funding to this.
What you're talking about is something that actually it's quite scary to think this is only about 20 years.
Yeah.
That, this really started to be in your life and then started to get out there into the public domain with your advocacy, for example. As a young athlete, what kind of advice and support structure was there for you?
As a young athlete, there was nothing.
For you, there was nothing. Huh?
Besides the fact that we didn't understand concussions and we didn't, so everyone was playing through them. Like there was no concept of CTE. I remember thinking, if this was bad for my brain, I'm sure one of these adults around me would have told me and they would let me do this, right? So you had this great trust in the coaches and the administrators. You thought you were protected by this helmet. I mean, I remember looking back now how stupid we were at Harvard in the 90s, that when we would get every preseason during two-a-days, massive headaches as linemen. And we'd all talk about it. Like you'd get in a 3-point stance, tip your head and think you're going to fall over because you can feel the blood moving because your brain's swollen. And you remember just then they had invented helmets where they had air in them to make them fit better. And so if you would tell the medical staff, like my head really hurts, you'd get more air in your helmet and they just pump it up and just make it tighter. But that wasn't protecting your brain. That helmet was there to protect your skull. They hadn't even conceived of what was going on in your brain back then. So it's sort of like you look back and you're like, God, that was a really bad idea for us to all strap on a hard-shelled helmet and just bash each other with our heads all day long. But at that point, there were 5 million kids in the United States doing that every year. And so everyone just thought it was normal.
And of course, you have the skull, which is a protective shell, but you have the deceleration and acceleration injuries from all this trauma, presumably.
Yeah, you sort of aren't born both understanding that your brain is soft and also understanding that it doesn't have any pain nerves. So when your brain's bouncing around or stretching and tearing, you can't feel it. And so that's why we've been so reckless, is because it's so easy to put a helmet on and hit someone in the head because you don't feel it. And you only feel it if someone gets you well, but most of the time you don't feel anything there either.
Tell me what happened, what was going through your mind when you realized this is the end of your wrestling career, just as things were kind of good.
Yeah, I mean, I do look back and, for those who don't, no one remembers me, but they don't remember that my class back in 2003, 2004 was John Cena and Brock Lesnar and Dave Bautista and Randy Orton. And some of the guys are still going. And it's just absolute legends. And they're all amazing what they do. And I don't know if I'd ever be able to get that far. But I still have the 2003 Raw magazine where they named me Newcomer of the Year. Like people expected things from me. So I miss, because that job is still a lot more fun than my job is today, which is, can be, which I enjoy.
It's more valuable.
But it's it can be harsh. So anyway, I did, I had high hopes for that, but when my head hurt so much, I decided that after 12 months of literally going, I don't want to get out of bed. I'm not sure if I want to be here. I said, if I ever get my brain health back, I'm not going to risk it going back to this, because I couldn't imagine going through this twice after I got better.
Are there better definitions now since awareness has increased? I mean, do people define concussion in a better way now, for example?
Yeah, I mean, the definition of concussion is actually its own slippery conversation, because there's 40 different definitions in the literature, and it keeps evolving and changing over time. So the definition is actually not that great, because we still don't have a biomarker for CTE. We still have a biomarker for concussion. It's still a clinical judgment. So basically, you get hit, you experience something, you might show some symptoms, you might not. whatever you tell them is how they determine whether or not you had a concussion or not. We're getting to the point where now we can actually pick up brain proteins in your blood. And so that's one way we understand concussion, is they're actually tearing axons. There's also the neurometabolic cascade of concussion, which is all these, microscopic metabolic and chemical changes that we can't pick up and test. So no, concussion is still very much a clinical gray area.
The technology presumably is improving to the point where hopefully we'll have the right kind of technology to know. I mean, AI.
Yes, no, I mean,
AI
people
help?
are finally investing in it, right? So you can now get, there is blood work and there's some saliva work that maybe on the sideline within 15 minutes you could determine that you've had a concussion. But the reality is it's probably never going to be perfect.
Well, Dr. Nowinski, you got a PhD in behavioral neurosciences. 2017, I think, is when you got the PhD. And as you were kind of researching all this, following your own personal experience, what was it that made you want to go into kind of much more extensive research into what was happening to athletes?
So it was actually only about 3 months after I was hurt that I went to the 8th doctor that WWE sent me to try to sort of figure it out, Dr. Robert Cantu, who was one of the pioneers of concussion. And he, in that first meeting, was the one who sort of flipped the switch for me by helping me understand. He said, when I first got in there, he said, how many concussions have you had before this? And at that time, my answer was 0, because I had never been diagnosed by a guy in a white coat with a concussion. And he said, okay, no, you don't think you've had a concussion, but how many times were you hit in the head and you couldn't remember where you were, you saw stars, or you were double vision or ringing in your ears? And I was like, well, that happens all the time. And I started telling stories about these times. This scar is from when I got this elbow and this. And he goes, okay, well, you've had a lot of concussions. You never took any time off. That made each one a little worse. And this might have added up over time to create this problem. And I was like, why the heck did I not know that? Like, I would have taken a couple weeks off after the sky would go orange on me and I couldn't remember my name. Like, I was so frustrated by that. And then step 2 was, as I dug into the research, realizing that we'd actually cared about concussions 100 years ago. I found in the diary of the Harvard football coach in 1905, he kept the captain of the team out of the Harvard-Yale game because he was concerned he had a concussion. Like in the 1950s, the Harvard team doctor had a 3 concussions in your lifetime and I'm retiring you policy. And then it became a talking point in the 1990s because 2 famous NFL players, Steve Young and Troy Aikman, had their careers ended because of concussions. And the NFL decided we're going to get involved. And they started conducting research that I suspect, and I ended up writing about, I thought was aimed at minimizing the problem and not finding the issue. And so I sort of realized that in my mind, the NFL was covering it up.
Well, so it was only to your credit a few years later, after you'd given up the wrestling in 2006, that you wrote the book, Head Games, Football's Concussion Crisis, which really opened some eyes at the NFL, didn't it? What sort of reaction did you get from them from the book?
Well, I mean, it was a cone of silence from the book. I mean, the reality was I remember trying to promote the book and talking to reporters I knew from wrestling. And I remember one of them, was a Chicago-based, actually called me back and said, we have to cancel the interview tomorrow. I just got called from a vice president I've never heard of who said, you cannot interview that person, put them on our TV, because they were worried the NFL would no longer give them rights to use their footage. And so the reality was the book, nobody paid attention to, but certain people read it and realized I was right. And the way I got people to pay attention to this was not through the book itself, but was starting to get the brains of athletes when they died to prove that you could actually see the problem in this disease, CTE.
But I guess the key was that there were those who recognized the book was going down a path that would
expose
a lot.
Luckily, literally one of my advocates back then was a reporter at the New York Times who had read it and thought that it had something. And so it did allow people to believe that I knew what I was talking about.
Now, you even had Jesse Ventura, the former governor of Minnesota, himself a professional professional wrestler, take part involved as well. And you were saying that he actually is quite an advocate for it as well.
Yeah, I mean, it was actually Vince McMahon who told me, like, Jesse's teaching a class at Harvard, go talk to him. And so I stopped him and we chatted, and I remember handing him like a 300-page printout of the book, and he started looking at it. He goes, yeah, this totally makes sense to me, and whatever I can do to help. He introduced me to his agent. He said, I'll write the forward, whatever I can do to help you get that platform. So, I mean, it was such a generous move by him to help me use his celebrity to help get people to pay attention to this.
Now, you'd mentioned it a moment ago about the actually getting athletes' brains. I think a turning point was when the family of football player Andre Waters was asking you to take, or they sent you part of his brain, I think, to examine. Tell me how that story went.
Yeah, so it was about a month after the book came out, no one cared. And then, but I knew, I wrote a chapter about the first 2 cases of CTE diagnosed in NFL players. And it made sense to me that if boxers got this disease, what's the difference with football players? And so when Waters, the story came out that he took his life, and everyone was surprised by it. He was a football coach, he was employed, like there was nothing obvious.
Andre Waters committed suicide November 20th, 2006. And he was a coach, and he was working, and he wasn't money problems, and it seemed kind of bizarre.
I like to hit things. I can get all my frustration out on the field.
And I was shocked to find that he was quoted in the newspaper saying he stopped counting his concussions at 15, and he would just grab smelling salts and keep playing.
And I remember thinking, he was a huge hitter when he played, and his nickname was Dirty Waters because he could lead with his helmet. And I spent time online searching and found a quote where he said, I stopped counting my concussions at 15. I would sniff smelling salts. I'd keep playing. I was like, everything lined up to me that this guy might have had CTE. And part of that was because the first 2 cases, both died at 45 and 15, both had very similar, like, bizarre turns in their lives. So I ended up calling the medical examiner after I didn't hear anything about anyone studying his brain. And I said, hey, are you going to study him for CT? And he told me I was crazy. But I said, well, read some of these articles. So I sent him a bunch of stuff and a dialogue over a few weeks where I kept pestering him, even after Andre was buried, because I just wanted to know if I could convince this random doctor that there was something to this. I wasn't confident back then. But he read enough that he said, actually, there's enough literature here where I could justify giving you his brain. Per Florida law, I had to keep 5 pieces of it. And you might be able to get a diagnosis off that. I had no idea this was a thing. And so he said, so I'll give it to you if you find a doctor to study it, and you just have to get his mother's permission, who was next of kin. So then I had to make the choice of cold calling his family to say, hey, you think Andre's buried, but actually some of his brain's still up here, and can we have it? And the reality was they were so generous in learning why I cared. They appreciated that someone cared why Andre died. And so they ended up saying yes, and he had CTE, and that just sort of started this chain reaction that we're now 1,600 brains later, we've been able to show that this is everywhere.
Is this now something that people are so aware of? You're saying 1,600, that you expect this to keep growing so people, you could map out a much better situational map.
Yeah. I mean, what was interesting is that even by the 3rd brain that I coordinated, they actually, I remember this. I called the Grimsley household. John had just died at the age of 45, and a friend answered the phone and yelled across the room to his widow, Virginia. He said, "This guy Chris Nowinski on the phone," and I heard her say, "Tell him I know who he is. I know why he's calling," and the answer is yes, because they'd seen a TV report on this. And I think the problem was huge, but it was buried. Like, who would tell the world how bad their husband was doing? Right, when they're celebrities and they were living off their reputations, and so it snowballed very quickly that NFL families started giving us their brains, and then it just expanded from there.
Tell me about the Concussion Legacy Foundation that you co-founded. What have you achieved with it so far?
So we essentially do 3 things. One is the research. We know about the brain bank and the fact that we've created a diagnostic criteria for CT, and now we're creating the way to diagnose it clinically in partnership with Boston University CT Center. We've tried to forever translate that into safer sports. And so we now have laws in all 50 states around concussions to protect athletes, that they have to be cleared by a doctor, they have to have training and coaches and the athletes. We've had some small victories on CT prevention. You can't head a soccer ball until 11 years old now in the United States. In football, they've completely changed how we practice, although they could still go much further. Ice hockey raised the age of checking from 11 to 13 to minimize head trauma for kids. So that's been good. And then we're trying to figure out how to help people. So we have a helpline and a patient services team that just takes inbound people going, my husband's losing his mind, what can we do?
Now that you have something that is so empirical, are you getting less resistance from organizations like the NFL?
Yes, absolutely less resistance. They don't necessarily like to talk about it, but they're proactively changing the rules of their game all the time. Last year we saw a new kickoff that no one's really asking for, but has dramatically reduced head impacts. So that part has been good. And there's far more services for retired players who are struggling. I don't like the fact the NFL is still recruiting 5-year-olds to play tackle football, and we're still creating this problem. But if you understand it from a business perspective, they need kids to become fans. And so it's this unfortunate reality that we're trying to change. But while the NFL has accepted this, the other sports are still fighting back. So the National Hockey League and FIFA and World Rugby all still deny. Some of them are making changes, but they will not talk about CTE. And I think that's unfortunate.
I was going to ask you, we've talked largely about wrestling. We've talked about the NFL football, American football, and boxing, of course, the obvious one. How much wider is it when it comes to sports?
It's anywhere where you're getting hit in the head hundreds of times a year with force is a risk. So, we published out of like 376 NFL players, 93% had it. We just published that 18 of the first 19 NHL players that we studied had it. In a rugby study that we partnered with a brain bank in Scotland and a brain bank in Australia, we found that half of our population had it, and your odds went up 15% per year you played. Soccer is another one where it's harder to study in the U.S. because there aren't a lot of old soccer players here, but the U.K., they found that pro soccer players in Scotland have 4 times the risk of dementia, and when you look at their brains, it's almost exclusively CTE. So we know it's out there, but forcing people to accept that or make these changes is a different battle. We're sort of reliving big tobacco in many ways that they don't want to acknowledge it because there's a business here to run.
The other arm of your work is Boston University's CTE Center. How does that streamline in with your work with the foundation?
So when we partnered with Boston University in 2007, basically the idea was, look, you guys are the amazing scientists, but like calling families when people die is not a skill set they had. No one ever had that. So we were sort of the front door of doing the outreach and reaching out to players, letting them know about this, and then translating those findings into messaging and policy. And so I've been very lucky to be a member of that research team, but I'm not the one in the lab studying the brains. I never trained for that. But it's a wonderful partnership because they're really truly independent, brilliant scientists who just really care about this and have just created the field no matter how much resistance has come their way and how many times they're questioned by colleagues. And we created the Center for the Study of Traumatic Encephalopathy. And now Dr. Stern heads the clinical research. Dr. McKee heads the pathological research and basic sciences. Dr. Cantu is our concussion expert. And then my role is to facilitate the research.
I'm sorry, who's this?
This is Chris Nowinski from Boston University School of Medicine. And when an athlete passes away, I read about his passing today, and I'm really sorry to be calling. I know I'm the last person in the world you want to hear from. It's my job to call the family to see if the brain's available. It's been sort of funny watching doctors funded by sports leagues try to push back, constantly be proved wrong, and just come up with a different argument, move the goalpost back. And we were very proud that in 2023, the National Institutes of Health finally changed their language to recognize that repetitive brain trauma causes CTE.
So it's kind of baby steps to some degree. But having said that, you're a tall guy. The bigger steps than most people could make, I guess.
Yeah.
I think what wakes people up is, are the stories. The human side of it all. And, we mentioned Andre Waters and taking his own life. Tell me about some of these, because some of these are people who were highly respected, very successful, and then their lives end up in a very strange place.
Yeah, I mean, the stories are sort of endless. I mean, at the beginning, started with Waters, then Justin Strelzik, who's 36-year-old NFL lineman, started hearing voices and decided to, bizarre behaviors, got in a chase with the police and decided to go on the wrong side of the highway and run into a tanker truck and die. And he had it. And the third brain I coordinated was Chris Benoit, who was a colleague of mine with the WWE for 5 years. And I knew was the nicest guy who had taught me how to throw a decent forearm on his own head, would just offer me, like, show me how you throw a forearm and I'll work on it with you. And I just whack him. Oh. And he didn't get mad about it. He was just like, I'm going to help you. And then suddenly he doesn't show up to a wrestling show. And they go to his house and found he's killed his 7-year-old son, his wife, and himself. And he had confided in me a few months prior that he had been concerned about how many concussions he had. He was sort of the only person interested in the book I was writing at the time. So then there's that. And now we have multiple murderers in the group. Philip Adams, a former NFL player in his late 30s, started developing sort of paranoid schizophrenic tendencies. They found notebooks he'd written that made no sense, and he just went down the street and killed 6 people, including 2 children. I mean, we told a story this weekend about Corwin Brown, captain at Michigan, which means highly respected, 8 years in the NFL, NFL and college coach, D coordinator at Notre Dame. At 40, he develops paranoid schizophrenia and bipolar. He goes home, takes his wife hostage while his kids are 9, 11, and 13, and he's been living with them ever since, all knowing what's going on. And those kids are never been the same. So it's just, you know, you hear about these really horrible things. Aaron Hernandez, the former NFL player, decided to kill 2 people when he just signed a $40 million contract. And they get attention, and we can't always tie the brain disease to this, although we should be absolutely paying attention to it. And we probably are causing some people to develop schizophrenia. We already know traumatic brain injuries cause, you know, mental health symptoms, schizophrenia, bipolar. And then, but the more common issue is people who develop cognitive problems in their 50s, 60s, 70s. This progressive Alzheimer's-like neurodegeneration that comes with bizarre behaviors. And so, you know, there's just a lot of those stories, and a lot of the families never tell the truth about what happened, but it changes you in a big way.
I mean, you're saying 70 onwards, all right, you could imagine it wouldn't be as obvious. But when you're talking about Andre Waters, 44, I think, when it happened, when he took his life, you know, people who are 40, and what sort of age bracket does it tend to hit at when it's severe sports?
Well, that's the big question. So when we just published a study looking at 160 brains of athletes who had been donated to the brain bank, just under half had CTE. In that group, 70% had apathy, depression, cognitive problems, all that stuff. But also the people who didn't have it had that, because people are basically donating the brain when they see those things. So it's hard to tell what is the brain injury and what isn't. You can have those things in other ways, and that's been used to discredit this or try to cast doubt upon it. But the reality is CTE is sometimes used to describe sort of a larger clinical problem, which is if you get hit in the head thousands of times, we've identified at least 13 different ways that your brain is injured and degenerating that we can measure. CT is just one of them. And CT starts, again, very small and progresses, but you can have a ton of white matter lesions and damage even when you have very microscopic CT. So in the younger cases who have these bizarre behaviors, it may not just be driven by the CT. It really could be the white matter damage, the vascular damage, all these different types of injuries that are happening in the brain. So it's sort of the idea that we're confident that cognitive change later in life, midlife and later, that's progressive and doesn't respond to treatment, that is usually predictive of CTE. The midlife behavioral stuff, sometimes CT is there, sometimes it's not. And that's why we try to tell people who are having those problems, leave CT out, just get treatment.
So you're dealing with actually what is a web of conditions depending on how much damage has been done to the brain and what sort of damage.
Yeah.
It's quite a complex web actually in that way, which makes your job harder in a way. But at least with CTE, you can identify it, especially now that you have the brain bank.
Correct.
In order to be able to go through it. What would make your life easier in getting this message out?
I think if the reality is, you know, the best way to get this message out would be in partnership with sports organizations, right? They have the ear of everybody, and they've shown that they've been able to change public health on a lot of different sides, like heat illness and you know, various things. So the idea that they're fighting us on this and that CT is not something you're allowed to talk about in sports is a tremendous missed opportunity. Because the way I look at it, like, as a former pro wrestler, I used to let people hit me in the head with folding chairs. Like, if you're an adult, you can do a dangerous job if you want to. It's not, you know, being a pro wrestler is no more dangerous than being a cop or a firefighter or serving in the military. Like, it's a job. but you should have informed consent and you should take reasonable steps to protect yourself. You don't have to destroy yourself if there's another way to get there. And that's sort of where wrestling has gone with this, is that they've invited me back in, and now I lecture the WWE, the AEW, all the wrestling groups once a year, and I show them what we're learning, how bad it can be, and let them make the choice of when are they going to take the risks and when are they going to do things differently. And they're making much better decisions. Concussion rates are way down. It's very exciting. But on the flip side, sports is not the same way. And so we still are recruiting kids young, hitting them in the head hundreds of times, and we're absolutely creating this, and we're not talking about it. And that's not the way that we should be doing this. This is our own kids. We're supposed to be building a community here, and now we're not taking care of each other.
Well, there's no future, of course, if you're going to have this kind of situation. So what you were saying earlier about the fact there are some changes in how young people can, for example, head a ball in soccer and so on, it's nowhere near enough, it sounds like.
Well, so where I was going to go with that is that what we should be able to agree on is that kids should not get CTE, right? If adults want to get CTE, I get it. Like, if you don't think there's another way to make money, fine. I hope there are, but there may not be. But there's no way that a kid can understand this brain disease and provide informed consent. So like when the Football Association in England recently banned heading to 12, that's great. Some would argue it should be banned till 18 because kids don't understand. I think we can probably minimize the exposure enough that nobody will get it by 18. You know, we've sort of identified with soccer that punts, goal kicks, and corners are the biggest three contributors because of the highest impacts. And so if you just said, okay, you can't head a ball when the goalie punts it, you have to play it off your chest. And like small changes like that could actually almost prevent CTE from we should probably call it pediatric CTE. We need to prevent pediatric CTE. Right. If adults want to get it, I get it. But we could also prevent most cases of that too with just some simple changes. But we just have to understand how bad it is. We have to hear these stories. We have to review the data and realize this is not something you should sentence another person to.
As someone who's played football and someone who's wrestled, knowing how those sports actually work, could you see them developing in a way that can minimize the exposure to CTE, but still keep the thrill, if you like?
Absolutely. I mean, the simple answer for football, if you actually add up people's hits over a career and look back who gets CTE, CTE is a math problem, right? Number of hits and strength of those hits will predict who gets it. If we played non-tackle until high school, flag football until high school, and then in high school, we took out hitting in practice, and we all played like Coach Buddy Tevens used to have Dartmouth play, which you never tackle each other. They actually had robotic dummies you would tackle. And you eliminated 70% of head impacts over a season through that, plus trained them how to tackle better. You would basically get people down to like 10 or 20% of the exposure by the age of 18. And you'd have very, very rare cases of CT in young people. And then in college and pros, you could still make it less, but it would be there. But you could probably cut 80% of CT out just through changing practice and raising the age when you start. So it is doable, but no one wants to do it because it risks the business model. Because if you don't get kids playing young, they don't become fans when they're old. And that's sort of a problem that we have to deal with. On wrestling, CT doesn't have to exist at all. Pro wrestling is fake, right? It's theater.
You said it.
Yeah. It's theater. And so the idea is that like if we don't hit each other in the head for real, you will not get this disease. And the brain can take a concussion or two or three without creating CT. We don't see it in regular people who had a couple of brain injuries. So it's just getting rid of that repetitive trauma, which for the most part we have. And I'm eager to see that we don't get this in the next generation.
Is there a big difference in the outcomes when you compare professional sport and amateur sport?
Well, I push back immediately on the idea of professional sport versus amateur sport. We have scientists in this space who like to make that distinction. That distinction is completely scientifically meaningless. Whether you got paid to do it means nothing about. We should be looking at it as just an exposure curve, right? With football, we've been able to show that your odds of CT go up between 15 and 30% per year you play. In ice hockey, it was 34%. In rugby, it was 14%. That's like years of play is sort of our pack years of smoking. And that's the only way we should be thinking about it. And then we can drill down even further by number and strength of head impacts using sensors. But right now, just years of play. So it is a massive problem in some professional sports, and it is slightly less of a problem for each level of amateur going down.
I was thinking it more from the perspective of
the kind of money that's involved. That's why. Because it's probably easier to change an environment when there isn't so much at stake, at the wallet.
Yeah, you would think so, but what we're fighting against is the idea of tradition. Like when we first started saying why your kids shouldn't be heading a ball, the pushback was, but that's part of the game. And it's like, well, the guy who started saying heading a ball did not know what CTE was. Right. And he probably would have said, maybe we shouldn't do this if it's going to cause your brain to rot later on in your life. So tradition is a terrible reason to be destroying the brains of children. And you would think amateur would be easier to change, but it has been proven to be harder because it's also very regional. And the problem with football versus ice hockey is that ice hockey in the U.S. and in Canada is sort of governed by one organization, USA Hockey Canada. With football in the United States, there's no governing body. No one sets the rules. And so I once sat there at a panel with the head of Pop Warner who said, look, even if I wanted to get rid of youth tackle, it would just let one of my competitors come into that town, start a youth tackle league, and all the families who wanted to play would go there, and I'd put myself out of business. So the fact that there's no regulation of youth tackle football is why 5-year-olds are still getting hit in the head hundreds of times.
Presumably, if you can get through to the athletes themselves and they get a real sense of how dangerous it is and the consequences, then irrespective of what the league says, they could start to change things.
The athletes themselves, well, I guess at the youth level, what are we going to tell a 5-year-old, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's,
I was thinking of the older ones.
Well, but that's really the issue. The sad thing is, because again, the professionals are 1% of the population, right? I get a call every year from some 23-year-old NFL player who just realized, hey, the CT thing's real, right? I might already have it, right? And they're shocked, but now they're well, I'm getting paid $1 million a year. I can't walk away now. But that light bulb does not really go on for most people until their 20s, no matter what we tell them, no matter what they've read in the paper, no matter what documentary they've seen. It's really hard to understand this. So now that we have told, there was a big moment, 2010, the National Football League Players Association put together a committee, part of my urging, of their own experts to sort of combat the NFL's narrative on this. And at the first meeting, they said, what should we do? Give us one idea. And the idea I said is stop hitting in practice. And the doctors didn't necessarily jump on it, but the players did. Because the players were all sitting in the back going, well, A, we hate hitting in practice anyway. We're not getting paid for that. And B, they said, that it'll prevent CT? Yeah, we're all in. And they put in the collective bargaining agreement that they could only hit 14 days all season. Right, so the players at the NFL level are fighting for themselves. The National Hockey League just started their CT committee, so they're having their first meeting this summer, and so hopefully they'll start pushing back too.
So there is an expansion in the conversation.
There is, right? More people are coming to the table.
There's a term I want to get your take on it, which I've heard a couple of times: subconcussive. Where does that fit into all of this? Is that even a thing?
I'm trying to eliminate that term. So we wrote an editorial in the British Journal of Sports Medicine saying subconcussive has been a misleading and dangerous term. What started as the idea was there are hits that you take that are not concussive, usually lower than a concussion, but they seem to correlate with CT better than the concussions themselves. But the problem with sub is it makes you think those hits are small. And the reality is 10% of the hits that a football player will take in a season are harder than the average concussion. But what predicts when you feel your brain getting damaged is a little bit random. The harder the hit, the more likely you are to feel something. But even then, you're not feeling your actual brain getting damaged.
I was to say, exactly, because you don't have the pain sensor.
Right, you notice functional differences in your brain, right? But the idea is, you have 100 billion neurons in your brain. Would you actually feel one die? Would you be able to notice if 1 million went offline? No. And so we basically wrote the editorial saying we need to change the terms. When we talk about impacts, where we don't actually know what's happening in the brain, it's either, and we're doing studies, we're labeling them a concussive impact or a non-concussive impact, understanding that some of those hits are harder than concussions. And then when we talk about the injury itself, you either have a traumatic brain injury or you can have a subclinical traumatic brain injury, which means that you don't feel anything, but we know microscopically your brain's getting damaged. And that sort of started to help people understand why concussions don't predict CTE, which is an important thing for people to know, right? It doesn't matter if you had 2 or 5 or 10, none of that predicts who gets CT, but the number and strength of the head hits you take does. And there was one stat we included in there where there was a study that showed college football players, for every one concussion they take, will take 341 hits harder than that concussion. And that's probably where the CT risk really lies. Hard hits that you think you're fine on.
So you even have the difficulty in kind of setting the parameters that people can measure.
Yeah, and
it's
developing
quite
a language.
difficult puzzle you have to kind of put together.
Yes, it's a moving target because we're learning as we go.
What has helped you along the way? What has been the biggest tool you've had that has allowed you to get your message across?
I mean, probably the biggest tool we've had is the scientists give us a diagnosis, and then the families have been so generous in sharing their stories with the world. Without this constant drumbeat of stories and data, we would not have this conversation. And that's something I did realize very early on, is that especially at the beginning days, this was a disease that was primarily happening to celebrities, right? Famous athletes. If you want to get people to hear about it, you had to sort of work with the media to tell their stories. And the media has been a great partner on this. While the NFL is trying to silence everyone, they've gone out on a limb and said, no, this is a public health reality that we need to talk about. So it's that combination of the great science, amazing families, and being able to share their stories through the media that has gotten the world aware of this.
It sounds more like the human stories have had more impact than the developments in technology, but I'm guessing it's a balance between the two.
Yes. I mean, without the advances in science, no one could take those stories seriously. The stories are backed by ever-increasing solid science showing that this is, no matter what the critics say, this is a real disease that is caused by head impacts and it is causing people to get dementia.
I'm presuming, Dr. Nowinski, you also have to hit every layer in this chain, if you like, or in this stack. You've got the players themselves, you've got managers, you've got the team, kind of the team branding, you've got scientists, you also have the coaches. Where do the coaches fit into this in terms of what's their sense of responsibility to the players?
That's a great question. So, yeah, most coaches don't want to engage in this. There's been one coach, a guy named Buddy Tevens at Dartmouth University, who was a former player, who was the first coach to get rid of tackling in his practices because he believed in this. And we diagnosed multiple players that he had coached over his career with CTE. And he was the only person that ever asked me, if you diagnose one of my guys with CTE, I want to hear about it. And I said, would you talk to their family? It would mean a lot to them. And he started calling their families to find out what happened to them and to learn and to try to incorporate that into what he knew. But he's the only one. The reality is, and what no one wants to talk about is, a coach in football can determine if his players get CT or not by how he practices. He influences that in a big way. Nobody wants that responsibility, especially because they didn't know they were doing this, 10 years ago, right? So that there's got to be some cognitive dissonance there, right? Like, who wants the guilt of thinking that how I designed practice might have contributed to this person's demise? And so it is not a blame game on coaches, but I think we have to, we have to understand this. We have to address this. I am excited that things are changing because more and more coaches have lost friends of theirs to this. And so I have a call tomorrow morning with a college football coach to talk about developing a CT prevention protocol to be put next to his concussion protocol on paper of all the ways that he's trying to prevent CT by minimizing hitting in practice and how they train. If there are more coaches like this coach, we have a chance to actually make a change.
It sounds logical to have that CT protocol.
I agree. No, I mean, it's completely logical, but you have to first accept that CT is caused by hits to the head and that it's worth preventing. And right now, very few people are willing to admit both those things.
Is your work essentially limited to the United States, or are you able to take this, scale it out internationally?
We have been able to take this internationally to English-speaking countries. So I recognized early on that we all read each other's news. And so this conversation started in the UK, and this conversation is happening a little bit in Australia and South Africa. And so we decided to really push the international starting in 2018, and in part because the NFL, when they were fighting this, started importing international doctors to come say, we don't have this in our country, therefore this must be all mass hysteria and not real. And one of them, the lead of that, was an Australian researcher. And so I said, one good turn deserves another. And I went to Australia and started a brain bank. And that brain bank, the Australian Sports Brain Bank, has now diagnosed had 150 brain donations, and half of them have had CTE. And it led to National Senate hearings and a complete change, including the Australian Football League acknowledging cause and effect. So that has been tremendous. The UK has done a great job changing on this. There's a neuropathologist here, Willie Stewart, who's really led the movement there, and now we collaborate, and that's happening. Canada, this is happening. But outside of those countries, and New Zealand, it's almost nowhere.
So the interesting thing about the international kind of collaboration is that if you have a sport that's played in different countries and each adopts a different protocol, the game changes and perhaps teams are not competing in the same way or as on equal terms.
Right.
That must be a big challenge.
You're absolutely right. Like the big question around heading in soccer is, are you going to be at a competitive disadvantage if your team is practicing less or doing less? So it is, it's been sort of easier in a way to fight American football in America. But when you get to soccer and rugby as global sports, it is a much more complicated reform.
And it's so emotive as well. I mean, just people get so emotional about it, as you probably discovered.
Yes,
yeah. Are there any sports you would advocate actually banning?
I mean, certainly, like, I don't feel it's fair to ever expose young children to hundreds of head impacts a year knowing it can create CT. So, like, we've tried to ban youth tackle football before the age of 12 in America. And we actually were able to convince the California legislators to do it, and the governor threatened to veto it. So, you shouldn't. I mean, you definitely shouldn't have like boxing and some of these things for children. Like, it should not exist. But the reason why it does is often cultural. It has less to do with what's best for the kid and more what are the kid's options, and is CT a better option than joining a gang? And I think it's a false equivalence, but that's where the conversation immediately goes.
It's interesting. I've interviewed a number of boxers, including recently Tyson Fury and Alexander Usyk, world champions. And of course, it's become such a big, wealthy, powerful sport. So that kind of, people literally want to see blood. It's kind of sad that people want to see it at its most brutal. How do you fight the psychology of the public?
That's a good question. So basically, the approach is the public can have their blood sports if they want them, right? Really, if you're talking about pros, you have to talk to the athletes. Do you want this for yourself? And if you do, make sure you're getting paid for it, right? And make sure you understand the choice you're making and how it might affect your family. But I don't need to tell, you can't change the public's interest in contact or collision sports. Although having them appreciate the damage it's doing to them does help get them behind reforms, right? So like the NFL, what's most interesting now is like the pro wrestling audience is amazingly educated. So if they think someone actually has a concussion in the ring, they want you to stop the match, lift the veil, break the fourth wall, and take care of that person. So that's been interesting to see. You can educate the fans. But the other side of it is like we just have to keep talking about, okay, you can have that, but what about the kids? Why are we doing this to kids? Like, that's the biggest and easiest change we need to make, is the sports we have for entertainment should not be the sports we have kids playing.
Could you feasibly have a window for athletes and say before a certain age and after a certain age, it's stopped? Is that even a fair, kind of concept?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, every sport should have a version that doesn't cause CT before 14. Like, that's a easy black and white issue. We should not have kids colliding with each other hundreds of times before the age of 14. We don't have that, but we should have that.
What would you like to see happen next, Dr. Nowinski?
So I know it's going to be an iterative change to make sports safer, iterative change to make adults safer and educate them. But I do think we have to start pushing CT education widely so that the change happens faster. But what I'm thinking about today is I'm thinking about the next 10 years. We need to start clinical trials to start to figure out how to cure this thing. Like, I'm starting to think about my own age now. I'm getting into my late 40s. Like, if we don't start clinical trials now, there's no chance we'll have a drug in 10 years when I might really need it. And so we have to nail down how to diagnose it in living people enough so that people are willing to invest in actual treatments.
Where do you think you are in this equation at the moment? What do you expect to happen to you in the next few years?
I hope nothing interesting in the next few years, but I would not be surprised if I follow the path of many, which is your late 60s and 70s can get pretty scary. Like, and it's a conversation I had with my wife when we got married. It's like, I don't know what's going on up there. I'm hoping to fix it before I really need it. But the reality is the stories we hear from our families are usually never great. But it doesn't have to be the end of the world. So I'll just continue to fight while I can.
So then, Dr. Nowinski, what gives you hope? What are the stories that make you feel, what are the things that you see in the work you do that make you feel there is something good that can come out of this?
So you hear about the tragic stories, but for every tragic story, there's one where somebody who was at risk didn't end it tragically. So last week, I went to the funeral of Don Hasselbeck. So famous NFL player, his 2 sons played in the NFL. He died of a heart attack tragically at 70. 15 years ago, he had pledged to donate his brain. He'd done a media tour with us. He'd spoken about how he had way more concussions than he was comfortable with. And he didn't quite feel right. But I stayed in touch with him, and he never showed any serious symptoms. And it was the most impressive funeral I'd ever seen, in the sense that everybody could just talk about what a great father he was, what a great husband he was, what a great grandfather he was. And it never affected him, whatever was going on in there. And I think if I could get to 70 and have people talk about me that way and remember me that way, I will be very happy.
Well, I wish that future for you too. Dr. Chris Nowinski, thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Chris Nowinski there. And his organization is ready to fully support people who feel they might be at risk with CTE. Just contact the Concussion Legacy Foundation. And I recommend that you take a look at the full documentary Head Games online to get awareness of CTE risks and to hear Chris Nowinski's full journey on the path to raise awareness of this serious issue. But that's it for now from me and the team. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to leave a comment and to subscribe. We'll see you next time.
Jeffrey Epstein's brother says new autopsy details coming in February will prove Epstein was murdered, not a suicide. Epstein, the convicted sex offender, died in his New York jail cell on August 10, 2019, while awaiting trial. His death was officially ruled a suicide. His brother Mark Epstein identified the body and has questioned the ruling ever since.
What does that tell us about this?
Oh, it's a scary thought that you could be killed in prison by the government.
Mark claims there's evidence of murder. He even hired former NYC chief medical examiner Dr. Michael Baden, who said the injuries point to homicide rather than suicide.
Never seen 3 fractures like this in a suicidal hanging. Going over 1,000 jail hangings, suicides, in the New York City state prisons over the past 40, 50 years, no one had 3 fractures.
Despite Mark's claims, the FBI and DOJ reported in June 2023 that there was no credible evidence of foul play. Still, Mark doubled down in a January 9th interview with News Nation, saying more autopsy facts will be released in February that prove it, insisting the injuries didn't match the way his brother was found hanging. Mark has also claimed Jeffrey told him he had compromising information on powerful figures, including Donald Trump during the 2016 election, allegedly enough to cancel the election. In a recent December 2025 interview with Chris Como, Mark went even further, suggesting Trump could have been involved in his brother's death.
You really believe that Donald Trump is capable of having your brother murdered to spare himself embarrassment?
Absolutely.
Based on what?
From meeting him years ago and just watching his performance the last 20 years. Seeing he doesn't seem to have a limit on what he would do to help himself.
Now, a vocal critic of the Justice Department's investigation, Mark says he won't show his face publicly due to safety concerns. His continued claims and the promised new autopsy details are reigniting debate and conspiracy theories surrounding one of the most controversial deaths in recent history.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time.